Who designed this underworld dungeon? Chapter 1. Dungeons, a most magical existence. They are filled with traps and monsters. Logically, they should be places where normal people would never set foot. Yet the treasures that can be found within, surprising wonders such as lost ancient magic, legendary heroes' armor, swords that could slice through iron like mud, and even sealed vampire. Thus, adventurers from all over the world go crazy for dungeons. At the deepest part of the sane dungeon, hidden lies the city lord's room. Gong Qiying sat atop the dusty altar, his withered and wrinkled body falling into deep thought. How should one put it? An hour ago, he was still overtime at a game company, dealing with the aftermath left by a co-worker who had quit and was responsible for map design. As someone clueless about map design, he was rushed by his leader to clean up the mess. Then, after dozing off at noon, he woke up to find himself transported to another world. He had become the city lord of the sane dungeon. Animated corpse Gedwin. And was faced with the dire situation of having less than a month to live. Not long after, Gong Qiying, who had fully accepted Gedwin's memories, understood why this city lord was running out of life. Because his dungeon was too simple. Other people's dungeons, endless monsters, cunning and underhand traps, strong and powerful elite monsters, treasure chests filled with excrement. Gedwin's dungeon, a smattering of weakling monsters, obvious traps that even fools could see through, a straight path leading right to the final boss's room, purely decorative elite monsters, and decent quality treasures. Considering these conditions, the result was his dungeon had become a playground for rookie adventurers, where even the clueless newcomers could clear it in one go, brimming with a sense of achievement. A constant stream of people. However, this was not good news. Many researchers were puzzled by one thing. How do dungeons generate monsters and treasures? Even after killing the monsters and taking the treasures, they would reappear the next time one entered. This relates to the operational logic of dungeons. In simple terms, all of the monsters and treasures in the dungeon are conjured out of thin air by the city lord using spiritual power, which is why they respawn. And the source of this spiritual power is people. The joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure of people, every action and movement, would emit spiritual power, which the dungeon would automatically absorb to maintain its daily consumption. But these are far from enough. When adventurers die in a dungeon, they would burst out with tens of times more spiritual power, and the stronger their abilities, the more power released. Only by absorbing a large amount of spiritual power from the deaths of adventurers could a dungeon operate normally. An sane dungeon, no one could die there. Is Gedwin an idiot? Using his city lord authority, a micro-model of the sane dungeon appeared before Gong Qiying, and just a few glances left him speechless. Gedwin's dungeon design level wasn't just ordinary, it was disaster class. Adventurers entering from the entrance could take one path straight to the boss's room. There were plenty of branching paths, but they housed treasures. Monsters like slimes, minotaurs, and ghosts that roamed the maze had useful bodily materials. Due to special ley lines, one could even find special mineral resources just steps away. Gong Qiying kept sighing. The person who designed this map was practically doing charity work. It was a whole treasure vault. No good, I must make major changes. He was a layman in map design, but fortunately, he had one advantage: he had played enough games. His favorite was the Soul-like series, known for its maps that were interconnected in all directions, full of malicious traps, terrifying monsters, and frightening loss of sanity. Dark Souls series. He stroked the city lord's ring on his left index finger, and a series of information appeared in front of him. Sane dungeon, remaining spiritual power, 1806, daily operational spiritual power required, 78. Available structures: ruined village, poison swamp, ancient architecture complex, underground mines, invisible bridge. Available monsters: skeleton monsters, minotaur, slime, rotten wild dogs, blood mosquitoes, ghosts, goblin group, low-level snake man, mad living corpse. Dungeon micro model. First, redesign the dungeon into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, significantly reducing the area and reclaiming the excess structures into spiritual power. There must be a gatekeeping elite monster at each connecting point between levels. Since my current spiritual power isn't enough to create strong monsters, I'll opt for those in large numbers that can fill up the quota. After some consideration, Gong Qiying decided to deploy 13 rotting wild dogs with high mobility, a strong desire to attack, and venom in their teeth at the first connection point. And only 3 would be visible, with the other 10 hiding in concealed spots. Heh, let the 3 rotting wild dogs that are visible turn their backs to the adventurers. They'll think they can launch a surprise attack, but it turns out they'll be the ones getting wrapped like dumplings. Gong Qiying revealed a plan-succeeded smile. The second connection point was set with 2 elite minotaurs, one hidden above the ceiling, which would jump into the fray with an AoE attack once its comrade was reduced to half health, entering a frenzied state and prioritizing enemy magic casters. Naturally, the types of monsters wandering the dungeon had to be drastically changed. Now there were goblin groups that moved in packs, and each goblin group had to include a shaman to cast buffs. The wild minotaurs were removed and replaced with cost-effective skeleton monsters, disguised as scattered bones on the ground. They would rise up for a surprise attack when adventurers passed by and, when reducing to critical health, would automatically collapse and pretend to be dead, needing only a few minutes to revive at full health. Ghosts were replaced with blood mosquitoes, which would inflict anemic debuff on the enemies in swarms, and even obstruct their vision, disrupting the battle. The only downside was their weakness to fire. After all the meddling, the spiritual power needed for creating monsters had actually decreased. Gong Qiying observed the dungeon micro-model, feeling that something still wasn't quite right, and after careful thought, he nailed the issue. The map design isn't cunning enough. So, he turned a must-pass area on the upper level into a poison swamp, a nasty staple of soul-like games. Previously, the exterior of Sane Dungeon was a densely packed cluster of ancient buildings, imposing and free to explore. But under Gong Qiying's manipulation, the map's size was substantially reduced, replaced with a model featuring a main correct path, supplemented by branching paths that can loop back to the correct route, and additional false pathways leading to dead ends. The freedom to explore was reduced, the environment turned darker without light, abundantly ominous. The majestic ancient architectural complex was gone, replaced by an upper level dominated by abandoned villages and poison pits, a middle level mainly of sparse ancient buildings mixed with forest, and a lower level focused on underground mines. These scene and building choices have no intrinsic meaning, they were picked randomly from the available buildings. There were also tricks like adding a multitude of twists and bends to necessary paths, hiding cunning monsters behind them for ambushes, or turning treasure chests into treasure box monsters or teleportation traps, and so on. The corners of Gong Qiying's mouth could not help but rise, he had found joy. The traps were also an essential part to be experienced, but he found a problem. I'm running out of spiritual power. Even after constantly cutting costs and reducing map size, deleting monster types, and skimping on treasure rewards, the spiritual power he had left was only enough to last for another 7 or 8 days. Remaining spiritual power, 631, spiritual power required for daily operations, 77. In 7 days, once the spiritual power ran out, as a city lord whose soul was bound to the dungeon, he would vanish into thin air, and the dungeon would lose its vitality. Maintaining 1 day's operation only needs the spiritual power equivalent to 2 or 3 people, I'm really energy efficient. Gong Qiying sighed and had to temporarily give up on traps. And why is the spiritual power needed for daily operations only a little less than before, even in such frugal circumstances? Because he stacked monsters, that's why. Not only did he stack monsters, but he also placed some rewards that could only be obtained in-game. Such as ordinary weapons with combat skills, enemy attraction skull, various mosses, forging stones, and the like distinct and cheap in bulk items that cost few spiritual powers. According to Gidwin's memories, these items he placed did not exist in this world and might become an attractive feature. When he has plenty of spiritual power later, he can place higher level rewards to attract more people. After all, merely imitating the difficulty of soul-like games won't do, if it's too hard, no one will come, so there must be sufficient enticing rewards. Boom! Boom! The muffled bell sounded, signifying the start of a new day for Sane Dungeon and the opening time. Countless newcomers full of aspiration for the adventurer profession arrived for practice, passing through maps with no danger, defeating weak monsters, obtaining valuable treasures, and finding confidence. However, what awaits them ahead is malice from another world. Death lies ahead, turn back. Reminder before watching, the dungeon has rewards. 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 Don't say I've forgotten about human nature's greed or that no one would come without rewards. Behind this, I've even brought out prizes like ring capture and the small scythe and swift slash. Chapter 2. Adventurer, a versatile profession, with a peak that can assist the hero in defeating the Demon King and forge new legends, and a bottom that can go as low as to sneak around and scrounge for food and drinks. Just 1 silver coin, and anyone could buy an adventurer certificate at the Adventurer Association, becoming the lowest level of adventurer, like a wandering incognito, a wanted criminal, an innocent country boy, a lazy city thug, and even a new day. The crowd at the entrance to Sane Dungeon bustles and swarms, endlessly surging, all crammed in front of the teleportation gate, waiting for the opening of the dungeon. There are not a few people making a living around here. In addition to the adventurers inside fighting monsters and gathering materials, there are also small merchants and peddlers shouting their wares on the periphery, and a large number of miners organized by the nobility to enter the dungeon and mine for ores. A closer look reveals that there are even more ordinary people than adventurers. Speaking of ores, Sane Dungeon produces a unique red ore called blood essence, a critical material for some of the local lords' industries. Every day, hundreds of miners belonging to the lord go into the dungeon to mine. These ores are more important to the local lord than life itself, something he would never give up no matter what. Such a dungeon, its foot traffic could reach up to thousands at peak times, truly inconceivable. This is the place, the legendary newbie dungeon that even a fool could clear in one go. At the entrance teleportation gate to Sane Dungeon, an energetic young girl waves her delicate arms, her long wavy blonde hair shimmering under the sunlight, and even though she's dressed in simple leather armor, she can't hide her innate elegance. In short, she's a noble young lady who has run away from home. God knows why she would become an adventurer, probably just bored. Please don't run so fast, Miss Heenis. In general, the retinue of a noble young lady is either a stunning beauty or a super handsome man, and Philly belonged to the former, with a height of 1.8 meters giving her a pair of enviable long legs. Her long sea blue hair was like a jewel, too bad that her cold face was now filled with helplessness. We agreed, after conquering this dungeon, we'll return home obediently. The mistress will be worried. I know, Heenis replied nonchalantly, and seizing the moment her servant wasn't paying attention, she dashed into the teleportation gate. Ah, wait for me. Philly stomped her foot, frustrated, and hurriedly followed. She had always had a fear of teleportation, whether it was going through a teleportation gate or teleportation magic, she always needed a few seconds to recover afterward. Why is it so dark? Philly, feeling a bit dizzy, looked up and was caught off by the scene before her. It was a desolate and bleak village, dark and sad. The scattered torches provided some lighting, but they only revealed so much. The black and dry tree branches looked like ghost claws, reaching out maliciously to those who approached. A chill ran down Philly's back. The intel clearly stated that Sane Dungeon was full of sunny ancient architecture. Why did it look like a haunted house now? I must have been duped by that information peddler, damn it. She gripped the curved sword in her hand and called out, Miss, where are you? Although it looked eerie, since Sane Dungeon had been dubbed the easiest dungeon in history, it meant this exterior was nothing more than a facade, not worth fretting over. With that thought, Philly wasn't scared anymore. She crossed the collapsed village gate and entered into the village. Most of the houses had collapsed and were incapable of being explored. At the end of the main road, a church stood solemnly. Miss. No matter how much Philly called, there was no response from Heenis, which raised some doubts in her heart. The time gap between her and Heenis entering wasn't that significant, so why couldn't she find her? Could she be hiding in the church? She arrived at the church at the end of the main road and pushed the door hard, but it didn't budge. Ah! Just then, a piercing scream tore through the sky, and Philly's body jolted, rushing towards the source of the sound. Miss, where are you? If you hear me, reply. Silence. A gust of wind blew from somewhere, and with a creak, a rusted door collapsed to the ground. At the moment the door made a sound, Philly had already rushed into the broken house, but there was nothing there, just an ordinary wooden chest placed in the center. It's not wrong, the Miss Scent is here, she's been in this place. She took off her hood, revealing a pair of fluffy beast ears, and her nose twitched a few times, pinpointing the chest. Heenis had just touched this, she recognized the scent. Philly opened the wooden chest in one motion, but then triggered a teleportation trap. Ha! A thick fog suddenly wrapped around Philly, causing her to cough incessantly. When she opened her eyes again, the view before her had been completely turned upside down. Stunned, a warm little thing suddenly leapt into her arms. Me miss. She carefully sniffed, confirming it was indeed the real Heenis. The latter looked up at her with tearful eyes, sobbing, that scared me to death. Why is there a trap inside the chest? Philly let out a helpless sigh and rubbed Hina's head. Next time don't run around randomly, stick with me. The noble young lady obediently nodded, and Philly began to observe their surroundings. They had been teleported into a dilapidated room underground. Outside the door was an uneven rock surface, blood-red ores could be seen everywhere, even the rock strata above were full of crystals. It seems to be some sort of underground mine. Philly, holding Hina's little hand, cautiously walked out of the decrepit house and realized this was a rather spacious mining area, with tunnels hewn in every direction. A quick glance revealed no less than 5 separate tunnels. Now we're in trouble, which path leads back? Just as she was troubled, several skeleton monsters wielding pickaxes wobbled their way over, and with a casual flick, a sword chi scattered the skeleton monsters, leaving their remains scattered on the ground. Philly is so amazing. Stars sparkled in Hina's eyes. Let's try this way. Ultimately, Philly chose the largest mine tunnel on intuition, and the two entered it. A few minutes after they had left, blue ghostly flames flickered in the eyes of a skeleton skull on the ground, its mouth wide open as if in a silent, manic laughter. Philly, look, there's a light point over there. Hina pointed to a bright white light point not far ahead in the tunnel. In the dungeon, treasures not locked in chests would often scatter around the nooks and crannies and emit light. Ordinary items would be white, rarer ones purple, and the most precious gold. Therefore, the allure of the light point to adventurers was akin to a lonely old bachelor suddenly spotting an incomparably beautiful woman. A goblin squatted before the white light point, digging in the soil with its back to the pair, seemingly unaware of their presence. Can I go? Hina inquired with her eyes. Philly pondered a moment and then nodded. Hina drew her short sword, tiptoed over, and with a clean strike, slit the goblin's throat. The light point contained a flying knife. Hina triumphantly displayed her spoils of war, though it was just an insignificant flying knife. This was her first time obtaining a trophy in the dungeon, making it exceptionally meaningful. Philly showed an indulgent smile but froze as she caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye, and she shouted, "Come back!" What? Hina hadn't quite grasped what was happening when snickering sounds began erupting everywhere. 1, 2, 3. 3 goblins suddenly sprang out from a corner. Ah, where did these come from? In her panic, she slayed 2, but her left arm was bitten by the remaining one. Philly hurriedly dispatched the goblin and took a potion out of her bag, sprinkling it on Hina's wound, which quickly healed up without leaving even a scar. I was scared to death. Where were these damned creatures hiding? Hina indignantly kicked the corpses of the goblins, which had perfectly concealed their small bodies using the dim light and irregular terrain to stealthily ambush their prey. They even used a companion as bait. To tell the truth, even Philly had let her guard down at the sight of that single, back-turned goblin. She hadn't even sensed the other goblins. There's something wrong with this dungeon. Recalling the previous teleportation trap, Philly snapped back to attention. Wasn't this supposed to be the simplest dungeon? It seemed quite treacherous. Either she had been deceived by everyone, or something had changed within this dungeon. Let's go, we need to be more careful now. This time, she thoroughly collected herself, no longer underestimating the sane dungeon. But then, why were there so many niches on either side of the tunnel? They looked just big enough to fit 2 or 3 people. Snap! As she took her first step, her foot pressed down on something, and then a rumbling sound followed. A mechanism had been triggered. What? What's happening? When Hina saw a gigantic iron ball rolling down the tunnel towards them, she freaked out. Run! Philly grabbed Hina and started to run back the way they came. They had not traversed far down the tunnel and should be able to escape. Click-clack, click-clack. A strange clattering sound, and in the next moment, Philly was faced with an unforgettable scene. Dozens of ghastly pale skeleton ghost hands, linked arm in arm, formed an impregnable barrier at the tunnel entrance. The leading skeleton monster was laughing wildly. It had a scar on its ribs. It was from Philly's sword chi. The skeleton monster she had shattered had come back to life? Chapter 3. Skeletons ahead, iron balls behind. Hina felt she was about to die. Although Philly could disperse the skeleton monsters with her sword chi, this would inevitably slow her down. With the iron ball speeding up from behind, thus. She suddenly realized, the recesses on both sides of the tunnel were useful. Over here. She quickly pulled Hina into a nearby depression, and the next moment, the iron ball whooshed past, grinding the skeleton monsters into pieces with a loud crash. Sweat dripped down Philly's forehead as she gasped for breath. scared out of her wits. The young lady in her arms trembled all over. Suddenly, she lifted her head with tearful eyes and stammered. My pants are wet." Philly was speechless. After a long pause, she managed to calm the panicking Heinous and the two stepped out of the recess. But they had only taken a few steps forward when the sound of the rolling iron ball came again from above. "You've got to be kidding, more." It took a very long time before the two of them finally appeared at the end of the tunnel. They both looked disheveled, especially Heinous, who seemed utterly traumatized. Finally out. Tears filled Philly's eyes, God knows what she had just been through. Every few steps a new iron ball would roll from the front, they had to continuously hide in new depressions, a moment's delay meant being crushed into mincemeat. Even more cruelly, some depressions hid skeleton monsters for ambush. What bastard designed such a sinister trap? This was definitely not a place for rookies. If it weren't for Philly, who could at least be considered a mid-tier swordsman, she might have been killed by the ambush by now. She swore that once she left the dungeon, she would immediately take revenge on the guy who sold her the fake information. After exiting the tunnel, the two arrived in an open area with only an iron door in front, which, upon opening, revealed a cliff. Philly's face turned incredibly complex. There were stairs about 300 to 400 meters away from her, but beneath her feet was a pitch-black cliff. How to get across? Impossible. Wait a minute, Philly, there seems to be something. Heinous suddenly crawled out from under her, picked up a rock, and threw it forward. Surprisingly, the stone didn't fall but bounced a few times as if hitting the ground and then hovered in mid-air. An invisible bridge. Philly instantly realized and began constantly testing with whatever she could find, finally confirming that there was an invisible bridge about half a meter wide in front of her. "Miss is amazing." She took Heinous's hand, and they cautiously moved step by step on the bridge, daring not to take large steps. This decision proved to be correct, as the bridge took several turns. After a slow progress, they finally made it halfway. "I really wish we could get out quickly." Heinous completely lost interest in exploring the dungeon. Philly chuckled bitterly and patted her little head, comforting her. "Miss, after we get out." Whoosh! A brief sound of rushing air, Philly dodged sideways, and a big arrow whooshed past her waist. The formidable impact could have knocked her off the invisible bridge if hit. Where did the arrow come from? "Philly, Philly." A weak call made her lower her head, then her mouth fell open. A short arrow had pierced Heinous' chest, and the twisted arrowhead pulled out bits of flesh. Confused, she glanced at Philly, then stumbled and fell straight off the invisible bridge. Ah! Philly's brain froze for a moment. Soon after, another big arrow followed, fiercely piercing her abdomen and pinning her to the bridge. Before plunging into darkness, she finally saw where the hidden arrows came from. On the ceiling, two goblins whose skin blended into the rock walls due to paint chuckled sinisterly. 88th and 89th. In the city lord's room, Gong Qiying looked at a large crystal ball floating in front of him, displaying dozens of scenes of people entering the maze. He smiled when he saw Philly's body suddenly turn into a streak of light and disappear. Everyone who enters the dungeon carries a teleportation crystal, and upon death, their bodies are teleported to the resurrection house for revival. Good, now I can set traps without any guilt. But revival wasn't without its costs. If you are resurrected multiple times in a short period, it will lead to a drain of humanity state. At its lightest, this presents as headaches and fevers. At its worst, it causes confusion and memory loss, necessitating a period of recovery. It is said that too many resurrections can lead to terrifying consequences. On the first morning of the newly opened Sane dungeon, the death toll reached an alarming figure close to 200, which is comparable to the mortality rates of popular dangerous dungeons. Those who entered the Sane dungeon had somewhat heard of the simplest dungeon's reputation but were unaware of its recent mutations. Consequently, Gong Qiying relied on first-time kill to massively burst his spiritual power. Sane dungeon, remaining spiritual power, 8,436, daily spiritual power required for operation, 77. An ordinary person emits about 1 unit of spiritual power within the labyrinth for a full hour, and at least 50 upon death. Adventurers even more so, generally above 70. Philly exploded with about 130 spiritual power units upon death, suggesting she was strong. It's a pity she could easily have dodged the big arrow that sneaked up on her. Gong Qiying also noticed that most of those who died in the dungeon were commoners carrying pickaxes, probably coming for the unique ores of the Sane dungeon. So many areas need improvement, no wonder games require a beta test before going live. He had overlooked a crucial factor in designing the dungeon. People in this world can use magic and there are all kinds of exotic races. Birdmen with wings on their backs easily jumped over his carefully prepared poison swamp. 5 or 6 meter tall muscle men kicked open the door that was impossible to open from this side, and the magician's holy light turned the skeleton monsters into ash. A game is a game, reality is reality. In a game, one must find a key if a door can't be opened, but in reality, one can just kick it down. There are many areas that need improvement, all contributing to Gong Qiying's overwhelming stress, but thankfully. Would you like to spend 5,000 spiritual power to upgrade to level 2 City Lord Authority? Yes. You have obtained level 2 City Lord Authority. Successfully unlocked the permissions, teleportation, allowing you to leave the City Lord's room and appear anywhere in the dungeon at any time. Successfully unlocked the permissions, mimicry, spend spiritual power to change your own appearance. The combat power of the mimicry is determined by the amount of spiritual power spent. Continue upgrading to unlock more permissions. Available buildings and monsters can be updated. Gong Qiying took a deep breath of relief, feeling exhilarated. At last, he could leave this eerie City Lord room. Gedwin, because his own race was that of an animated corpse, his intelligence deteriorated over time, eventually leading to cognitive impairment. This also caused him to often forget to maintain the dungeon, and even his City Lord's authority was reduced to the lowest. Available monsters can be updated: skeleton monster, minotaur, slime, rotten wild dog, blood mosquito, ghost, goblin group, low-level snake man, mad living corpse. Gong Qiying stroked his chin, knowing from the memory of his predecessor that the variety of available monsters in the dungeon depended on the City Lord's knowledge. The more monsters the City Lord had seen, the more types he could use. But merely seeing them isn't enough, one needs to have a deep understanding of the monsters, so each dungeon City Lord is an expert on monsters. As for why Gedwin could use so few, it could only be said that the characteristics of the animated corpse race had disadvantaged him. Update. Gong Qiying said eagerly, curious as to what monsters he could update. Since his understanding of this world was solely from Gedwin's memories, it should not bring up too many new entries. Update complete. New monsters added: Curse Frog, Giant Curse Frog. Gong Qiying showed a look of surprise, as the existence of curse frogs should not be in this world. Why? New monsters added: Black Knight, Silver Knight, Molten Furnace Knight, Death Knight. New monsters added: Wheel Skeleton, Giant Skull Ball, Self-Destructing Skeleton. New monsters added: Thunder Wolf Dragon, Bubble Fox Dragon, Green Bear Beast, Umbrella Bird, Big Thief Dragon. New monsters added: Pikachu, Gang Ghost, Haunter, Double Bullet Gas. New monsters added: Ghost King Musen, Winding Number 1 Kokushibo, Winding Number 2 Doma, Winding Number 3. New monsters added: Pea Shooter, Potato Mine, Big Enoki Mushroom. New monsters added. Gong Qiying stared at the hundreds of update prompts, stunned for a second or two. After a moment, he muttered to himself. What are all these things? The style is starting to deviate, isn't it? Chapter 4. The types of available monsters in the dungeon are determined by the City Lord's knowledge. But Gong Qiying didn't expect that even monsters from fantasy works on Earth could be recreated. A rough glance revealed familiar works. Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Monster Hunter, Ancient Scrolls, Final Fantasy, and even the uniquely styled Plants vs. Zombies and Pokémon. Not just games, anime works like Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Akame ga Kill, Jujutsu Kaisen, One Punch Man, and others were also present. This is a cheat only available to me as a transmigrator. After the initial excitement, Gong Qiying carefully checked and found that each fantasy works monsters were only unlocked in a few types, with the rest shown as grayed out and unlocked, with unlock conditions even noted. Hero Gouda unlock conditions, Level 3 City Lord Authority. Heaven and Earth Shining Dragon unlock conditions, Level 5 City Lord Authority. Arceus unlock conditions. Gong Qiying checked and found that to upgrade to Level 3 City Lord Authority, the required spiritual power soared to 50,000, for Level 4 it needed 500,000, and Level 5 simply showed a string of question marks. A long and arduous journey lies ahead. Upon delving deeper, he felt somewhat depressed to realize that many monsters overlapped in positioning and were thus redundant. For example, the goblins native to this world and the bokoblins from Zelda were almost identical in positioning, both being dim-witted foot soldiers, with specific data shown as follows. Goblin. Spiritual power required per unit, 1. Life, F. Strength, E. Intelligence, F. Endurance, E+. Speed, F. Overall combat ability, F. The average data for a normal adult human in all aspects is E. Bokoblin. Spiritual power required per unit, 3. Life, F. Strength, E+. Intelligence, G. Endurance, F. Speed, F. Overall combat ability, F. With similar overall combat capability, the monsters from fantasy works often require much more spiritual power than native monsters, sometimes more than double. The cost effectiveness is lacking. Realizing the higher cost of monsters from fantasy works, Gong Qiying's excitement was greatly diminished. I am still in the initial accumulation phase. I have to be very careful with every point of spiritual power. Except for special circumstances, the dungeon's monsters should mainly be native monsters. Available building also had a new batch updated, and without a doubt, it also brought forth buildings from fantasy works. Gong Qiying immediately spotted his favorite, Fran Fort and Sick Village. Taking another look at the cost, he suddenly wasn't so fond of them. Additionally, he could use items from fantasy works as rewards from Sane Dungeon, but the required spiritual power still made it hard to bear. Perhaps when spiritual power is more abundant, adventurers could find a cancelable straight sword, a red and white elf ball, or Johnny Silverhand's arm in Sane Dungeon. End of the brainstorm. Gong Qiying refocused his attention on the crystal ball in front of him, with a notebook beside it, noting down areas requiring improvement in real time. Time ticked away, and as moonlight fell upon the land, there were only 2 hours left until the dungeon's closure. After 2 hours, the dungeon entrance will close, allowing exit but not entry, and adventurers left behind will be forced teleport out after half an hour. Midnight to 3 in the morning, this is the rest period granted to the dungeon by the heavens. Nearly 300 people died. The number took him by surprise, but then he thought that this was also the effect of first-time kill. In a few days, when the word spreads about the anomalies in the Sane Dungeon and the difficulty spike, he estimated that the influx of people would wane, much like how online games always have the highest player traffic at launch. What Gong Qiying needed to consider was how to retain the adventurers. Piling on the difficulties could boost spiritual power substantially in the short term, but what he wanted was sustainable development, a steady trickle. We need to consider increasing the rewards. Gong Qiying pondered for a while, then sighed. But with insufficient spiritual power, just repairing the damaged buildings and traps, replenishing the dead monsters, and fixing vulnerabilities, not to mention revising the map routes. Increasing the rewards could be. No, we must prioritize collecting spiritual power in the short term. An unfortunate reality was that even though he identified the problem, it could not be changed quickly. If only thousands of people would come here to die. As he looked at the crystal ball again, his eyebrows raised suddenly, as if he saw something astonishing. Can't be. Has someone really almost made it through? The crystal ball showed an elf girl with pointy ears, who was pulling her longbow and shot an arrow through the Minotaur's head, officially entering the lower tier mines of the dungeon. She was the first to arrive unscathed. At least she appeared unscathed. On the lower levels of the adventurers, aside from her, those who made it down were all triggered by teleportation traps. She's strong, but, Gong Qiying fixed his gaze on the miniature model of the dungeon, you can't be allowed to clear it. The reason for that was because the final boss was himself. As the dungeon city lord, Gong Qiying/Gedwin bore the responsibility of being the final boss and facing challenges. Should he die, a substantial amount of spiritual power would be consumed for resurrection, requiring at least 1,000, if there was not enough spiritual power, he would die for good, and have to hand over the position of the city lord. That weakling Gedwin, why was he still the city lord? Someone should have taken him down by now. Because he hid the city lord's room extremely well. One would need to go through 18 consecutive teleportation mechanisms to get there, as well as several unrelated puzzles. In fact, no one has ever found him. He had created a fake final boss to take on challengers. According to memory, all dungeon lords did this. As for Gong Qiying, to save on expenses, he reduced the number of teleportation mechanisms to just 2, and the fake boss was symbolically guarded by a few skeleton monsters and blood mosquitoes, considerably increasing the possibility of being discovered. He had virtually recreated a dungeon overnight, a workload that was inhumanely large. Oversights were inevitable. I hadn't anticipated the presence of experts among the masses, that was my oversight. He pinched the bridge of his nose and began to select from the available monsters. He had to snuff out the elf girl before she reached his door, but the spent spiritual power couldn't exceed the amount needed for his own resurrection if killed, otherwise, it would be a loss. When he saw a particular figure among the available monsters, he suddenly chuckled. It's decided, it's going to be you. Get going, Molten Professor. Molten Furnace Knight, axe-shaped helmet. Spiritual power required per unit, 800. Health, C, Strength, C+, Intelligence, C, Endurance, C, Speed, C, Overall Combat Power, C. Chapter 5. Just what bad luck. Almost dying in a common-rated dungeon, it's too embarrassing for a silver-rank adventurer team to admit. Stiran grumbled as she skillfully sliced off the Minotaur's horns with her enchanted knife and stuffed them into her spatial backpack. As a noble pureblood elf, she had been traveling for 50 years, becoming a silver-rank adventurer thanks to her godlike shooting technique. Her strength was quite impressive, capable of defeating 20 fillies with ease. Her team, named Morning Wind, besides her, included another silver rank and 2 bronze ranks on the verge of promotion, with a task completion rate of over 80%. Yet they almost got annihilated in the same dungeon. One of their bronze rank teammates was dragged into a swamp by a skeleton monster and a rotten wild dog, and when he was rescued, he was afflicted with the negative buffs poisoned and corrupted. Although they had prepared the detoxification potions, but the teammate in charge of the potions had earlier opened an unremarkable treasure box, and then triggered a teleportation trap. Now they couldn't find that person anywhere. Stiran's profession as an upper-tier ranger and another silver-rank teammates as an upper-tier sword-shield warrior meant that neither of them knew any healing skills. They could only watch helplessly as their teammate died of poisoning. The sword-shield warrior, a hot-headed bruiser, witnessed the pathetic deaths of 2 teammates and immediately entered fury mode, chopping his way from the upper-tier to the mid-tier, a godlike rampage. But due to his rage, he lost his sense of observation, and while passing by a cliff, got hit by a large iron ball that suddenly emerged around a corner and they both took a dive. Their luck ran out. Who would expect a hidden iron ball there? Stiran kicked the door with a bang, opening the way to the lower area, that is, to the mine staircase. But she didn't proceed through the door immediately, instead tossing a stone first to test for enemy ambushes behind the door. It wasn't that she was naturally cautious, but the damn-sane dungeon forced her to be more careful. She encountered more traps along the way than she had in the past 10 years. Take the monster for example. Disguised as corpses, hidden under the swamp, hanging from the ceiling, lurking around corners, clinging by the drawbridge. The cunningness here is nearly on par with a difficult rated dungeon. With stronger monsters, it would definitely qualify as difficult. Although the traps were devious, Stiran found a major flaw in the dungeon. The monsters were too weak. Skeleton monsters, goblins, rotten wild dogs, blood mosquitoes, they are all the lowest of low-tier monsters, who even a few sturdy farmers could take down if they mustered the courage. Only the Minotaur was marginally decent, but just a slightly stronger low-tier monster. There wasn't a single true elite monster. As long as she was cautious, most of the traps would be useless. Let's find a way out and then hurry back. Everything's been going wrong since we came in here. They didn't have any other purpose in entering the sane dungeon other than with a tourist mindset, wanting to see what the so-called simplest dungeon looked like. And what they saw, well, this isn't the simplest, it's the most cunning. She could tell at a glance that an abnormal change had taken place here, a change meaning a major shift in the layout, monster types, and more within the dungeon. According to the records, 1,000 years ago, dungeon changes were frequent, with new variations every day, making exploration extremely difficult. Now, alterations hardly occur even once in decades, to the extent that a considerable number of dungeons had been mapped out by adventurers. Sane Dungeon was the first one to undergo such a change in the last 30 years. If I can put together a guide for this place, I'm sure to make a fortune. Stiran thought she had found a business opportunity. Rest for a few days and come back, we will be the first to publish a guide. Continuing forward, through a spiral staircase, dispatching the ghost trying to sneak attack from behind, dodging the falling boulders from the ceiling, killing the disguised treasure box monster, they finally arrived at an open mine filled with blood-red crystals. Stiran suddenly stopped in her tracks. The blood-red, Sharp crystal clusters illuminated the whole mine in crimson light, as cool as it was, nothing compared to the person ahead. There stood an exceedingly tall knight, cloaked in a bronze-colored armor and a helmet shaped like an axe, exuding majesty, his great sword and big shield indicating a history of battles. The armor's intricate and mystical patterns, their meanings unclear. At this moment, with his back towards Stiran, just from his standing posture, one could tell he was very strong. Activating combat skill fighting chi perception. A faint light shone in Stiran's left eye as she immediately sensed the other's surging fighting chi. Very strong, stronger than Big and me, sword shield warrior, combined. Hello. After some thought, Stiran decided to greet first. Since it was impossible to discern what lay beneath the armor and the aura did not seem like that of a monster, just in case it was a friendly. The Molten Furnace Knight slowly turned around, and just as Stiran was about to say something, he suddenly charged. Not friendly then. Stiran cursed, pointed her toes, and nimbly leaped high into the air, drawing her bow and shooting nearly 10 arrows in a quick succession. The Molten Furnace Knight raised his stout shield, blocking each and every one. No damage. No way, using a shield like that is just cheating. In the city lord's room, Gong Qiying cradled his chin with crossed hands, intently staring at the battle unfolding through the crystal ball. Shield stab is truly invincible, it's a pity the equipment of the Molten Furnace Knight cannot be changed. He was collecting combat data. Among his usable troops, a C-tier Molten Furnace Knight was the highest rank, in addition to other soldiers of similar rank like Black Knights, Silver Knights, etc. So far, F-tier monsters required a single-digit amount of spiritual power, E-tier required double digits, D-tier had reached 3 digits but did not exceed 500, and as for C-tier, 3 to 4 digits, with a broad range. There were still many he could not summon. Having inherited Gedwin's memories, Gong Qiying also possessed the ability to gauge others' strength. If his analysis was correct, at the very least, Stiran has one upper-tier and one mid-tier class. Everyone could possess multiple classes, with class ranks ordered from low to high as lower tier, mid-tier, upper tier, king tier, holy tier, and legendary. While the adventurer ranking of iron, bronze, silver, gold, and so on was based upon the contribution from completing commissions. Stiran's strength was also among the middle pillars within adventurers, which was why Gong Qiying wanted to see to what extent the Molten Furnace Knight could fight with her. After just 10 minutes of skirmishing, Stiran already showed signs of fatigue. Ordinary arrows had no effect on the armor and great shield of the Molten Furnace Knight, only by enchanting arrows with magic power and shooting them using powerful combat skills could she penetrate the weaker parts of the armor. But this significantly increased her physical exertion. The Molten Furnace Knight's armor seams had been turned into a porcupine, yet his movements remained agile and ferocious, with no sign of weakening. Stiran retreated backward to dodge the Molten Furnace Knight's ground-shaking attack but ended up cutting her arm on protruding shards of stone. Just as she was about to counterattack, a golden light flashed by, and behind the Molten Furnace Knight suddenly sprouted a pair of dazzling, golden light wings. Danger! The word leaped to her mind as she instinctively rolled to the side. The next moment, the Molten Furnace Knight swooped down. Ah! Even with the swiftest of dodges, Stiran's waist was still slashed open by the sharp wings, leaving a bloody gash. Healing potion, thank goodness I brought some. The Molten Furnace Knight's dive increased the distance between them, giving her the chance to take the potion. Stiran quickly uncorked the bottle and poured the red healing potion into her mouth, catching a glimpse from the corner of her eye. The Molten Furnace Knight, eyes red as if provoked, charged at her frantically. All I want is to take my potion, is that too much to ask? Chapter 6. When Stiran opened her eyes, she saw the familiar ceiling. Damn, it's the resurrection house. Hiss! How did I die? The big bearded priest next to her shook his head, dropped a line, your companions are waiting outside, don't forget to pay the resurrection fee, and then he left. Stiran barely got out of bed, and memories of before her death surfaced in her mind. At that time, when the Molten Furnace Knight saw her drinking a potion, he charged at her maniacally, truly giving her a fright, and inadvertently, she received a huge gash across her abdomen. Thankfully, 100 years ago in the Elf Forest, she was a well-known athletic representative, which kept her from dying on the spot. After fighting for several rounds and finally finding a chance to escape, just as she was about to run away, a creature that looked like a slime stepped on her shadow. Stiran is attempting to escape. A wild NDD appeared. The wild NDD used its trait, shadow stepping, stepping on Steeround's shadow. Steeround's escape failed. NDD, a patience Pokemon, with the trait shadow stepping, prevents its opponents from escaping by stepping on their shadow. Each unit of spiritual power required, 17. Health, C, Strength, F, Intelligence, D, Endurance, E, Speed, E, Overall Combat Power, E. Then, Steeround got caught up to and bisected by the Molten Furnace Knight. What in the world was that weird creature? Steeround was gritting her teeth in frustration. She had never seen a creature like the NDD before, nor had she heard of any magic that could interrupt an escape by stepping on a shadow. And that brown knight, using combat skills and magic spells I've never seen before, and those mysterious patterns on his armor, where did he come from? She furrowed her brows deeply. Elf Forest, the kingdom established by elves, home to the elf book library renowned for its records of thousands of years, anything ancient can be found in it. She had once perused all existing or lost magic, considering herself somewhat of a magic expert. And those magic spells, like transforming the mouth into a frog-like vocal sac to spew fire or suddenly having a golden dragon-like tail appear behind him, she had never seen. And this greatly sparked her desire to explore. Steeround got off the bed, pushed the door, and faced two girls of varying height. One girl, slightly shorter but with a noble air, cried out angrily, "I'm so angry, Philly, when I get home I must post a bounty, whoever can clear Sane Dungeon first, I will give them 10,000 gold coins." The girl called Philly chuckled, "Glad you agree to go home, 10,000 gold coins, that can attract top-tier adventurers. Who are these young ladies out experiencing life?" Heenis's simple clothing did not fool Steeround's eyes, she just glanced twice and stopped paying attention. Walking into the lobby, her companions already sitting on the bench waved to her. Silver rank adventurer, upper tier sword shield warrior Win, a bulky muscular guy. Copper rank adventurer, mid-tier elemental magician Ellie, a clear and pure student, just graduated from the Mage Academy. Copper rank adventurer, mid-tier shadow walker Danya, top-notch at lock-picking but occasionally unreliable. Steeround walked up to her companions and spoke with clenched fists, "Let's go, continue challenging the dungeon." "Wait," Win suddenly waved his hand, saying. "The city lord of this town hopes we can take his commission, do you want to check it out?" "Haha, Pokemon are so much fun." Gong Qiying repeatedly watched Steeround's combat recordings, especially the terrifying expression when NDD blocked her retreat. It was just too delicious. "Pika Pika," the Pikachu in his arms called out twice, curling up into a ball and sleeping in his embrace. "I can only use Pokemon with weak strength right now, I can only resort to playing tricks with their traits, but it doesn't have to be Pokemon. There are many types of monsters he can use, summoning NDD was just coincidentally useful due to its trait." Boom! Boom! The distant sound of a bell came, and the dungeon had finally reached its resting time. Adventurers still in the area were forcibly expelled by an irresistible force, the ferocious monsters stood still like they were stupefied, motionless, mechanisms stopped, and all flames died out. The dungeon instantly returned to silence. Gong Qiying spread out the notes he had taken today and opened the dungeon micro-model, ready to improve the incomplete areas. The death rate on the upper layer is 47%, 17% on the mid-tier, and 36% on the lower tier. The lowest death rate in the mid-tier, is it because many were teleported to the lower tier by teleportation traps and never actually reached the mid-tier? But besides that, he indeed spent the least effort on the mid-tier. A village built over a pool of poison? Very distinctive. An underground mine full of traps? Very distinctive. A dense forest and monsters hiding among the bushes? Boring. So how to make the mid-tier more distinctive became his goal. Sane Dungeon, remaining spiritual power, 3655, spiritual power required for daily operation, 210. Because he summoned a Molten Furnace Knight, the spiritual power needed for daily operation doubled. This spiritual power is used for automatically reviving monsters, repairing damaged buildings, resetting traps, etc., with each monster revival requiring 1/10 of their manufacturing cost, which at first glance seems quite cheap. But for some reason, even if they're not dead, they still consume this spiritual power, which baffles Gong Qiying. So for cost effectiveness, should I still try to send monsters to their deaths? Let's not think about this first, the current goal is to refine the traps. Gong Qiying opened available buildings, chose Sick Village, Fran Fort, Big Tree Hole, Celia Crystal Tunnel, and other buildings to inspect their micro-models. There were so many usable buildings that his eyes were dazzled. The buildings currently available are made from ordinary materials, such as fortresses built from solid boulders and fences made from regular wood. Those special material buildings, he had unlocked few of them, and most had to wait until his authority was upgraded. What is special material? For example, the forging stones produced in Celia Crystal Tunnel and minerals only found in the Elden Ring count as buildings with special materials. Anything this world doesn't have, or things imbued with magic power, all belong to special materials, and require much more spiritual power than ordinary materials. Gong Qiying could spend spiritual power to transplant these buildings forcefully into his dungeon, but the downside to this method is quite apparent. Because these maps are designed for the undead who don't have knees. And the adventurers he faces, not only can they jump, but they can also fly, turning demolition into an art. Therefore, Gong Qiying decided to plagiarize. He would plagiarize the design ideas of these maps, plagiarize their general layout, plagiarize the distribution of their enemies. But those designs not conforming to reality, all had to be altered. Available buildings is very user-friendly, allowing Gong Qiying to dismantle and use individual features from a map, from a small torch, a table, to large cliffs, suspension bridges, and buildings. After a series of combinations, the spiritual power spent was even less than directly copying the maps. Plagiarize, 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 I am the world's greatest plagiarizer. Gong Qiying's eyes emitted a red glow, the Pikachu in his arms trembled slightly. Chapter 7. A game's map design takes a lot of time, and spending 1 or 2 years is not unheard of. But Gong Qiying didn't have that much time, so he could only crudely stitch it together. After a brainstorming session, the new Sane Dungeon emerged. Upper level, amalgamated Franford and Sick Village. Adventurers roll around in the poison pool to light 3 flame altars to open the fort, challenging the boss inside. Double Stone Statue Ghosts. Stone Statue Ghost, native monster. Spiritual power required for summoning, 120. Life, C, Strength, D+, Intelligence, E, Endurance, D, Speed, D, Overall Combat Power, D. Upon successful challenge, one can descend the staircase to reach Sick Village, a dilapidated village built on a cliff. Here, Gong Qiying incorporated all the treacherous designs he could think of, so much so that many traps in the middle and lower levels overlap with the upper layer. He didn't place any boss throughout the entire Sick Village, instead, he set up a few surprises heavier than the boss. It is estimated that the death rate in the upper layer can reach about 50%. Middle layer, infused with Pokemon, Undead Town outside the city, and Big Tree Hole. Centered on Undead Town filled with enemies like animated corpses, surrounded by a forest of towering trees full of waist-high grass, from which Pokemon may sprout randomly. He's still out of budget for a boss here, so Gong Qiying set up a super thick stone door in Undead Town, nearly impossible to force open. Only by passing through numerous traps and defeating elite monsters in 2 locations to find 2 keys can one open the door. Behind the door lies Big Tree Hole, a map intertwined with various colored branches stretching up to a kilometer. Adventurers play a perilous game of jumping on the tangled branches, with one misstep leading to certain death. Only those who survive can qualify to challenge the lower level. The lower layer integrates underground map designs from Soul-like games, such as Little Londo Ruins, various underground cemeteries from Elden Ring, mines, and so on, a great mix and match. The final boss is naturally the Molten Furnace Knight, a C-class monster and the strongest unit Gong Qiying could currently utilize. After defeating the Molten Furnace Knight, adventurers can teleport back to the upper layer through the teleportation gate, leaving the Sane Dungeon. Following Gidwin's example, Gong Qiying also set up several complex decryption mechanisms in front of the hidden city lord's room, traps and monsters lurking between each mechanism. The map design of the Underworld disgusted even himself. But this way, at least his own safety can be ensured. Various maps also had some rewards arranged, and he was confident that these unique rewards of Sane Dungeon would surely attract adventurers. City Lord Panel. Gong Qiying/Gidwin. Life, E+, Strength, E, Intelligence, E+, Endurance, E, Speed, E, Overall Combat Power, E. Can use spiritual power for upgrades. Gong Qiying stared at the panel for a long time, but ultimately did not use his spiritual power on himself. He could spend a substantial amount of spiritual power modifying the map to hide more monsters, but he also opted to save expenses by not upgrading himself. In short, he spends money where it makes him happy. My personal strength is not important, I also have the mimicry ability. Second-tier City Lord Authority has unlocked the ability called mimicry. Besides freely changing his own appearance, voice, and more, Gong Qiying can also transform into any of the available monsters by spending half of the required spiritual power for summoning. Summoning a Molten Furnace Knight costs 800, transforming into one only requires 400. The downside is that each transformation can only last 24 hours, with remaining time accumulating after detransformation, allowing continuous usage next time. That's enough, it's not possible to achieve perfection in one go. Completing the final modification, Gong Qiying sighed in relief and collapsed on the altar. His city lord's room was empty, featuring only an altar without any statues, its purpose unknown. He groped around and found a small notch at the base of the altar, which seemed familiar. Gong Qiying suddenly realized. The shape of this notch exactly matches the city lord's ring. He inserted the ring into the notch, turned it slightly, and the altar immediately emitted a rumbling sound. Insufficient authority. The sound stopped. Gong Qiying shook his head, realizing he still needed to upgrade his lord authority to unlock the secrets of the altar. Teleport, upper layer entrance. His figure blurred slightly, then reappeared at the upper layer. In the dark environment, a fortress loomed in the distance through the trees, his feet standing on a dark green swamp mixed with dung yellow, bubbling and emitting a nauseating stench. Anyone in this environment would experience a rapid drop in san, but not Gong Qiying. He even let out a laugh. This is far more impressive than looking at the scale model. Being personally in the map that can only be seen in the, Gong Qiying was overwhelmed with mixed feelings, a sensation of a dream becoming reality. He spent some time inspecting every corner of the dungeon, discovering more problems. Indeed, observing just the miniatures wasn't enough. Raise this cliff a bit higher, hide some goblins below, and place a white light point near the cliff edge to attract adventurers. Dong! Dong! The sound of a bell from an unknown origin echoed again, interrupting Gong Qiying's train of thought. He reluctantly closed the architectural interface, knowing that once the dungeon officially opened, he could no longer modify the terrain, only change the distribution of monsters. Let's look forward to today's earnings. Bed City, a city built next to the Sane Dungeon, gathers people who dream of becoming adventurers. The Sane Dungeon has always provided a simple challenge, giving newcomers a sense of achievement. Others, unable to challenge other dungeons due to their insufficient strength, turn to seek solace in the Sane Dungeon. Thus, it became a spiritual haven for many in this dangerous world, the only place where they felt safe. But that sense of safety was now gone. The Adventurers Guild was in complete chaos. Wah, my Sane Dungeon, why did the mutation have to happen to it? Damn it, does this mean there's no dungeon I can clear anymore? Do I have to go back to farming? Apart from some whiners, the capable adventurers were already forming teams. A new mutation meant new opportunities, the dungeon's map, types of monsters, and resources like minerals or medicinal herbs were all valuable information. Moreover, the Adventurers Guild issued a task to all its members, promising substantial rewards for those willing to investigate. Therefore, those confident in themselves were ready to pounce. And the clever ones had already rushed to the dungeon with their teleportation crystals. For example, a bronze-ranked adventurer, Jack. Hehe, lucky I brought lots of cannon fodder, no matter how strong the traps, we can break through with human lives. This despicable guy thus gathered 9 partners using various means, ruthlessly sacrificing others when encountering traps or ambushes. By relying on this cunning mindset, he managed to open the gates of the fortress and even narrowly defeated the stone statue ghosts, becoming the first adventurer to reach Sick Village. Now with no cannon fodder left, he planned to stop here. I have thoroughly memorized the map of this area and master the types of monsters. It will make me a fortune selling this information. Even if those 9 cannon fodders beat me up, it's worth it. Hehe, if someone hires me to explore with them, I can even point out the traps, but the price, hehehe. Before heading back the way he came, he carefully searched the fortress again, only to find it big and empty with nothing inside. Like it was specifically designed for a boss battleground for the 2 stone statue ghosts. However, Jack fortunately found a chest hidden in a corner and quickly opened it. It was a light point of a precious purple color, and upon picking it up, he was stunned. Is this a great sword? It was just a great sword with no distinctive features, other than being overly heavy, it didn't give Jack much of an impression. His expression quickly soured. All this effort for a great sword, what a stingy reward. Whatever, the forging seems decent, I should make some money selling it. But something strange happened. As his hands gripped the hilt of the great sword, a peculiar sensation filled Jack's mind. Then, he lifted the great sword and slashed down fiercely, his body leveraging this power to leap and roll high, striking down again with more strength than he possessed. The ground trembled, leaving deep gashes. What the hell? Jack was dumbstruck for a long time, staring at the great sword. Did I do this? Is this the power of a combat skill? Combat skills, techniques honed through endless practice by martial artists, required extensive time for training and a particular talent for understanding, which is why few people could wield them. As a lower-level adventurer, Jack had neither the talent for learning combat skills nor the perseverance for consistent practice. What he knew were mere lockpicking and barely passable stealth. Even though he had given up on himself long ago, deep inside he always yearned to wield combat skills like the strong fighters, exhilaratingly slaughtering enemies. The moment he held the great sword, knowledge of a combat skill called Lion Slash immediately flooded his mind, and with a mere thought, he actually performed it. This great sword allowed its wielder to use a combat skill. No practice needed. No talent required. Just a pair of hands capable of holding a sword. Thinking of this, Jack was trembling with excitement. Treasure, oh treasure, I've never heard of a weapon that comes with its own combat skill. Now I'm going to be rich. All his reactions were closely observed by Gong Chiying through a crystal ball monitoring the dungeon. Showing a slight according to plan smile, he thought. Betting on a weapon that comes with combat skills being rare in this world proved right. Now, what's obvious to do next is to wait until the news of Sane Dungeon producing weapons with built-in combat skills spreads. No shortage of visitors then, freedom of spiritual power is just around the corner. Great sword. Combat skill, Lion Slash. Rating, E. Spiritual power required per use, 10. Chapter 8. Bed City, Outskirts. Hood shadowing his face, the furtive Jack carried a great sword tightly wrapped in cloth, making his way through the dense forest. What was he going to do? A seemingly abandoned watchtower, that was his destination. Jack rhythmically knocked on the wooden door, which creaked open, revealing a desolate scene covered in dust. But when he pressed a certain mechanism on the fireplace, the stony ground automatically opened up, revealing a passageway leading underground. And through that tunnel lay a vast secret base. It turns out this was a meeting place for black market traders. Those shady items, strictly forbidden for sale in Bed City, circulated right here. As a stealth with decent skills, Jack could only offload his ill-gotten gains on the black market, naturally joining the small group of black market traders. I need to see the boss, got some great news. Soon, Jack was led to a secret chamber in the deepest part of the base, where a fat man with a belly sat opposite him, his face full of intimidating scars and his shrewd eyes shining cleverly. Seekman, the most seasoned and powerful black market trader in the vicinity of Bed City, everyone called him boss. Jack didn't make small talk, simply placing the great sword before Seekman and said mysteriously, "Found it in the Sane Dungeon, have your men pick it up and try it." "What's this, all this secrecy? What good stuff can you old fogey even bring out? Looks like just an ordinary sword to me." Seekman sneered, casually grasping the great sword. Oh, this is... Moments later, the secret chamber was packed with people, all crowding around the appraiser, anxiously waiting for the appraisal result. "Indeed, it is a miraculous weapon," the appraiser regretfully put down the great sword. "I've lived so many years, never have I seen a weapon that could bestow combat skills on its wielder. Has there never been such a thing in history?" Seekman pressed on. The appraiser shook his head, then nodded slightly. "Perhaps, only a divine artifact in the legends could do that." Divine artifact? Everyone's breath paused for a beat, exchanging glances full of surprise and delight in each other's eyes. Seekman slapped the table hard, his fatty flesh trembling as he laughed. "Damn it, we're going to be rich this time. We're getting rich. Old Jack, you've done great, done so very well." Becoming the center of attention, Jack felt for the first time what it was like to be the focus of thousands, and immediately raised his hands high, calling out excitedly. "Let's organize the teams quickly, I'll lead the way. It's finally our turn to strike it rich. Years of conning, robbing, stealing, and evading city management have forged an unusual type of kinship among these black market traders, one of empathy that's closer than that of real relatives. When there's a chance to make a big score, everyone joins in the gain. The risk is shouldered by all. Jack and his group had already become the first gang to realize the value of the Sane Dungeon. Before others discovered this value, they must swarm into the dungeon, to make enough money for a lifetime of ease. Apart from the excited group of black market traders, some official folks were also starting to investigate the Sane Dungeon. Last check of the equipment, we're about to enter the dungeon. Stiran shouted to the team of several people behind her. Do you think this group can make it? They all look like they've never been to a dungeon. Win, the sword shield warrior, whispered, and the rest of his companions also looked worried. Stiran spread her hands helplessly and said, after all, it's a commission from the Bed City Lord, let's take care of them a bit, and try not to let them die too early. I've emphasized to them how dangerous the Sane Dungeon has become, but this bunch insisted it was no big deal and insisted on following. What could I do? The news of the Sane Dungeon undergoing a horrific alteration spread like wildfire throughout the whole Bed City after the entire day yesterday, causing a huge commotion. Many adventurers who wanted to challenge this place were scared off, but even more people were stirred up with fighting spirit because the ultimate goal of doing this business is adventure. The Count Bed, who rules over Bed City, is making a killing with a constant influx of new adventurers. Apart from profiting off adventurers, the Bed family developed a potion named Blood Healing Potion, which is competitive in the market due to its unique effects and relatively low price. The main ingredient for producing the Blood Healing Potion is a unique red ore called Blood Essence found only in the Sane Dungeon. Every day, hundreds of miners belonging to the Bed family enter the dungeon, exclusively mining Blood Essence. But yesterday's alteration caught them off guard, and all the miners who entered the dungeon were wiped out, resulting in a production of 0 Blood Essence for the entire day. This wouldn't do, the Blood Healing Potion was the Bed family's lifeline, they simply couldn't give it up. Thus, Count Bed commissioned the silver rank adventurer teams in the vicinity, asking them to lead his mining experts to re-explore Sane Dungeon. To see if there were any changes in the production, quality, and distribution areas of Blood Essence after the alteration. A total of 4 silver rank adventurer teams took on the commission, each team counting the mining experts numbered up to 10 people, which is the limit for the number of people that can enter a dungeon through a teleportation gate at once. The dungeon has a very magical mechanism. A maximum of only 10 people can explore together. So, what about the others? The answer is that other people can also explore normally, exploring the same dungeon, yet it's somewhat different. Simply put, the Sane Dungeon that each person explores is a different mini-world, and these mini-worlds are indistinguishable from one another, the only difference being the explorers themselves. These worlds do not interfere with each other, and the rewards collected and monsters killed can be regenerated after a one-day cooldown, CD, upon exit. If the dungeon is likened to an instance mechanism of an online game, then it's easy to understand. And the dungeon's teleportation gate can automatically identify who are teammates and who are not, hardly ever will there be mistakes where someone enters into someone else's world. Why is it that the mining experts protected by other teams are all polite and trouble-free, but only the ones we encounter? Stiran looked back at the experts, who were so jovial they seemed to be on an outing, and couldn't help shaking her head. These aren't experts at all, they clearly seem like rich kids on vacation, and I can even see Count Bed's eldest son and second son among them. This expedition probably won't be too comfortable. Let's move out. Put those bottles away. I've said not to bring things with a strong smell. The tall and burly Wind shouted, and only then did the people behind reluctantly put down their bottles, which Stiran saw and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Stay close to me, and don't get scattered. Stiran led the way, being the first to walk into the teleportation gate, and the rest hurried to follow. When the last person came through and bumped into the backpack of the person in front, he complained, "What's the deal? Why isn't the person in front moving?" "I don't know, the leader seems to have frozen, these country bumpkin adventurers always get all excited over nothing." At the very front of the team, Stiran was staring blankly at the scene in front of her, mouth open but no sound coming out, her delicate body trembling slightly. Win, her fellow traveler, spoke for her, the words that were stuck in her throat. Why the hell has this place changed again? Chapter 9. It changed again. Overnight, Sane Dungeon has undergone another abnormal change. Such a frequency of change is unheard of. Stiran had a bad premonition, and she wanted to turn around and leave, to stay away from this eerie dungeon forever. But that was not possible. They had accepted the city lord's commission, and leaving now would deal a devastating blow to their squad's reputation. At least, half of the team would have to die for the city lord to understand the seriousness of the situation. Stiran signaled to Win with a look, and he immediately understood and nodded in agreement. How come you haven't left yet? It stinks to death here. A garishly dressed youth came forward, covering his nose with a handkerchief, continuously complaining. Please, feel free, Mr. Wild, if you want to leave, you can go. Wild, Earl Bed's second son, had nearly no combat value. The only noteworthy thing about him was his talent in identifying ores, comparable to senior experts. That won't do, I've promised to bring back trophies for my ladies. Wild tried to appear brave, but his expression shifted dramatically when he saw his delicate boots soaked in the swamp. All right, Wild, cut down on the complaints, you are the one who insisted on coming. A tall and sturdy man, not losing out in build compared to Win, held Wild by the shoulder, making him immediately look feeble and mutter, Big brother Karen. Karen clapped his hands, wearing a bright smile, and said to Stiran, we rely on you for this journey, beautiful lady. If there's danger, please prioritize protecting the experts behind, I have upper tier strength and can protect myself. Karen, Earl Bed's eldest son, almost certainly destined to be the future head of the Bed family. Unlike the family tradition of engaging in trade, he preferred combat, and it is rumored he once joined a gold-level adventurer team but had to leave due to not keeping up with their skills. This team consisted of Stiran's 4-member squad, 2 sons from the Bed family, and the rest were experts like ore specialists, cartographers and pharmacologists, aiming to quickly determine the value of the changes insane dungeon post its transformation. I would still advise caution, Stiran muttered, and said to the team's mage, Ellie, use mid-tier poison resistance magic on us, the swamp here is highly toxic. Yes, Ellie, who had experience, skillfully cast the magic, but casting a buff on 10 people at once was really a test of her stamina. Stiran pointed towards a dark fortress looming in the depths of the swamp, let's head towards that building. Thus, led by the most robust Win, with Danya, who could briefly merge into shadows scouting ahead, and the mage Ellie and Stiran bringing up the rear, they formed a formation that kept the experts protected in the middle. The muddy swamp made movement extremely difficult, everyone's moving speed was reduced by at least half, and they needed to be careful not to step into any deep pits. Every step made a squish sound against the slimy, thick swamp, and lifting their foot not only splattered muddy water but also pulled up various nauseating unidentified objects. And dirty, wriggling maggots. Every step was a severe test of everyone's spirit, and just in this short while, several people in the team had already thrown up. This was Gong Chi-ying's handiwork, using a disgustingly overwhelming scene to stimulate the adventurer's senses, generating significant psychological fluctuations, and increasing the total amount of spiritual power emitted. Even with poison resistance magic, the toxins in the swamp were still slowly accumulating, requiring them to intermittently drink a detoxification potion, truly an ultimate torment. But the main reason for the slowed movement wasn't the swamp, but Stiran's squad. There are no monsters hidden within 50 meters ahead, move forward with confidence. There are no hidden goblins in the trees. Who will check that giant rock? Hey, such a good spot and yet no skeleton ambushes, strange. Stiran and her team perfectly embodied the saying once bitten, twice shy. They had to look around with every step they took, fearing sudden monster attacks, and any rocks or trees blocking the view made them extremely cautious, necessitating a detailed inspection. There was no help for it, the experience from their last exploration was too painful. But contrary to their precautions, as they moved along, monsters straightforwardly charged at them and were easily killed, none attempting stealth attacks, completely different from previous behavior patterns. Thus, there were naturally those among the experts who were dissatisfied with their overly cautious approach. With your snail's pace, we'll hardly explore half of it today. Can't you go faster? Wild said with an unpleasant expression, I at least need to see blood essence today, or any kind of ore will do, you can't even meet this small request, can you? It's really dangerous here, the last time we came. Ellie tried to explain. That's exactly why we hired you, your job is to eliminate dangers, right? What's wrong with demanding you work more efficiently? You've been all tense for nothing, the monsters came at us like idiots, isn't this a waste of time? Here it comes, the classic scenario of an amateur instructing professionals. Stiran glanced at him and said, Mr. Wild, you're welcome to take the lead. You can go as fast as you like. Regarding this privileged second generation, she didn't need to show too much respect, because the money for the commission came from Earl Bed. Ha, you think I'm stupid? I'm not going up front. Wild chuckled and went directly to the back of the line, standing next to Stiran with a triumphant look. This is the safest place. Swoosh. The next second, mud erupted, and a dirty skeleton monster suddenly jumped from the swamp, grabbing Wild in its arms. Not only was he smeared with highly toxic filth, but a lot of it also went into his mouth. Merrily wriggling maggots clung to his meticulously styled brown hair, joyously burrowing in and out. Help, save me! Wild screamed out. Whiz! An arrow pierced through the skull of the skeleton monster, and Win immediately swung his heavy sword blade, smashing the skeleton into pieces. Damn, damn! Wild gasped heavily, glaring at the adventurers. Did you do that on purpose? Sorry, my negligence. Win apologized sincerely with an honest face. I didn't expect there to be monsters hidden inside. Don't think that just because you look as honest as a potato, I'll believe you. Wild was so angry that his hair was almost standing on end, but Karen patted his head. Stop it, little brother, you're the one delaying our journey right now. But don't make me report you to father when we get back. Wild immediately stiffened, and after a moment, he spit in discontent and silently returned to the middle of the group. Please forgive him, this child has been spoiled since childhood. Karen spread his hands. Stiran nodded slightly but didn't say much. Karen seemed to think that the skeleton monster that launched the surprise attack was deliberately left there by them to shut Wild up. Actually, I can't believe I didn't notice there was a monster hidden here, how embarrassing. Stiran's face flushed in private, but luckily it was too dark here for anyone to notice. I found this thing inside the skull. Suddenly, the chubby map expert pulled out a dirty cloth strip. It's written to enter the fortress, light 3 beacons. Let me see. Stiran took a look. There's also a map on it. This is drawn so abstractly, who can understand this? I can, the map expert raised his hand. For real? Stiran was shocked. The map expert pointed at the abstract map on the cloth strip. Look, this place is the path we came in from. These irregularly shaped boulders are very noticeable. This irregular pattern probably points to the small hill nearby, and the dark area is probably the fortress. He ranted on ceaselessly without taking a break. No wonder he's the expert. Ellie was dumbstruck. Hee, that's the caliber of the person my family hired. Wild resumed his proud demeanor. After discussion, everyone followed the map expert's instructions, trudging through the muddy swamp, reaching a protruding high ground. A dark beacon tower stood atop the hill, a winding path around the high ground led there. I'll go up first. Win raised his shield. The path was narrow, they could only advance in a single file column. Sure enough, just a few steps in, a spear bang struck his shield, sparks flying. Win grabbed the spear with a backhand pull, and while the attacker was thrown off balance, he slashed with his longsword, and a scream pierced the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a large goblin, a kind of monster bigger than ordinary goblins, limbs more human-like, hence overall combatability was heightened. Large goblin, spear. Spiritual power required per unit, 10. Life, E, strength, E+, intelligence, F+, endurance, D, speed, E, overall combatability, E. At the moment the large goblin was slain, 2 more spears thrust at him from the front and above, a few strands of grass on the rock face slightly trembled, and in a blink, 4 small monsters made of vines emerged. Grassman. Spiritual power required per unit, 6. Life, F, strength, F+, intelligence, F+, endurance, F, speed, E, overall combatability, F+. Low-tier fireball technique. A scorching fireball timely exterminated the monsters, followed by arrows piercing the goblin's skull. Win seized the moment to rush up the high ground, and Danya suddenly appeared from nowhere, leaping onto his shoulder. After a flurry of combat noises, the high ground returned to tranquility. Immediately after, orange flames soared up, billowing smoke drifted upwards. Well done. Stiran couldn't help but smile. But suddenly, she felt an eerie sensation, as if being watched by some malevolent presence. She swiftly turned her head, finding the source. Not far away, a pair of huge eyeballs emerged from the swamp, ominously staring at her. This was a kind of monster she had never seen before, hence could not comprehend its horror. Curse frog! Spiritual power required per unit, 25. Life, E. Strength, E. Intelligence, E. Endurance, E. Speed, D. Overall combatability, E. A low overall combatability does not mean the curse frog is weak. Chapter 10. The moment Stiran locked eyes with the curse frog, goosebumps erupted all over her skin. Her sixth sense was screaming at her with intense warnings to stay far away from that strange creature. Without hesitation, she released 2 arrows that pierced through the curse frog's large eyes. Following its strange cry, it sank into the swamp, and soon the surface of the water was tinged with blood. It should be dead, right? Using her many years of monster hunting experience, Stiran judged that the pair of large eyes was likely the curse frog's weak point. What's happening down there? Wynne peeked out. Just a monster, Stiran asked. Any loot? The monster exploded these things, take a look. Saying so, Wynne tossed down a leather bag. Upon opening it, Stiran found several moss balls of different colors within. Monsters from the dungeon have a characteristic where they have a chance of dropping light points upon death, which are items, a trait not found in monsters from the outside world. What's the use of these? Stiran examined the moss balls, red, purple, green. All sorts of colors. Let me see. The medicine expert pushed up his glasses, donned gloves, and picked up a purple moss ball. After a professional appraisal, a look of surprise crossed his face. What's it? What's it? What effect does it have? Wild asked eagerly. Once a new high-value material appeared in Sane Dungeon, his family could immediately organize a team to gather it. Clearly, the Bed family treated this place like their own backyard. They have a very strong detoxifying effect. The medicine expert's gaze shifted back and forth between the moss balls and the swamp. Suddenly he gritted his teeth, scooped up a handful of filthy mud and water, and stuffed it into his mouth. Shit! The surrounding people were shocked by this abstract behavior. The toxicity of the swamp was no joke. The medicine expert's face quickly turned the color of liver, and blood streamed furiously from all his orifices. Trembling, he chewed on the moss ball, and then a miracle occurred. Instantly, his condition drastically improved, and in the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. It was as if he had never been poisoned, were it not for the blood still on his face. The detoxifying effect is comparable to an upper-tier holy light healing technique. The medicine expert became excited. Very valuable, extremely valuable. This is a new discovery. Wild instantly clenched his fist with a clear expression of joy. Glancing back at Karen, his lips too bore a faint smile. Moss balls of different colors have different effects. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. The medicine expert rambled on as he researched the moss balls of other colors, and finally, muttered to himself, this trip was definitely worth it. What monster did these come from? Stiran nudged Wynne. They're from those humanoid monsters made of weeds and vines. The drop rate is pretty high too, each one can yield 1 or 2. The team's morale surged. Karen whispered something to the medicine expert off to the side, while Wild contemplated bragging to the ladies back home, and the adventurers. They were drawing. Submitting a new monster discovery to the Adventurers Guild could earn a handsome reward. Oh right, I saw a monster over there just now that I've never encountered before. Stiran remembered the curse frog. I'll have a look. Danya volunteered and scurried over. Rummaging through the swamp, he indeed found the curse frog that Stiran had shot dead. He had never seen such a monster, about the size of a human but with 2 shiny, round, large eyes on its head, which were truly creepy. Definitely a monster I've never seen before. Hey, its eyes. Danya paused because the curse frog was staring straight at him. Below the large eyes, there were actually another pair of smaller eyes. The curse frog's eyes glowed with evil light, and suddenly it opened its mouth wide. Whoosh! A thick cloud of black mist hit Danya in the blink of an eye, enveloping him completely. Danya! Startled, Stiran and the rest watched as Wynne hurried into the fog to save Danya, and Ellie chanted Wynne series magic to disperse the black mist. Cough cough cough, I'm fine. As the black mist cleared, all they saw was Danya continuously coughing, his dagger deeply embedded into the curse frog's head, signaling that the monster was undoubtedly very dead. That scared me, but good thing this thing was ridiculously weak. The black mist seems like it could only obscure vision. Why are you all looking at me? Is there something strange on me? You have something on you. Ellie pointed at him, her face turning pale. Something on me. Danya looked down and saw something dark and wriggling beneath his skin, wriggling, wriggling. Ah! He screamed miserably, and in the next second, a tree appeared. A tree made of black, twisted thorns. He was impaled mid-air by the thorns that grew out of his abdomen, struggling and wailing, as maggots emerged in large numbers from his body and instantly hatched into flies, buzzing loudly. By the time Win cut down the thorns and rescued Danya, he had already stopped breathing, and the teleportation crystal on his body flashed, sending him back to the resurrection house. What on earth is going on here? Wild stepped back in horror. He didn't even know how he had died. Win, your hand! Stiran suddenly shouted. Win, who had just embraced Danya, already had thorny branches sprouting from his arm, but neither the growth rate nor the size was as big as Danya's. Win made a decisive move and cut off his left arm, and without the body, the thorns on the arm stopped growing. At this point, everyone realized the problem had something to do with the corpse of the curse frog, and they all kept their distance from it. But there was no time to mourn for Danya. What appeared next was a swarm of curse frogs. When a dense cluster of big eyes emerged from the swamp, everyone was numb with shock. Wild's teeth chattered with fear, and it took him a while to yell out. Run! That shout was like the starting shot of a race. Both adventurers and curse frogs took off, racing for their lives. And some unlucky ones bit the dust. Sonasi! Several Indatas suddenly jumped out, shouting as two people failed to dodge and got their shadows stepped on, leaving them unable to escape, completely surrounded by the curse frog swarm. With a few wet stabs, two more thorn trees sprouted. Not this thing again! Stiran's eyelids twitched furiously, recognizing the Indatas at a glance. The creature that looked like a slime that had caused her to die at the hands of the molten furnace knight. Now facing her enemy, she naturally ran even faster. Of course, in the spirit of the contract, she still ran behind the team of experts, sometimes teaming up with Ellie to stave off the curse frog swarm. Close combat professions like Win dared not get close to curse frogs anymore, as a blast of the black mist could be deadly. Everyone, run faster, we need to lose them. But contrary to their wishes, the curse frog's hate was extraordinarily far-reaching, doggedly pursuing the adventurers. And as the commotion grew louder, other monsters were also drawn in. Goblins wielding various weapons, hordes of skeleton monsters, grassmen suddenly charging out, giant crows circling in the sky. And even more curse frogs. Stiran and her group, desperately fleeing for their lives. As it turns out, monster stacking is the most effective strategy. Gong Qiying, who was monitoring everything, laughed heartily. At that moment, the performance of another group caught his attention. Wow, isn't that the lucky one who took away the great sword? Back so soon. In the footage, Jack led a group of people carefully avoiding monsters and quickly lit the beacons. The fortress gates opened slowly. Having a strategy for the puzzle sure is fast. But I should give them a challenge. Gong Qiying muttered to himself, browsing through the monster interface. Chapter 11. Jack had never imagined that one day he would become the backbone of the team. Guided by him, this forward team made up of black market traders actually had a smooth journey lighting the beacons, with almost no mistakes. Up to now, only 2 people had died. That's fantastic, Jack. Without you, we definitely couldn't have made it here. Standing at the fortress gate, the black market traders clapped their hands with congratulations, one after another. As long as they don't go in, they won't trigger the twin stone statue ghosts boss battle. These guys seem to have learned the rules. He, you're making me a bit embarrassed, Jack blushed, scratching his head shyly. What about it, mates? Remember the route? Should we head back the same way? An older black market trader pondered for a moment and said, the original plan was for you to show us the way, and then we'd each lead a team in to explore. In our scenario, if 2 or 3 people survived to get here, it'd count as a success. But now? Another chimed in, now we've got a full 8 people and we're not weak. Why don't we delve deeper and take a gamble? Most of the team echoed this sentiment, with greed flickering in their eyes. Are you serious? Jack's mouth twitched. You've seen the dangers along the way. If I hadn't known the route in advance, even 800 lives wouldn't be enough. He thought of the skeleton monsters lurking in the swamps, the curse frogs that pounced at any time, and the grassmen disguised as bushes. But all these monsters had been cleverly avoided by him, never encountered, leading the black market traders to entertain unrealistic thoughts. One sneered, even you could push through to here on your first try, Doesn't that just show that this dungeon actually isn't that scary, right? Haha, don't say it like that. Jack's always been lucky. We owe it all to luck that we got here. Hey! Jack was shocked by the disdain dripping from their words. This contempt was natural, without a hint of malice, as natural as eating and drinking. So, the hurt it caused Jack was doubled. So he was not their backbone. Brothers, grab your weapons, there are only 2 stone statue ghosts in there. The black market traders drew their weapons, eager to charge into the fortress. They no longer needed Jack's guidance. Jack pulled out a dagger, hesitating at the entrance for a long while, before finally sighing and turning away to wait for his friend's victory. Out of sight, out of mind. Aha, the monsters are over there, it's indeed the lousiest kind of stone statue ghost. I'll hold it off, where's the mage? Hurry up with the curse. I'm injured, I'm hurt. I smashed its arm, strike while it's down. Final blow, watch me smash its head. Along with cheers, Jack knew his friends had won. Although bittersweet, he still mustered a smile, ready to give congratulations. Inside the fortress, a black market trader was bandaging his wounds, with the shattered remains of a stone statue ghost at his feet. This kind of stone statue ghost's body, being common rock, was considered weak, typically only serving as minor monsters in dungeons. I didn't expect it to be so weak, what a windfall, he began fantasizing about getting rich off the dungeon's resources. Hey, should we get rid of old Jack? He suddenly whispered, the old guy is already useless, and he might blab about this place. We might as well. He made a throat-slitting gesture, and those nearby chuckled knowingly. Dear family, that's our black market trader's kinship for you. Jack, come here a second. What's up, brothers? Jack walked into the room puzzled, and just as he got close, a white light flashed by with a swoosh, and blood splattered. He stared dumbfounded at the wound on his chest, then the snickering black market traders, and suddenly realized something. You! Jack suddenly felt the world spinning, unable to resist collapsing to the ground, blood flowing profusely from his chest wound. The black market traders even snatched his teleportation crystal, with that, his body could not be resurrected after death. With life quickly slipping away, Jack didn't even have the energy for sadness. He just felt like he had fed his heartfelt efforts to the dogs. He would be 50 next year, an old man who should have retired by adventurer standards, still active in the field for reasons he couldn't explain himself. Perhaps he didn't want to give up the thrill of adventuring? After a lifetime as an adventurer, who could adapt to a dull life after retirement? So he exerted all his efforts. His body couldn't keep up? Then he would recruit other adventurers to form a team, even resorting to deceits just to keep adventuring. Ran out of money? Selling contraband on the black market seemed like a good idea. So, it's comeuppance in the end. Jack said, mocking himself. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the monster's corpse on the ground. The stone statue ghost had been smashed to pieces, looking quite pitiful. Wait, why was there only one stone statue ghost? As the black market traders were fantasizing about the future, a black shadow suddenly loomed over the light. Hey! They looked up to see a huge figure clinging to the ceiling bricks, looking down at them from on high. Is that a stone statue ghost? But why is it so huge? No good, everyone run! Heroic stone statue ghost, great sword. Spiritual power required per unit, 600. Life, C, strength, C, intelligence, D, endurance, C, speed, C, overall combat power, C. Jack lay on the ground, blood splattered across his face. The new stone statue ghost was overwhelmingly powerful and quickly knocked the black market dealers to the ground without killing a single one, leaving wails all around. Jack thought that this monster would come to kill him as well, but then, something beyond his understanding happened. He saw the heroic stone statue ghost reach out to him, not to kill him, but to give a thumbs up. In this instant, Jack felt the world turn magical. Compared to the outside world, dungeon monsters had their emotions more subdued, often acting on instinct to kill. For example, goblins outside could eat, sleep, reproduce, and establish villages, but dungeon goblins only knew to fight, delight in it, and occasionally reproduce. But this doesn't mean they lack desires. If you really must bring a bound female knight in front of dungeon goblins, then Don't blame them for a full house of offspring. So when adventurers entered Sane Dungeon and found that the monsters here used tactics, they were greatly shocked. And a thumbs up. Could only an intelligent being understand this gesture? The stone statue ghost sprinkled some potion on him, and the wound on his chest wriggled as it healed, his body regaining strength. Roar! The stone statue ghost handed Jack a dagger, pointing at the black market dealers on the ground. You mean, you want me to kill them? Jack held the dagger, unsure. The stone statue ghost nodded. Quickly kill me, it hurts so much, said the black market dealers upon seeing him approach with a dagger, their faces showing finally going to be released expressions. Once back at the resurrection house, priests would heal them, suffering much less than half dead in the dungeon, although they didn't understand why the stone statue ghost left them alive for Jack to claim their heads. But who would care about a monster's thoughts? The only one feeling uncomfortable about this was that the one to kill them was Jack. Fascinating how old Jack was revived by the stone statue ghost. What was that stupid monster thinking? Now there was trouble, after resurrection they'd still have to catch Jack, can't let the old man run away. Not right, not right, we discarded Jack's teleportation crystal, haha, this old guy's going to get killed by monsters. Jack remained silent, his grip on the dagger trembling slightly as he could tell what these people were thinking just by their expressions. What are you waiting for, kill me now. The pained black market dealers urged. Jack slowly raised the dagger, but at this moment, he did something unexpected. He took off their teleportation crystals one by one. At this moment, dead silence filled the fortress. PFF. A snicker, which Jack couldn't help but let out, he weighed the dagger, never feeling so comfortable wielding a blade. No, no, you can't do this, Jack. As Jack slowly approached, the black market dealers cried out in despair. Weren't you just urging me on? Jack lifted the dagger and plunged it down. Ah! Not fatal, the black market dealer screamed in pain but did not die. Another stab, still alive. Another stab, alive. And one more stab. For each dreadful scream, Jack's eardrums were stimulated, and he trembled violently with the blood splattered on his face, subconsciously licking his lips. The taste of iron, with a hint of sweetness. A slight exhilarating smile appeared on his face. He didn't know how many times he had stabbed when he became drenched in blood and the screams finally ceased. Looking at the corpse beneath him, his brain short-circuited from the intense stimulation, allowing the stone statue ghost to grab him like lifting a figurine, heading towards the fortress's gate, returning to the swamp area. Putrid stench was everywhere. The monsters living here were either gaunt or bloated and rotting like corpses in a giant's gaze, daunting to behold. The stone statue ghost strolled through the swamp while monsters kept their distance, only traps would be triggered. Jack looked on hazily at the scenery, everything he saw, familiar or not, imprinted in his mind, and after an indeterminate time, he suddenly realized something. Was this stone statue ghost showing him a map of the area? Indeed, the stone statue ghost was showing him the map, main paths, side routes, shortcuts, hidden doors, traps, ambush spots, everything was laid out in front of Jack. Why do this? Aren't you afraid of the map being leaked? At the end, the stone statue ghost showed him a magic contract. A slave contract. Jack understood, and without hesitation pressed his handprint on it, thus becoming the stone statue ghost's slave. It was hard to believe when said out loud, but the stone statue ghost actually revealed a relieved expression, then it dug into the soil and pulled out several light points representing different items. Among the many white light points, a purple light point stood out noticeably. All these items were placed in front of Jack for his use. What do you want me to do? Jack believed that the stone statue ghost in front of him must possess intelligence, bowing his head to survive, he had to obediently become a slave. Hat, hat. The stone statue ghost let out a hoarse chuckle, and then Jack heard whispers as if coming from hell. Bring more people in. Chapter 12. Stone statue ghost soared through the sky, and the monsters it passed all bowed their heads as if worshipping their ruler. Jack, held in its grasp, screamed repeatedly, his mouth filled with the howling wind, suffering immensely. When he was set down at the entrance to the dungeon, there was a sense of gratefulness for having survived a disaster. But when he thought of the fact that he had signed a slave contract with the stone statue ghost and become a slave to a monster, his feelings were still very complex. In his backpack were various items given to him by the stone statue ghost, totaling around a dozen kinds, all of which were things he had never seen before, including a weapon even more precious than a great sword. It could be said that he had hit a huge haul. And the other party had saved him, allowing him to get his revenge. Clearly, a great benefactor. But to be a servant to a monster, that was somewhat. Thinking of the scene where he killed his companions, Jack trembled all over, uncertain whether he was more afraid or something else. Perhaps he felt excitement? It was certainly worth celebrating to return safely from the dungeon, but how was he to explain everything to the others? Especially Seekman. After so many had died, one could imagine his rage. "Oh Jack, whether you can survive depends on your eloquence now. You have to come up with a good excuse." After the stone statue ghost flew away, he lingered at the entrance's teleportation gate for a very long time, unable to come up with a perfect excuse, and finally left the dungeon with a sullen face. The perspective shifts back to the heroic stone statue ghost. After sending Jack off, he returned to where he belonged, the boss room. His massive body had to duck down to get through the fortress gate, but there was another method that did not require stooping. Disable mimicry. At this command, the body of the stone statue ghost dissolved into light points, leaving behind an animated corpse, frail and unsteady. It was Gong Qiying. "Feel unaccustomed even when transforming back," he remarked, looking at his thin arms and legs, as if a gust of wind alone could break his bones. A far cry from the powerful invincibility he felt while transformed into the heroic stone statue ghost. It was him, in his own person, who had crippled the black market traffickers and signed the slave contract with Jack. But why had he gone to such lengths to do this? "Haven't tried it since unlocking the transformation ability, I needed someone to test it out." Gong Qiying was also curious to try transforming into the Thunder Wolf Dragon, but unfortunately, it was too expensive. However, killing the black market traffickers wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was premeditated. He had been observing this team for a long time and had learned their identities through conversation. Initially, he had only intended to use them to practice, not to really kill anyone, but when they plotted to kill Jack, Gong Qiying changed his mind. He decided to completely eradicate these morally corrupt individuals. His actions weren't because he had any particular bond with Jack, it was simply out of disgust, repulsed by their treacherous behavior. However, it appeared there were restrictions on the teleportation crystals carried by the adventurers, and as a monster, he couldn't even touch them, let alone take them off. Only a fellow adventurer could touch and remove the crystals. As for Jack, having already mingled and bonded with the black market traffickers, how could he be a good person? Signing a slave contract with him, revealing maps, ordering him to bring more people. All these actions stemmed from Gong Qiying's spontaneous whims. He wanted to train a person of his own. Slave contracts, involving the soul, could not be signed by him more than thrice. Jack didn't need to do anything major, just to lead the way was enough. As more and more people came to conquer Sane Dungeon, its map would eventually be fully explored. Rather than letting the adventurers figure it out, it was better for him to raise one of his own and leak the map information to Jack in advance. When the adventurers had some experience exploring a certain area of the map but weren't particularly adept yet, Jack could release the complete guide, thereby establishing credibility among them, like becoming a so-called dungeon exploration master. A map that was about to be fully explored would soon diminish in value, so it was better to maximize its final worth. Having him would also allow for keeping tabs on the adventurers' movements, which was crucial for someone like Gong Qiying who could not freely leave the dungeon. Information from the outside world was vitally important. In the future, when Gong Qiying has new maps, traps, or monster designs he wants to test, he can directly have Jack bring people over. Certainly, there are other uses, but this is just an impromptu experiment by Gong Qiying, he can think of other applications later on. The dungeon automatically cleans up corpses, which is quite nice. He looked back at the bodies of the black market dealers, but once he looked, he couldn't look away. Gollum, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. An instinctual urge drove Gong Qiying towards the corpses, gathering the blurred flesh, and then he took a deep breath. A white luminescence surged out from the bodies, flowing into Gong Qiying's body, and his withered skin suddenly became lustrous. Although he still looked like a skin and bones figure compared to a normal person, at least there seemed to be some moisture in his appearance, no longer a dry corpse. Strength, has it increased a bit? The animated corpse race could absorb the remaining life force from corpses to grow stronger. Many undead mages like to summon animated corpses as cannon fodder. It is said that a legendary undead mage once raised a cannon fodder small animated corpse into a king tier great undead, and after that, no stronger animated corpses were heard of. Being able to enhance one's power is certainly good, but what use is this to me? Gong Qiying's expression became weird. As a dungeon city lord hiding behind the scenes, the possibility of him fighting others was even smaller than the chance of a meteorite precisely killing a particular ant. Moreover, aside from today's unforeseen circumstances, what he needs is for adventurers to struggle between life and death in his dungeon, dying and then living, living and then dying, killing people to enhance his own strength. That would be a bit counterproductive. If one day he could leave the dungeon, this ability might become useful. Buzz buzz buzz. Just at this moment, the crystal ball in his embrace suddenly hummed loudly. Gong Qiying tossed it up into the air, and the fist-sized crystal ball immediately enlarged and rose up, showing the scene of the adventurers. He had set Stiran and his group's movements as specially monitored, alerting him of any changes. Gong Qiying didn't know why he was so concerned about this group of people, when there were plenty of stronger and more interesting teams at hand. But somewhere in the depths, he had this feeling that made him pay attention to these people. By looking at the crystal ball, it was clear that Stiran's team had been dispersed. Wild and the surviving experts, Stiran and the tall Win, Ellie, and Karen, the entire team was scattered like headless flies by the flood of monsters, split into 3 small groups scrambling desperately, a total mess. Win lost an arm, his combat power plummeted. If it weren't for Stiran's protection, he would have been torn to shreds by the monsters, and the monsters chasing them were also the strongest lot. Ellie and Karen, ranked 2nd tier in strength in the team, had already shaken off the monsters and dashed deep into the swamp. As for Wild and the surviving experts, triggered a teleportation trap. Ahahaha! Wild screamed inelegantly, swinging his short sword wildly around, bang a sound as it hit the rock wall, sending splinters flying which struck his forehead. The pain made him sober up. Where is this? His eyes suddenly widened because the scenery in front of him was starkly different from the vile swamp. Towering trees, dense jungle, fresh humid air, and chirping birds, with towns faintly visible between the distant jungle, were clearly the middle layer area of Sane Dungeon. Is this heaven? He was momentarily stupefied. Rustle rustle rustle. Just then, a rustling noise came from the shrubbery behind him. Wild, who had just relaxed, tensed up again. What on earth was in that shrubbery? Pika Pika. Chapter 13. SHH, SHH, SHH. The rustling in the bushes grew louder and louder, scaring Wild so much that he kept retreating until he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Right now, he extremely regretted not having learned martial arts. All those years had been hollowed out by indulgence in wine and women. When I make it back this time, I'm definitely going to give up drinking. Pie. A low growl from the monster emerged from the bushes. Surprisingly, the sound wasn't too frightening. Of course, it still scared Wild enough that he almost had an accident. Pika, Pika. A yellow bolt of lightning shot straight towards Wild, making him cry out and instinctively close his eyes. Pika. But the anticipated death did not come. Instead, something fluffy ended up in his arms. He mustered his courage and opened his eyes, finally seeing the full appearance of this unusual creature. What is this thing? Wild looked at the yellow creature in astonishment. It had a chubby body, long pointy ears, and a peculiar tail shaped like a bolt of lightning. A mutant rat. Pika. Feeling the insult in the words, Pikachu became angry. A wild Pikachu used 100,000 volts. It's super effective. Crackle and pop. A dramatically exaggerated flash of lightning passed over him, and Wild, his hair standing on end, fainted. After who knows how long, feeling his cheeks being licked by something wet, he slowly came to, and opened his eyes to see the big yellow rat that had electrocuted him. But this time, he didn't scream. Great Lord, Rat Grandpa, I beg you, please finish me off, Wild said miserably, I won't dare come to the dungeon again, never again in this life. Pikachu just kept licking its paw, glanced at him upon hearing the noise, and in its eyes, the latter saw human-like emotions. Pity. Am I being pitied by a monster? Wild couldn't even muster the energy to get angry, he just kept begging Pikachu to give him relief, but Pikachu did nothing except circle around him. After a while, he propped himself up. If you had a chance to kill me and didn't, what kind of strange monster are you? Picking up a random branch to use as a crutch, Wild limped through the forest. His thoughts were simple. To find a monster to finish him off. Because he didn't dare commit suicide. That would hurt too much. The teleportation crystals that adventurers carried couldn't be activated voluntarily, they would only trigger upon death, which was darn inconvenient, but it was the iron rule of every dungeon. Whether you commit suicide or get killed, it would trigger. The forest full of birds and fragrant flowers was completely unlike the toxic marshes, almost making one forget that this was the perilous dungeon. Pika Pika. Why are you following me? Wild poked Pikachu with the branch. If you're not going to kill me, get lost. Pikachu swiftly stood its tail on end, and electricity crackled. All right, if you want to follow me, then do, just don't electrocute me. A down-and-out noble son and a strange Pikachu formed an odd partnership and began exploring the forest. There must be monsters in that town over there, I need to go there. Aiming for Undead Town, Wild limped forward, but halfway there, something unexpected happened. As he was passing through a patch of grass, suddenly something jumped out. Wow, what is this strange monster? I've never seen it before. The monster looked like a floating purple-black ball in midair, with its eyes and mouth piled on the sphere, looking rather ugly yet cute. A wild ghastly appeared. Wild instinctively stepped back at first, but the desire to return home pushed him towards the ghastly. He believed that this seemingly fierce monster would surely kill him. But to his expectation, Ghastly launched an attack. The wild ghastly used Shadow Ball. Wild spread his arms wide, not dodging at all. Just as he seemed to be embracing death, but then... Pikachu! Pikachu suddenly darted over, knocking Wild to the ground, and deftly avoided the attack. What are you doing? Wild angrily realized what happened afterwards. Pikachu gave him a look as if he were an idiot, then turned around and assumed a battle stance against Ghastly. The wild Ghastly used Mysterious Light. Pikachu dodged the attack. The wild Pikachu used Electric Shock. The two Pokémon fought fiercely. Unused to the dazzling special effects flying everywhere, Wild, who had never seen monsters fight among themselves, was stunned. Is that monster protecting me? A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. It's well known that monsters are synonyms of madness and bloodthirstiness, utterly impossible to communicate with, let alone protect humans. Watching Pikachu's tenacious fight, he was moved for a moment, and his desire to die lightened significantly. This monster doesn't seem so bad, right? If I can survive, I'll take it out as a pet. Its judgment really isn't bad, knowing to protect me. The battle quickly came to an end, and Pikachu emerged victorious, surpassing Ghastly, which let out a shriek and scampered away. Cough cough. Wild leaned against a tree, coughing twice, attracting Pikachu's attention. He struck what he thought was a suave pose and held out his hand to say, I acknowledge your resolve to protect this young master, come with me monster, I will let you live the most luxurious life. Pikachu looked at him expressionlessly, then suddenly leaped up and swung its tail. Pikachu used Iron Tail. Pfft! Wild was knocked to the ground, holding his reddened face and tremblingly said, You dare to hit me? Pika Pika! Pikachu stood up with its hands on its hips, looking disdainful. It wagged its tail a few times, and the sound of electricity crackled in the air. Seeing the lightning starting to form, Wild backed away in fear, begging for mercy, stop hitting, I surrender. He couldn't understand what this yellow rodent wanted, how it suddenly started bugging him out of the blue. It can't possibly want me to take it outside, can it? Pikachu revealed a that's more like it expression and nimbly jumped on top of his head, patting it as if claiming sovereignty. Wild oddly felt like he had been picked out, not in terms of affection, but in the way that a pet finds a favorite person to clean up after them. Oh no, I've been entangled by a yellow demon. Under Pikachu's direction, Wild wandered through the forest like a puppet on strings, not knowing where he was being led. This is bad, it might be taking me to its lair to be eaten. After his recent skirmish with Ghastly, Wild became scared of dying again. Pika! Pikachu firmly patted his head, gesturing for Wild to crouch down and go to the nearby bushes. What could there be in the bushes? He murmured to himself, fingering through the bushes with a look of disgust, and indeed he touched something. What is this? He pulled out a round object, smaller than his palm, red and white in color, simple and yet aesthetically pleasing. Elf Ball. Chapter 14. Karen curled up in the swamp, using the filth covering his body as camouflage. Pat pat pat. Several fishman-like monsters roamed nearby, their webbed feet making sticky sounds, their bulging eyes searching for prey, their tridents flickering with a cold glow. Karen dared not breathe too deeply. In the past he could have taken down these fishmen alone, but now he had lost his weapon, and not only that, his right leg had been sprayed by a curse frog, small thorns had grown out, impairing his mobility. Previously, a magician named Ellie had fled with him in the chaos, but now he had no idea where she had run off to. If she were here, she might be able to use magic to distract the fishmen. He wasn't afraid of dying, he just didn't want to die without value. Returning home from the dungeon without any discoveries would be too shameful to mention. Moreover, it would affect his father's perception of him. His father already favored his younger brother, so if Karen wanted to become the family head, he must show he could outperform his brother, who was very talented in business. For that, he would stop at nothing. Should he use it? He clenched his fist, then released it. He continued to lie low in the swamp, watching the monster's movements closely, like a crocodile waiting for its prey. Just then, flames suddenly arose in the distance, a second beacon. Who had lit it? Was it Stiran and the others? In such a situation, they still had the mind to light a fire? The fishmen saw the beacon too, immediately becoming restless and running towards it. It seemed the beacon also attracted monsters. So cunning. But it was a rare opportunity. After the fishmen had all left, there was one that stayed behind, dumbly standing in place, naturally targeted by Karen. Borrowing your weapon. Karen pounced fiercely, pinning the fishman to the ground, his fists hammering down like a sudden downpour. The poor fishman didn't even have the chance to scream before being smashed into a mushy pile. Karen picked up the dropped trident and walked away, not wanting to delay a moment. What a crude weapon, completely worthless. Hey, what's this? His expression was first puzzled, then his eyes gradually widened, showing an astonished look. As he picked up the trident, knowledge of a combat skill named patience flowed into his mind, ready to be used at any moment. The sticky, filthy trident suddenly appeared dazzlingly bright in his eyes. Karen had a premonition that this miraculous item might just be a significant aid in his quest to become the family head. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded from behind, followed by faint white smoke. Karen immediately turned around on alert, only to find that it was the fishman's corpse that had exploded, and the lingering smoke obscured the center of the explosion. Corpse explosion technique? But the power is too weak, how could it kill anyone? Of course, this wasn't the corpse explosion technique. Roar roar roar! The roar of a beast instantly dispersed the fog, overwhelming Karen's senses. A wildly ferocious aura surged forth, and a mountainous bear suddenly appeared at the location of the fishman's corpse, baring its teeth at him. Karen was stupefied. How is this possible? Why did the fishman explode into a giant bear? Magic? But he had never heard of such magic. Of course, he didn't know the principle behind it, because this wasn't magic, but biomimetic teardrop, common. Required spiritual power per unit, 100. Life, FD+, Strength, FD+, Intelligence, FD+, Endurance, FD+, Speed, FD+, Total combat power, FD+. A common biomimetic teardrop, capable of transforming into a monster up to D and level. Like the tears used by players in games which are of the highest grade, even able to transform into SSS rank, it's a pity they are too expensive. Gongqi Ying can't afford them, nor are they unlocked. But even the ordinary tiers have a very high cost performance, hence there were limitations. Only 5 can exist at the same time. Giant Bear. Spiritual power required per unit, 300. Health, D+, Strength, C, Intelligence, F, Endurance, D+, Speed, D+, Overall combat power, D+. A fierce beast, bound to bring unexpected surprises to the adventurers. Karen looked at the giant claw that could kill him with a slap, and then at his own tattered harpoon. Heh heh. Ayo ayo ayo. The vast swamp shook slightly, the water surface rippled, and soon returned to calm. What a terrifying aura! Stiran looked into the distance, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Let's hope no one encounters a powerful monster, Win said wanly. His current appearance was quite miserable, the muscles on the left side of his body continuously atrophied and black flies circled him, seemingly declaring that his end was near. The negative effects from the curse frog's bite were ongoing, it wasn't something that could be alleviated just by amputating an arm, he had already entered the countdown to death. Let's worry about ourselves first. Stiran sighed and looked into the distance. A fortress built of black stone stood 100 meters away, exuding a mysterious and solemn aura that made one instinctively want to stay away. Yet Stiran and the others were eager to enter, because the fortress's gates were open. Looking back to the sky, 3 beacons wafted leisurely. The puzzle had been solved. The fortress's main gate subsequently swung open. Stiran guessed it was Karen and Ellie who managed to light the beacons under these circumstances. "Shall we go in?" Stiran asked. Wynne nodded. "We've come all this way, I won't be satisfied if we don't go in. Can you still fight?" "Don't drag me down," the elf girl joked, and the two of them took out their weapons and rushed into the fortress. "Ga, Ga." The stone statue ghost hanging on the ceiling opened its blood-red eyes. Despite being at his last grasp, Wynne exerted even more ferocious strength than before. One arm was comparable to fighting evenly with the stone statue ghost. It would be oppressive if his body was intact. On Stiran's side, ordinary arrows weren't effective against the stone-made stone statue ghost, so she pulled out a hammer. A trophy seized from a skeleton monster, this hammer had no inherent combat skill. Weapons with their own combat skills were always a minority. Every archer has a dream of melee combat. Dropping the cumbersome archery, Stiran, armed with a hammer, fought no less bravely than Wynne. Ping ping pong pong. After a fierce battle, the adventurer duo emerged victorious. "Awesome!" Stiran shouted with her arms raised, her face beaming with joy. Stuff exploded. 2 stone statue ghosts turned into dust and disappeared, leaving behind in their place a silver-white stone. "What is this?" Wynne was puzzled, as everything he encountered since entering the sane dungeon was unlike anything he had seen before. Be it monsters or items, or materials. "Let's bring it back to the appraiser," Stiran said as she pocketed the silver-white stone. Boom boom boom. The rear door of the fortress slowly opened, leading straight to Sick Village, a cold, putrid wind blowing in, mixed with the mournful howls of the monsters. Stiran and Wynne exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. "Let's go." Chapter 15. "You mean, right after defeating 2 stone statue ghosts and entering the next area, even before exploring, you fell off a cliff and died?" "Bed City, City Lord's Manor, the topmost room." An authoritative old man pushed his glasses up and scrutinized the elf before him with a skeptical look. Stiran's face was flushed with shame. "Is that even true?" Stiran wished she could just find a crack to crawl into. "Aren't you silver rank?" Stiran felt like dying. "My second son hasn't even emerged yet, and you died before him? He doesn't even have a mid-tier profession." Stiran nearly bent down to the ground, loudly saying. "We are truly ashamed. We can't face taking the commission fee." Sigh. The city lord of Bed City and the head of the Bed family, Philip Bed, sighed deeply, removed his glasses, and rubbed his brow, a look of weariness spreading across his face. "Never mind, the commission fee will be paid as usual. The Bed family never goes back on their word, especially since you indeed had some gains." Other than Wild and Karen, the rest of Stiran's team made it back. Although everyone had a look of terror, surprisingly, each had some gains. The map expert sketched out a portion of the swamp area, providing intel on how to open the fortress gate by lighting the beacon. The medicine expert brought back multicolored moss balls, proving that these inconspicuous little things had detoxifying effects comparable to upper-tier potions, though it seemed different colored moss balls could detoxify different poisons. The ore expert, having accidentally triggered a teleportation trap and ending up in an underground mine, was sliced in half by a molten furnace knight, yet before dying, he spotted blood essence ore scattered all around, and even a rare purple blood essence worth 100 times more. Other experts encountered different monsters, bringing back information. It was a hard-won achievement. Besides protecting the experts, Stiran and other adventurers' achievements were quite similar to those of the other experts. That's why she was overwhelmed with shame. Those she was supposed to protect had died, marking this as a major blunder in her adventurous career. And she even ended her dungeon journey with a rather embarrassing death. Turning back time to when she and Wynne first entered the dungeon, stepping into Sick Village, they immediately felt an overwhelming sense of creepiness, discomfort all over their bodies. Within a few steps, they were besieged by monsters. Large rats covered with abscesses that squirted fluids when hit, and meat clumps similar to but more disgusting than slimes, concocted from unclear meat parts. The mere proximity of these monsters was enough to smell their nauseating stench, let alone fight them. Stiran practically sprinted all the way out, feeling a great mental strain. She used to hold a peculiar fondness for monsters, thinking the majestic ones looked cool, and even if not handsome, they had unique characteristics worth admiring. But after coming to Sane Dungeon, for the first time, she realized monsters could be both abstract and revolting. I, Stiran, am a monster slayer. No mercy, no forgiveness for monsters. Actually, both the large rats and the meat clumps were a piece of cake, initially startling at first glance, but one gets used to them after a while. What truly was unbearable occurred when she encountered a monster on a suspension bridge. Those were several agile monkeys, and with her exquisite shooting technique, hitting them was very challenging. Most importantly, they would throw feces. Lump after lump of warm, freshly made poop. They would even pull out jars filled with feces to smash people. When Win was forced to use his precious shield to block the feces, Stiran clearly saw him shedding tears. Facing the sky full of fecal rain, just as a large blob of feces was about to hit her in the face, Stiran chose to actively jump off a cliff to commit suicide. Win followed right after, the honest and simple strong man showing a face of relief. After returning, he threw away his shield. Stiran also changed her entire outfit. The two of them never spoke of this experience, only mentioning that they fell into a trap halfway across a suspension bridge. Otherwise, they would likely have spent the rest of their lives amidst people's laughter. It's entirely reasonable to believe that the burst of spiritual power from the two when attacked by the monkeys was equivalent to the death of an ordinary person. Cough, cough. Count Philip's coughing brought Stiran back to reality, and she realized there was nothing left to do and it was time to leave. Originally driven by a sense of duty to return the money, she was pleasantly surprised that the generous Count Philip refused to take it. Well then, we will take our leave, wishing you all the best, Mr. Philip. Stiran elegantly curtsied and turned to leave, her mind now full of thoughts about the Sane Dungeon. If she didn't clear it once, it might become a lifelong obsession she could never shake off. But with their current strength, they might have to die dozens of times to clear it. Waste time on clearing a dungeon? Wouldn't that mean forsaking opportunities to earn money through missions? Without money, they couldn't even afford a teleportation crystal. So, she thought of a good plan. To seek help. Dear sister. How is everything in Elf Forest? I trust the warrior team you lead is dispelling all dangers. Is our mother still serving as the queen? Sister, I've encountered something I absolutely want to accomplish. Bang! As the door of the drawing room closed, Count Philip put on his glasses and once again started reading the expert's report. We've discovered that this area resembling a mine has an astonishing reserve of blood essence, massively clustered together, even forming lotus-shaped crystal clusters, something unimaginable before. I remember the old Sane Dungeon, where miners had to work hard with picks for hours to extract a palm-sized blood essence from the rock walls, then walk a long distance to the next collection point, achieving very little in a whole day. The next day, after the dungeon had refreshed, they had to start digging again, wasting labor on fruitless tasks. If a quick way to reach the mine area can be found, the production of blood-healing potions would explode, and your wealth could rival a duke. Even the proudest Prince Passy from the Southern Empire would invite you to his banquet. A gleam sparked in Count Philip's eyes. However, the monsters in this area are too powerful. I encountered a giant lizard covered with blue crystals, and even more horrifying, the mysterious knight. Even using an upper-tier defense magic scroll, I couldn't block his attack. With just one sword strike, I lost all consciousness. He will be the biggest obstacle to your blood essence mining efforts. Yet, my Lord Count, please do not give up, never give up. I've discovered purple blood essence, purple. You surely understand what that means. With that, we might be able to produce that supreme potion which exists only in theory. Remember the strange illness of Lord King? It might work for that. If it truly works, you would become the first duke after the war ends. What we're saying is, don't let the miners stop working. We need to send in more people, even if only one can luckily bring back purple blood essence, it'll be a sure profit. Our expert group unanimously proposes that at least 500 miners be sent into the Sane Dungeon every day. Count Philip set down the report in his hands, picked up the teacup intending to take a sip, but noticed his hand trembling. He was excited, he believed in the grand promise painted by the experts. Go, everyone can go, I'll recruit all the miners within my domain. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the door was suddenly knocked and Philip's thoughts were interrupted as he was about to shout in anger, a familiar voice came through. Father, I'm back. Chapter 16. I'm finally back, "Sally, did you have fun out there?" Philip's expression instantly softened. His youngest son was his favorite. Glancing back at the entrance, the newcomer had, let's scratch that, although the phrasing was a bit off, he was a man, or rather a youth, who could be described as bewitching. Unlike the inherited brown hair of the Bed family, the young man named Sally had silvery hair like the pale moonlight, casually tied in a ponytail at the back of his head, looking effortless and neat. His traveler's outfit was quite refined, showing the dust of his journeys, and at a glance, he was just a handsome youth. That is, if you could overlook his delicate features and the height of 1.60 m. It would not be fitting to call him a cross-dresser since he exuded a manly aura, but calling him a tough guy would be a waste of his beautiful facial features, so he might be best described as a delicate and handsome young man. Philip grew fonder of the child the more he looked at him. The youth had perfectly inherited his late mother's beauty and the startling intelligence passed down through the Bed family. At a young age, he already had his unique insights into the business and could even lead a caravan on his own, making him seem like the best candidate to inherit the Bed family business. But it was a pity that he was an illegitimate child. He was the child of Earl Philip and a commoner woman, brought into the Bed household only after his mother's death 5 years ago. Out of guilt toward the boy's mother, Philip always unconsciously favored Sally, which inadvertently made him the object of hostility from his 2 older brothers, and even the servants held a poor opinion of him in private. Therefore, after reaching adulthood, Sally often traveled for business and rarely came home, resulting in the establishment of a profitable caravan. "How much did you earn this time? Come, share your joy with me," Philip greeted warmly. "Same as usual, not much." Sally tiptoed to hang his coat on the rack and noticed the report on the table. "I heard about the abnormalities in the dungeon. Has father finished exploring it?" It's going to be tough this time," said Philip with a laugh, pushing a thick stack of reports to Sally. "These are reports from experts and adventurers hired by our family, along with some miscellaneous intelligence. Take a look, and help me figure out how we can gnaw through this tough bone. Is it as dangerous as the rumors?" Sally picked up the report and began to read. The smile on his lips gradually flattened, and at last, he put down the report with an expressionless face, his eyebrows still slightly furrowed. Seeing the intelligent Sally with such an expression made Philip surprisingly happy. After all, he didn't want to be the only one with a headache. "So, how is it? Pretty tough, right? No idea where to start." "It's different from what I imagined," said Sally, stroking the gemstone ring on his right hand, frowning. "It's too simple." "What?" Philip doubted if he had heard wrong. Too simple. His instinct told him that his son might indeed have a breakthrough solution. "Do you remember the letter I wrote to you, father, where I said I met some friends on my journey and wanted to bring them home as guests? Could it be that your friends can?" "Right, I haven't mentioned their identities yet," Sally said with a slight smile, exuding confidence. "They are heroes." "Achoo!" Gong Chiying suddenly sneezed, scratching his head and muttering to himself, "Can an animated corpse catch a cold?" He was intently staring into the crystal ball. Watching the adventurer's strategies for clearing the dungeon had become his favorite show, more interesting than any TV program in his past life. Among the adventurers, there were always some incredible beings, clearing levels in the most unimaginable ways. Some used flying pets to ignite the beacons for them, unlocking the fortress gates without a scratch. Others used some kind of magic to shapeshift into fishmen and infiltrated the monster group. After lighting 2 beacons, they found themselves surrounded by fishmen, only to realize they had turned into a female fishman while all the fishmen in the dungeon were male. As a result, the humiliated adventurer committed suicide. Some discovered that when skeleton monsters fell apart, there were 2 outcomes: some always had their skulls facing up when they hit the ground, others faced down. Combining the 2, they created a perpetual motion machine. However, the speed was so fast that it extinguished the soul fire inside the skeleton skull, and the skeleton monster died. Besides these shenanigans, there was always one group that wouldn't be absent: the brute force players. A typical example was an adventurer with a slight giant lineage, a berserker about 3 meters tall who, after drinking a fury potion, carried dual axes and chopped his way from the teleportation gate to the fortress gate. He hacked at the door in a mindless frenzy, nearly breaking through by force, scaring Gong Chiying into considering whether to bring the Molten Furnace Knight over for a confrontation. In the end, it was the brave army of curse frogs that solved the problem with curse death spray. The curse frog truly is the greatest creature in this world. Hands clasped in prayer. "I should really add more monsters with instant kill abilities," the brute force players are too scary. Gong Qiying's gaze shifted and suddenly made a sound. What is this guy up to? The figure on the screen was familiar, slender build, pale face, and meticulous clothing. It was Wild. This guy is still alive, Gong Qiying remembered him. Initially, he thought the other party was just a typical arrogant privileged guy and didn't expect him still to be alive. He had entered the dungeon as soon as it opened and hadn't died yet, even when it was almost closing time. It wasn't particularly surprising that a privileged gentleman had remained alive until now, but what caught Gong Qiying's attention was what the man was holding. A round object, red and white. That's an elf ball. I remember hiding the elf ball in a very secluded patch of grass, guarded by bulbasaurs. How could he have gotten his hands on it? Well, getting an elf ball is no big deal if you are lucky enough, but... Go Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Wild, with one hand on his hip, suddenly tossed the elf ball towards a roaming animated corpse soldier and struck a somewhat flamboyant pose. The next second, there was a flash of light, and a Pikachu really did bounce out of the ball. Pika Pika. Shoo. Yellow sparks flew, instantly toasting the animated corpse soldier to a crispy outside and tender inside, collapsing to the ground with a thud, deader than dead. Well done, Pikachu. You're truly worthy of being this young master's partner. Pika. While Wild looked excited, Pikachu was indifferent to him and directly hopped onto his head. No, how could he have tamed Pikachu? It doesn't look like he could win at all. Gong Qiying didn't know where the problem lay. He had considered that Pokémon might be tamed by adventurers, but he never thought they would be tamed by a feeble nobility. Surely Wild couldn't be the kind of Superman who could tame Pokémon at full health with a single ball? Moreover, to have tamed Pikachu and be able to fight in sync with it immediately, this level of rapport. It feels like even if Pikachu was insta-killed the next second, it would still try to stand up to keep the trainer from being sad. This guy is a good seedling, just in terms of training Pokémon. Gong Qiying suddenly wanted to battle Wild as well. Chapter 17. A ball that's actually inscribed with space magic is really... Wild looked at the elf ball in his hand, torn with a complicated expression for a moment. Magic is divided into different attributes. Wind, fire, water, thunder, earth, holy light, darkness, and so on. But if you were to ask what the most treasured attributes are, it would have to be space and time. A magician's compatibility with different attributes determines which attributes of magic they can use. According to research, over 80% of magicians can freely use holy light magic. Next to this is fire series magic and water series magic, both with a usage rate of 69%. As for the usage rate of space magic, well, there are fewer than 10 intelligent beings in the entire continent who can use it openly. Time magic is even rarer, existing only in legends. Reportedly, only that witch demon sage of the demon clan has seen it. Wild wanted to say it's such a waste, but then he thought, since this item is currently being used by him, how could he call it a waste? It should be said that everything is the best arrangement of fate. Young master here is the favorite kiddo of Lady Luck. He was quite startled at first when he put Pikachu into the ball, but when he figured out how to use it, it was like finding a priceless treasure, even he could see the value of the elf ball. Pikachu, can you find more balls like this? Wild asked Pikachu, who was lying on his shoulder. Why did he call it Pikachu? Of course, it was inspired by its cry. As Wild spent more time with Pikachu, he found that although this monster always seemed both disdainful and eager to hit him, it actually had a rather good temper. Gradually, he let his guard down. Pikachu nodded and pointed with a tiny hand in a certain direction, towards that town at the center of the forest. In that town, hui! Wild shrank his neck, his confidence vanishing instantly. He had previously climbed up a tree and glanced at Undead Town from a distance, leaving a deep impression because there were swarms of wandering animated corpses inside. And there were different kinds of animated corpses, some in tattered clothes holding broken weapons, some wearing armor that still looked decent, and others in exquisite full armor with weapons that appeared quite sharp. Not only animated corpses, but he also vaguely caught the traces of dogs, creatures much more dangerous than animated corpses due to their incredibly fast speed and aggressive nature. Besides these, his instincts told him that there were even more horrifying things hidden inside the town. Therefore, Wild had been wandering around the forest for so long, always walking around Undead Town, and despite this, he had still encountered several animated corpses that roamed out from the town. At that time, he saw how the animated corpse soldiers walked unsteadily, looking so frail, and he even thought about challenging them himself. However, as soon as that animated corpse saw him, it leapt several meters into the air as if it had been injected with stimulants, swinging its great sword at him. If Pikachu hadn't promptly impacted him away, Wild would probably have been split into two vertical halves by now. It can only be said that Wild's survival until now is all thanks to Pikachu's support. No, never mind, I dare not go there, he tried to change the topic. Pikachu, do you have any other companions? Ones like you that understand humanity, smart ones. In the process of communicating with Pikachu, Wild often felt like he was talking to an ordinary person. Pikachu could perfectly understand all of his meanings, and aside from only saying Pika Pika, there was no difference from humans. It was unbelievable, only the strongest monsters could understand humanity, but Pikachu was also so smart. If there were many more like it, it would probably become the most significant discovery in the history of monster research. Pika. Pikachu nodded and pointed at a large tree, then made a kicking motion. You mean for me to kick it? Pika. Feeling skeptical, Wild gave it a kick. SSSHHH, the dense foliage shook, and the next second, a shadow suddenly dropped down. What fiend is this? Wild yelled, leaping back in shock. The creature wriggled on the ground, and upon closer inspection, a green body, a white stomach, Y-shaped antennae, and big eyes. It was a large-sized worm, a green-haired worm. Green-haired worm. Spiritual power required per 10 units, 1. Life, F. Strength, F. Intelligence, E+, Endurance, F. Speed, F. Overall combat power, F. Just one glance and it's clear, the newcomer is the weakest of the weak. This green-haired worm was merely acquired by Gong Qiying to enrich the ecology, such a bargain that one couldn't help wanting to catch several. The green-haired worm had just fallen and was still dazed, but as soon as it noticed Wild, it immediately assumed an attack stance, showing a personality that was either bold or impulsive. Then it was instantly knocked out by an impact from Pikachu. That. Wild raised his hand and asked, why did you knock it out? Pika. Pikachu blinked, seeming to interpret Wild's words as wanting to find Pokemon to battle. I was hoping to communicate with it. After some thought, Wild took off his coat and wrapped up the green-haired worm inside. He was terrified of bugs and didn't dare to touch it directly. But this monster is really weak, does it even have any value, he murmured to himself. Weak? Your view of Pokemon is really narrow, a voice suddenly came from the bushes. Who's there? You can call me Boss Sakaki. A gust of wind suddenly erupted in the forest, blinding Wild until it subsided, and only then could he clearly see who the newcomer was. What can I say, a middle-aged man with a sinister and rugged appearance. Whether it was his looks, clothes, or voice, he exuded the vibe of a mysterious evil organization's boss, intimidating to behold. Who might you be? I already told you, call me Boss Sakaki. Gong Qiying, holding an elf ball and using his mimicry ability, had taken on Sakaki's appearance. What a strange name, hey, you also have one of these balls? Wild asked, surprised to see Gong Qiying. This is called an elf ball, you country bumpkin. What, country bumpkin? Wild's face flushed with anger, having always been the one to ridicule others, he never expected to be looked down upon himself. I am nobility, how dare you? I don't care who you are. Gong Qiying made a disdainful expression and spoke, you're already a short-sighted fellow for scoffing at how weak the green-haired worm is. So it's called the green-haired worm, but it really did seem super weak. Wild took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm. The person in front of him seemed quite knowledgeable about these peculiar creatures called Pokemon, it was crucial to establish a good relationship and coax some information out. But where did this guy come from? This dungeon should only have the Bed family's members and hired adventurers. Since Mr. Sakaki is here as well, how about we collaborate? It's quite dangerous for a person to be alone in the dungeon, isn't it? Alone? I'm not alone, Gong Qiying pointed to Pikachu, don't you have him as well? Wild was taken aback, sensing something odd about the other's remark, but what exactly was it? Right, he considered Pokemon to be equals, while Wild, due to ingrained perceptions, still regarded Pikachu as a peculiar monster. For some reason, Wild felt a sense of shame at that moment. It seems you're just a novice trainer. Well, since our eyes have met, let the battle begin. Battle. Wild asked, puzzled. I haven't provoked you, are you a bandit? No, I mean a Pokemon battle. Gong Qiying tossed the elf ball he was holding into the sky, declaring. I choose you, Beedrill. Let this youngster witness the power of the bug attribute. Chapter 18. Wild had never thought that, having lived to this day, he could still learn something new. The man named Sakaki, commanding a monster that resembled a Beedrill, its forelimbs sporting two huge spikes, toyed with his Pikachu with ease. After a brief adventure with Pikachu, he considered himself to have developed a tacit understanding with it, becoming perfect partners. When he commanded Pikachu in battle, they were perfectly in sync, aiming precisely and always triumphing. But Sakaki, that man shattered his confidence. Beedrill used guard. Pikachu used Iron Tail, but the attack was blocked. Beedrill used Poison Diamond. The field was scattered with Poison Diamond, poisoning Pikachu. Beedrill used high-speed movement. It became nimbler. Pikachu used 100,000 volts. It missed Beedrill. Sakaki seemed to possess foresight, accurately predicting every move Pikachu would make. Furthermore, it was as if he was showing off. Every time he directed Beedrill to use a move, he would shout it out loud, as though afraid others wouldn't know what was coming next. Despite all this, Pikachu still could not win. Beedrill used Spit Silk, binding Pikachu. Beedrill used Poison Liquid Impact. Pikachu could not get up again. Pikachu! Wild ran over in a panic, cradling the unconscious Pikachu in his arms, feeling utterly helpless. This was the moment to heal Pikachu, but he didn't know healing magic and had run out of healing potions earlier. He had never felt so powerless. Use this, said Gong Qiying, who had appeared beside him without notice, tossing a strangely shaped little bottle to him. What is this? It's a potion, just spray it on the wounded Pokemon like this. He sprayed it onto Pikachu, and after a short moment, Pikachu began to wake up. See, it's recovered. Wild said nothing, just held Pikachu tightly in his arms, then after a moment, he said. Thank you. Although Gong Qiying had injured Pikachu, he also threw a strange healing item, leaving Wild puzzled about what the man was really after. However, one thing was clear to him: Gong Qiying had certainly held back. The commanding skill he demonstrated was unparalleled, and Beedrill's strength was indeed terrifying. No matter how angry Wild was, he wasn't foolish enough to confront Gong Qiying. Nobles value making a wide array of friends, especially for the Bed family who depended on commerce to thrive. His former arrogance was merely because he hadn't met anyone worth respecting, coupled with being spoiled. But there was one thing he absolutely had to complain about, no matter what. Your Beedrill is strong, sure, but what does it have to do with a green-haired worm? Are you implying there are no weak bugs, only weak trainers? And what kind of elite is a trainer? Sounds similar to a beast tamer. No matter how well I train monsters, I can't possibly win with a green-haired worm against Beedrill. It seems this isn't just some brainless guy, Gong Qiying thought to himself, nodding as he said, I don't know why Pikachu chose you, but as a trainer, you still need to work harder. Otherwise, you won't be able to bring out a Pokemon's potential. I've had my fill of battling. Let's meet again someday. Gong Qiying waved his hand, recalling Beedrill into an elf ball, then turned to leave. Wait, please wait a moment. Wild hurriedly called out to him and asked, please, you seem to understand monsters like Pikachu very well. Could you explain what Pokemon are, what a trainer is? Why do these monsters understand humanity? That's too many questions. Gong Qiying feigned impatience and fiddled with his ear. I will give you a reward. Can you come to the Bed family's estate for a chat after you leave the dungeon? Wild guessed the time, it was probably about the time the dungeon was about to close, so he made the invitation. I'll pass on visiting your estate. I don't have time to run around. Gong Qiying also noticed the time and said with a slight smile, it's getting late. If you want to know more about Pikachu, come here next time to find me. I'm always here. If you want to see me, let Pikachu use its electricity attack. Okay, okay. As Wild agreed, a loud and melodious toll of bells rang out, and his vision suddenly blurred, his body felt like it was spinning, and when he opened his eyes again, he had been ejected from the dungeon. Ah, I'm out alive. He pinched his face, feeling it was still somewhat unreal. But the touch of the Pikachu in his arms was incredibly real. Hey, really brought it out. Gong Qiying returned to his animated corpse appearance, placing the elf ball containing beadrill on the table. After the recent events, he had come to a conclusion. Blowing up fish is truly exhilarating. Gong Qiying, oh Gong Qiying, how have you fallen so low, bullying even newcomers? Can you still consider yourself a noble person? He, that's just who I am. Gong Qiying figured it out. Blowing up fish for a moment is fun, doing it continuously is always fun. He had already piqued Wild's curiosity, there was no fear that he wouldn't return. Once Wild spreads the word, there will probably be many people interested in Pokemon, creatures that understand humanity, flooding into Sane Dungeon. Then there would be another surge in foot traffic. Speaking of foot traffic, today's spiritual power was a little less than yesterday's. Adventurers lacking in strength dared not set foot here again, and the miners were also unwilling to come in and meet their demise. It seems they'll need a raise to continue working. Gong Qiying had figured out what these miners were here for. It turned out to be for a kind of ore called blood essence. This ore is a special product of Sane Dungeon, but it cannot be converted into spiritual power for secondary use. Even if he changed the terrain, he still needed to find a place to dispose of these ores. Originally, placing them in the lower mining tunnels was simply because there was nowhere else to put them, never expecting people to come specifically for them. So tonight's work would need to be replanned around the distribution of blood essence ore. They can't just stuff it all in the lower level anymore and have to leave some for the upper areas to attract miners. Besides, the various setups throughout the dungeon needed to be refined. Gong Qiying had his eye on several novel gadgets, and coincidentally, today's spiritual power income was just enough. To be honest, despite the considerable income every day, after deducting the maintenance costs of the dungeon and tweaking a bit here and there, summoning a few new monsters, it would be a revelation to see. Where did all my spiritual power go? How come it's all spent? He urgently needed more people to die here. Hope the arrangements made in the past few days will be effective. Weapons with inherent combat skills, new types of monsters, a frequently mutating dungeon. Once these topics start to spread, surely there will be enthusiasts coming to explore. Late at night, in Bed City, a dark alleyway. Old Jack, I finally caught you. Facing the encirclement of several muscular men, Jack was finally cornered in a dead end. And the person who came was the last one he wanted to see. Seekman. Gee, good evening, have you eaten? Jack said nervously with an awkward smile. Chapter 19. Late at night, a back alley, and a burly man. These words combined already give a vaguely gay impression, but Jack only feels an overwhelming sense of panic. After returning from the dungeon, his immediate thought was to flee, but instead, he ran into an acquaintance of Seekman, who noticed something was off and then. That brings us to the current situation. Where are the others? The heavily built Seekman alone brought an immense sense of oppression. Everyone here was cunning, some things didn't need to be spelled out, a glance at one's expression told it all. And from Jack's face, he read fear and evasion, indicating that those who had entered the dungeon with him likely met with grim fates. Boss, I was just about to come report to you. Jack said, stealing his nerve, I had just resurrected and was terrified by the monsters in the dungeon, my memory is a bit confused now, so. Bullshit, I checked the records of the resurrection house, you didn't die. Seekman snorted dismissively, what exactly are you trying to hide from me? Where are the others? Where have they gone? The other burly men shouted in unison, causing Jack to tremble uncontrollably. Dead, dead. Nonsense, I figured they died in the dungeon, but what about now? Where are they after their resurrection? Jack hesitated and finally said, they have always been in the dungeon. Hey? To go back in after resurrection isn't like them at all, wait, you mean? Seekman suddenly realized. They didn't resurrect. Jack nodded difficultly. A pair of large hands violently grabbed his throat, lifting him up like picking up a chicken, his vision filled with the furious Seekman. Speak, tell everything you know. Seekman really wanted to just strangle Jack. It was this old man who took the initiative to lead others to explore the dungeon, swearing that he would bring back great rewards, but what happened now? Everyone's dead, and this old thing still has the face to live? And he didn't believe it, didn't believe that those people would die. Exploring the dungeon required carrying enough teleportation crystals, a rigid rule all adventurers followed, no one would intentionally leave them behind, especially not his companions who all cherished their lives dearly. I. Jack stammered in fright. Are you chickening out? Seekman slapped Jack hard, knocking out his front teeth. He handed Jack over to another burly man, saying, "You interrogate him, I want the answers fast." "Hee, I love interrogations," the burly man grinned idiotically, a smile that appeared more horrific than a billion killers to Jack. Jack wanted to speak, but... The stone statue ghosts in the dungeon had suddenly gained intelligence, stealing their teleportation crystals before killing them. Who would believe such a thing? Furthermore, Jack had participated in the killing, and ultimately became a slave to the monsters. If he revealed this, he might be executed the next second for colluding with the monsters. Jack's teeth clattered incessantly, how he wished someone would come to rescue him now, even if it was. Suddenly, the image of the stone statue ghost, played by Gong Chi-ying, flashed through his mind. If I had that kind of power, I wouldn't have to be threatened by scum like Seekman, no longer live by reading others' expressions, no longer need to sweet talk or deceive others. Damn it, I also want to become powerful. Damn it. Stop. A cold voice came from the mouth of the alley. Seekman turned his head impatiently and muttered, "Why are people meddling at this late hour, asking for trouble?" Not knowing what to expect, he was startled once he saw the newcomer's appearance, and Seekman was instantly stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful young girl. Look at those bright, jewel-like blue eyes, her silky black hair fluttering in the wind, perfectly matched with her black and red travel outfit, making one want to praise her aesthetic. But there was one thing that disrupted the overall beauty, the sword she carried on her back. To call it a sword seemed an understatement, it was huge, heavy, thick, and quite rough, essentially a chunk of iron. It was hard to imagine how the girl with her slender arms could swing it, as the great sword was even taller and bigger than her. Seekman thought to himself that being hit by that great sword would cause serious injury, if the girl wasn't just bluffing. That's a tough cookie. He clicked his tongue and said, "Don't meddle, this person has caused several of our brothers to go missing, we need to find out where they are. Lastly," he added, "we have permission from the guards, what about you? It's curfew now, you wouldn't want me to report you to the guards, right?" Nobody wants trouble with the guards, Seekman was confident he could scare the girl away. "Oh? You got the guards' permission? I didn't know about that." Another silvery figure appeared. "Could it be that the mere guards dare to deceive me?" "Impossible, you must be lying." Seekman just glanced at who came and was already too frightened to speak. "Sally, Sally, Sally." The newcomer was none other than the third young master of the Bed family, Sally. "Why is he here?" "Friend, could you do me a favor?" Sally said to the girl next to him, "Please help me catch these criminals, I'll treat you to a big meal afterwards." "Okay." The girl drew her great sword with one swift motion, stirring the air with each movement. The clanging of the iron-like blade hitting the ground sounded like the death god tolling a death knell. "Are you going to kill them, friend?" Sally said helplessly, "It wouldn't sound good if word got out that a hero is killing people." "Oh." The girl swiftly planted the great sword into the stone pavement, and positioned herself in a combat stance, empty-handed. Cold sweat streamed down Seekman's forehead, he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding, we were just..." "Save your breath." Before he knew it, the girl had already moved in front of him, casually throwing an uppercut. Seekman's consciousness blacked out at that moment. Amazing. Jack knelt to one side, his eyes wide open, watching this one-sided domination. The girl easily dealt with Seekman and his group like she was cleaning up trash. Sally whistled playfully and said, "I'll call the guards later to clean up, let's go, time for a big meal." "Okay." Still showing little emotion, the girl casually picked up her great sword and followed Sally. The two of them never looked at him again. Clang! A potion bottle rolled to Jack's feet. Sally gestured to him and disappeared around the corner with the girl. "I've met a noble person." Jack stared at the potion, and after a long moment, he finally realized. "Do I not need to run anymore?" Chapter 20. Adventurer A's Report. "I'm a bronze rank, but when it comes to exploring dungeons, I'm no less capable than a silver rank. I entered the same dungeon out of curiosity to see what it had become. The results were truly unexpected. I've seen poison swamps more than once, but I've never encountered one with such potent toxicity. Embarrassingly, I didn't consider providing a detoxification potion for my pets, resulting in their quick death after entering, which significantly hampered my scouting abilities. In my view, the terrain of the swamp area is not complicated, and can even be described as simple. It's just that the same scenery piles up heavily, causing a serious homogenization, which makes it easy for those with poor sense of direction to get lost. The terrain under the swamp is treacherous with occasional deep pits or sharp traps. Both share the characteristic that they don't cause much damage but can limit movement. Once movement is restricted, it's akin to a death sentence here. Monsters lurking in the water will swarm ferociously. Unfortunately, I stepped into a deep pit, and being unable to pull my leg out in time, I was killed by monsters. Adventurer B's report. To hell with the swamp, the skeleton monsters, the fishman, the stone statue ghost, and the giant rats. I'm never coming back to this life. I'm going back to the countryside to farm, never to return. Adventurer C's report. A monster scholar hired my squad to investigate whether new species of monsters have emerged in Sane Dungeon after the anomaly. He was very generous, so we prepared more supplies than usual, which turned out to be a huge help. The levitation skill scroll we bought for fun was incredibly useful. My companions and I didn't touch the swamp at all. The monsters' aerial tactics are quite poor. Apart from a few archer skeleton monsters that were born, the rest could only throw mud at us like children. A single low-tier magic power protective shield was enough to block it all. Through our continuous efforts in investigation, we really discovered a new breed of monster. It looks like a large frog, and most importantly, its ability. Up next is exclusive content. If the city lord wishes to know, please show some sincerity. Adventurer DS report. Damn, it was so thrilling. There were monsters I've never seen before, looking like frogs, their big eyeballs almost scared me to death. It sprayed me with a breath, and I was done for. The black smoke seemed to instantly kill, it's bizarre, ha ha ha, I want to meet it again. Oh, and when my wife was opening a treasure chest, it exploded, haha, it was hilarious. Who would have thought there would be a flame explosion technique inside? She was blown up on the spot. Later, I saw a treasure chest and threw a fireball from far away. Guess what? It was an ordinary treasure chest. I blew up the treasure myself, didn't get anything. Investigators note, this adventurer seems to have psychological issues. Adventurer E's report. Get lost. Investigators note, this adventurer insulted the nobility and has been confined by the guards. Miners report. I didn't mine any blood essence today, my salary won't be docked, right? No? Oh, thank you, my whole family thanks you. What, you ask if I saw anything in the dungeon? Let me think, monsters that go walla gaga, whooshing wines, the swamps that jilly gula, and the skeletons that gada gada. Investigators note, I really can't understand. A certain dungeon industry workers report. The older you get doing this job, the more regrets you have. Over the years, I've made many mistakes, let down many people, and lost many. I'm too ashamed to enter dungeons now. I just wander around the outskirts, please don't ask me. Investigators note, this person provides guided tours of Sane Dungeon for foreign tourists, i.e., he is a guide. Karen's report. I'll provide a detailed report later, so don't bother me now. Where is Wild, and why hasn't he returned? Investigators note, Karen seems to be in a very bad mood. How do you like it so far, my friend, feeling confident about conquering this place? Sally brought over a pot of black tea and gracefully poured a full cup of reddish-brown liquid for the young girl, immediately capturing her attention with its fragrant aroma. 2 pieces of candy fell into the tea. Sally sat down on the sofa opposite with a smile, stirring the black tea, unconsciously pressing her legs together. The girl stared at him for a long while and then said faintly, I have a name. My apologies, Elsa. Sally seemed to realize his gesture was inappropriate, promptly switching to a cross-legged posture, and asked, do you remember our agreement? You help me secure the position of family head, and I become your companion. Elsa nodded. If I could conquer the dungeon before my brothers, it would undoubtedly give me an advantage. So friend, Elsa, please help me conquer it. Seeing the girl in front of him agreeing, Sally's smile was almost too big to hide. After being out for a year, Elsa was his biggest gain. A lone hero seeking companionship, still a naive young girl. Gaining her trust was all too easy. Sally had merely set up a scheme, hiring a group of people to pose as robbers, to rob him on the road Elsa was sure to take. This allowed him to naturally thank Elsa after the robbery, using gratitude as a pretext to get close to her, quickly stripping her identity clean. She was an orphan, awakened as a hero when the demon clan slaughtered her orphanage and from then on embarked on the path of slaying demons, with her ultimate goal naturally being the Demon King's head. In fairy tales, a hero always has a group of close companions, and having only read such stories, Elsa firmly believed that she needed to find companions before challenging the Demon King. Incidentally, heroes are not unique. Anyone who possesses hatred for the demon clan, sufficient talent and a properly balanced sense of justice could become a hero. Historically, the highest number recorded at one time was 23 heroes. However, only those who successfully vanquished the Demon King are qualified to be documented and considered true heroes. Sala clenched her fist, only to feel her arm was sore and limp, unable to lift her hand. This was due to overtraining, and as for why she overtrained. Because to be a companion to a hero, one must at least be somewhat capable. So he, a young man, earnestly trained his body. Though a bit shrewder in some aspects, Sala was a person who kept her promises, and she also believed that Elsa really could help her become the family head. In the next few days, I'll show you around to familiarize yourself with the environment. Once we have more information about the dungeon, we can make our move. How does that sound? Elsa, holding her black tea, sipped it slowly and nodded slightly. Suddenly, she abruptly lifted her head, her little nose twitching as if she smelled something. What's wrong? Sally's attention was drawn by this unusual behavior. There's a disgusting smell. Elsa frowned in disgust, shook her head, and said, the smell is gone, I probably smelled it wrong. Sally's face turned red because he had just quietly farted. He would have to spray more perfume in the future. In the hallway, a tall figure had just passed by their door, seemingly heading out. With the help of the light, his features were clearly visible. It was a very familiar face. Chapter 21. Gong Qiying sat on the immaculately cleaned altar, staring blankly at the ceiling. A new day, the crystal ball was broadcasting the adventurer's new stunts, but he found himself disinterested. Because he suddenly realized something. Was his life too monotonous? All he did each day was to check and repair the dungeon. While it was indeed interesting, surely one couldn't just do one thing for their entire life? He didn't want to become a dungeon immortal. But if he wanted to do something else, he couldn't leave the dungeon, and could only eavesdrop on the adventurers' conversations, imagining what the outside world was like through their words. That sounds rather sad. People say life is about building connections with different individuals, and he had been in this world for quite some time without making a single friend. Feeling a bit lonely. With boredom written all over his face, Gong Qiying continued to watch the crystal ball and indeed saw many familiar faces. Wild came again, apparently treating his encounters with Sakaki, Gong Qiying, as a serendipitous adventure, believing he could gain benefits from the knowledgeable-looking Sakaki, and thus decided to brave the dungeon alone. The result was a random death in some corner, but he probably wouldn't give up just like that. An adventurer with giant clan blood was there as well, diligently challenging the dungeon every day like clocking in at work, but sadly he hadn't even met the stone statue ghost. This guy always sought the thrill of battle, fully knowing that the curse frog spray could kill in an instant, yet still gathering them together to fight. Seriously. Respect, blessings, incomprehension. Gong Qiying wasn't sure if it was just his impression, but he felt that the guy's time to curse death seemed to have gotten longer. Could it be that dying often really does build up immunity? Stiran was there too, this time without her companions, planning to meet the monsters alone, and with her determined manner, she seemed ready to die just to map out the dungeon clearly. With a resolved mindset to die, her exploration turned calmer, and the deceitful traps no longer posed threats to her. To summarize, the trap's insane dungeon had several common characteristics: high density, low damage, significant hindrance, stealthy placement, and required cooperation with monsters to kill. Stiran summarized a pattern herself: wherever there were many monsters, there must be traps, but traps might exist without monsters. Her actual exploration matched her summarized rules quite closely. This person has some talent. Gong Qiying appreciated her. This elf was the most improved among all adventurers so far. Maybe she didn't start off well, but she managed to learn and apply. Look, Stiran encountered a corner in the narrow path. What would she do? The moment Stiran saw the corner, she stopped in her tracks and picked up a stone from the ground, tossing it as a test. Plip-plop, the stone hit the water surface, making ripples of sound, and nothing else happened. Did that mean there were no monsters ambushing around the corner? Absolutely not. The best way to deal with cunning monster was She took out a bomb and threw it decisively. Boom! Ya! The explosion and monsters' screams erupted together, and the scent of charred flesh wafted over, Stiran taking a deep, indulgent breath. Ha! Satisfied. That's the way. Gong Qiying snapped his fingers, he was very pleased to see the adventurer's progression. Time for a little reward, let me see. Soon after, Stiran saw a strange animated corpse wobbling towards her in an inviting manner, completely defenseless, as if deliberately luring her to kill it. In reality, this was cannon fodder sent by Gong Qiying as a reward. However, Stiran furrowed her brows, swiftly sidestepped to one side, and watched with her eyes wide open as the animated corpse walked past her. She didn't attack. Why? There's something fishy here, wouldn't the monster just explode if I hit it, Stiran muttered to herself, or maybe it transforms into some other powerful monster when it dies. The Saint Dungeon had molded her into a highly suspicious character. Gong Qiying fell silent for a moment, thinking, what's with all the overthinking, just hurry up and hit it. He maneuvered the animated corpse to approach Stiran again, standing motionless as it stared at her as if offering an embrace with its arms spread. Stiran looked on with an expression of distaste, crouched down and slipped by the animated corpse, quickly walking away. Hey, you can actually tolerate that. Having no other choice, Gong Qiying commanded the animated corpse to attack Stiran. There we go, it showed its true colors. With a single kick, Stiran sent the animated corpse's head flying. She then instantly leaped backward, her eyes filled with caution, as she watched the corpse of the animated corpse, fearing that something unexpected might happen. There would be no unexpected events. Upon death, the animated corpse turned into ashes which then vanished, leaving behind 2 light points. Hey? There wasn't any trickery? Stiran was briefly stunned and even felt slightly unaccustomed but still went forward to pick up the light points. A weapon and a piece of equipment, the weapon appeared to be a pair of hook fingers, a type of weapon she certainly did not know how to use. Maybe I should sell it for money, she thought. As she did, knowledge of a combat skill called Hound Step, intrinsic to the hook fingers, surfaced in her mind. Once she grasped the purpose behind the Hound Step, a joyous smile crossed her face once again. It seems like a strong combat skill. Hey wait, why did the weapon grant me knowledge of a combat skill? She tried taking off the hook fingers and, as a result, her mind erased the knowledge of Hound Step, as though it had never existed. How magical! Stiran was in awe, feeling an urge to send the hook fingers to the elf clan to have craftsmen study it. Too bad it was too far and would take too much time. Aside from the treasure of the hook fingers, the other item puzzled her a bit. It was an old-looking small box, gleaming with gold inside, completely unidentifiable. As if it sensed her confusion, a stream of information flowed directly into her mind. Summoning Hook Finger Medicine X5. After use, allows you to see summoning symbols drawn by assistants or fighters on the same floor of the dungeon, summoning assistants to help conquer the dungeon until defeating the area boss. Summoning fighters will initiate combat with you. What is this magical thing now? For the first time, Stiran learned that there existed an item capable of summoning others across regions. Can it truly summon someone, and will the person summoned be alive or something else? Do they also possess this kind of item? Numerous questions popped up in her mind. She hesitated as she looked at the summoning hook finger medicine. It seemed to be a consumable, but since there were 5 in total, maybe it wouldn't hurt to try using one? With that thought, she couldn't wait to raise the summoning hook finger medicine and sprinkled its contents into the sky. What kind of change will happen? What does a summoning symbol look like? I'm so excited. Amid her eager gaze, not far away, a golden summoning symbol slowly emerged. Chapter 22. Do you want to touch it? Stiran carefully touched the summoning mark and a golden phantom suddenly appeared, startling her into hopping back. Because she was no longer touching the summoning mark, the golden phantom immediately disappeared. To think that one could actually see the form of the cooperator. She touched the summoning mark again and examined the person's face closely. His build seemed to be male. Why use the word seemed? Because the other party was wearing full armor, his face was not visible, and his sexual characteristics were not obvious. This armor didn't look particularly valuable, a very common style, with a riding spear in his right hand and a large shield in his left hand that seemed very secure. Above his head, a name was displayed, Matter. Never heard of this person, Stiran chose to summon. Isn't he an adventurer? After a brief wait, a flurry of golden light and special effects flashed by, and the golden armored matter made a grand entrance. Hey! He greeted everyone with a generous gesture as soon as he appeared, looking like a warm and cheerful person. Surely such a person wouldn't do something as underhanded as plotting against others. Of course, this matter was just an alternate form of Gong Qiying. The inspiration for this outfit came from the hostile NPC, the people's good friend, Matter, from Dark Souls 2. After all, Gong Qiying currently had the appearance of an animated corpse, so naturally, he couldn't show his true face. Hello, my name is Stiran. Stiran circled around Gong Qiying, marveling. It turned out that the summoned assistant would turn into a golden spiritual body, which looked quite handsome. Are you also an adventurer? Why did you draw a summoning mark here? Having encountered such a novel existence, she wanted to ask and understand everything clearly. Gong Qiying hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time and seemed very excited at the moment. No, I'm not an adventurer. I'm just traveling, improving myself. As for the summoning mark, it requires an item called hook finger. By drawing the summoning mark on the ground with the hook finger, it can be seen by those who have used the summoning hook finger medicine. Stiran immediately leaned in and asked, "Where can I obtain the hook finger?" As soon as she finished speaking, she realized it might not be appropriate and quickly added, "I can offer you a reward in exchange for the information." Gong Qiying shook his head and said enthusiastically, "No need for a reward. We are all people struggling in the dungeon, helping each other is basic common sense." This time, she really encountered a good person. Stiran hadn't heard the term helping each other from a stranger in a long time. Nowadays, adventurers are afraid that others will get the benefits from the dungeon before them. It's considered good enough if they don't trick you upon meeting, and it would be very kind of them to even give a bit of guidance. Her fondness for Gong Qiying increased substantially. Gong Qiying pointed to a fortress in the distance and said, "Exit from the back door of the fortress, enter the village there, get through a large number of enemies, and at the edge of a cliff in the village, you can find the hook finger. Not far from the hook finger, you can move into the next area, which seems to be a giant tree hollow." Stiran's eyes widened, "Are you saying you've already conquered that disgusting village?" Gong Qiying nodded noncommittally, which in Stiran's view, was the composure of a strong person. For a moment, the image of Matter rose in her esteem. Her gaze was fervent, as if she'd spotted a treasure. "Can I ask you to take me to conquer the village? I'll prepare a reward. Just name your price." Gong Qiying was expected to ask for a reward, but he simply shook his head and said, "I don't really need a reward. If you want to repay me, just talk to me. It's been quite a while since I've talked to someone, and I'm not so up to date with, cough cough, the news outside. Leave it to me, I keep up with the news every day." Soon after, Gong Qiying and Stiran walked side by side through the swamp, but a closer look would reveal that it was actually Stiran continuously following the other. In the swamp, Gong Qiying demonstrated exceptional expertise. He often found hidden paths to avoid monsters and even shortcuts leading straight to the beacon fires, paths that Stiran and her companions had completely missed. More ingeniously, Gong Qiying seemed to know the perception range of monsters, managing to avoid their detection at the limit of distance and confidently walk past them, as if entering an uninhabited territory. Stiran looked on in continuous admiration. "You must have spent quite some time here, hey? Just explored it seriously for a bit. That's the manner of an expert." Stiran admired everyone stronger than her, not for their strength, but for their ability to explore the dungeon, and Gong Qiying had shown skills far surpassing hers. Stiran admitted to herself that she could never discover those cunningly hidden shortcuts, they were too well hidden. During their time together, Gong Qiying gradually filled in his information database. Before, he only knew that nearby was Bed City, a dwelling place for adventurers. Now, from Stiran, he learned about the main members of the Bed family, their respective characteristics, like how Karen is a big dummy, Wild is pretty effeminate, and Sally is a pretty boy in disguise. These subjective impressions were pretty heavy. He then learned about the world's power ranking system, lower, middle, upper, king, saint, and legendary. A straightforward classification system, a person could learn unlimited professions in a lifetime, as long as they had talent and time, without restrictions. Even weapons, items, magic, etc., could be simply and crudely categorized into levels of power. The setting of this world was almost too easy to understand. Although Stiran was puzzled as to why Gong Qiying would ask such obvious questions, it was just curiosity. His reliability eliminated any doubt that he could be a monster. Jokes aside, an unintelligent monster couldn't possibly learn the human language. Apart from this basic knowledge, Gong Qiying also learned some currently useless information, like guild gossip about the head of the Adventurers Guild. The top battle force in human society is a magician named Cowed, the royal family's magic advisor, whose strength has reached legendary status, but who hasn't been seen in public for decades. Some say he's already dead. The elf clan's dwelling place was called Elf Forest, with the ruling elf queen also possessing legendary strength. Most elves love peace and chose to live quietly within their beautiful forest. Dwarves love residing in the mountains and have a natural talent for forging and brewing, which aligned with the stereotypical outside perspective. They gathered under the Dwarf King's banner, a force not to be underestimated. The wealth of information acquired today left Gong Qiying quite satisfied, so much so that he felt like belching contentedly. After a short time, they arrived at the fortress gates. To have the gate open so quickly, Stiran's look shifted from respect to awe. This was the first person she'd seen speed through the poison swamp so fast. Get ready for battle, it's about to start. Chapter 23. Stiran pulled out her weapon, a wolf fang club as long as her forearm. She had strategized well. Monsters like stone statue ghosts have high resistance to slashes, stabs, and cleaves, but are weak to blunt force. A hammer, for instance, could easily break their defenses. Nothing to fear now. At that moment, she saw Gong Qiying leisurely draw out a big shield and a riding spear, seemingly opting to use just these two weapons. Stiran hesitated before asking, don't stone statue ghosts have resistance to spears? Won't the riding spear's damage be insufficient? Damage isn't enough, but who says I need to cause damage? Without damage, you can't hurt monsters, she argued. Gong Qiying smiled enigmatically, just watch my performance, and don't interfere. He was quite the suspenser, and darn it, Stiran was totally hooked. Entering the fortress, she obediently stayed near the entrance without venturing deeper, so the stone statue ghosts would target Gong Qiying first. I have to see how you are going to fight. Stiran still felt a bit defiant. What is most important in fighting monsters throughout history? Every adventurer would answer, damage. Without sufficient damage, every attack on a monster is just scratching an itch. Today's consensus among adventurers is to prioritize heavy damage and belittle technique. Forget about defense. Even the sword-shield warrior win mostly attacks by bashing with a shield, seldom focusing on defense. So when Gong Qiying took out a heavy big shield, Stiran was puzzled. Wielding a big shield seemed too cumbersome for combat, not to mention it could slow agility. From any angle, it didn't seem cost-effective. Roar roar roar. While hearing the stone statue ghosts roar, Gong Qiying threw a flying knife at the monster on the ceiling, successfully drawing its aggro as it spread its wings, ready to charge. Get out of the way, Stiran muttered to herself. But Gong Qiying didn't move. He stood his ground, merely raising the big shield, foolishly waiting for the stone statue ghost's onslaught as if petrified. Bang! The stone statue ghost's colossal claw slammed into the big shield. Gong Qiying's body trembled, but his stance didn't falter. The big shield impeccably absorbed the hit. She thought now he would finally dodge. Stiran watched intently, as dodging now would have allowed him to counterattack the stone statue ghost. A highly profitable move. However, I stab. Tucked behind the big shield, Gong Qiying poked the stone statue ghost. Exclamation marks appeared above Stiran's head. The attack was feeble, barely scratching the stone statue ghost. No wonder Gong Qiying was evading monsters on the way, it turned out he didn't have the raw power to dominate. I'll go then. Stiran called out. No need, just stay there. Gong Qiying kept jabbing the stone statue ghost, which was momentarily stunned, likely encountering such a light attack for the first time in its existence. But then, the monster was enraged, its attacks raining down like a fierce storm, swearing to smash this weak human. Something miraculous happened. Despite the ferocious assault, the big shield proved superior, taking all of the stone statue ghost's attacks. Roar! The stone statue ghost roared in fury, spreading its arms to flip the big shield away, but Gong Qiying had anticipated the move, ducking and rolling away lightly. Then he continued to hide and jab from behind the big shield. If stone statue ghosts could talk, it would have started cursing by now. Jab jab jab, roll, then jab jab jab, roll again. Before she knew it, Stiran was staring, slack-jawed, having never witnessed such a shameless fighting technique. Even as the other stone statue ghost charged in, both facing a barrage of attacks, the big shield didn't even budge. As the saying goes, quantity changes lead to qualitative changes. Before long, the stone statue ghost was beaten and battered, and Gong Qiying thrust his riding spear forward, piercing its head. The same method took care of the other one. How's that? Gong Qiying planted the riding spear into the ground, boasting proudly, what a thrilling battle. You didn't really fight a damn thing. Quite an eye-opener. Stiran didn't know what to say, her expression was quite something. After a long struggle she asked, may I ask what kind of style is this? Shield stab style. An invincible style. Stiran opened her mouth but said nothing for a long time. After defeating the stone statue ghosts, Gong Qiying didn't disappear, but continued guiding her through Sick Village. Encountering agile canine monsters, solved with shield stab. Encountering primate monsters that threw weapons, solved with shield stab. Even when unsure if monsters were lurking around corners, still solved with shield stab. Stiran was dumbfounded. Seeing Gong Qiying using shield stab to handle a bunch of monsters she thought were troublesome, she glanced at the wolf fang club in her hand and cautiously asked, are you still accepting disciples? Underneath the helmet, Gong Qiying revealed a bright smile. Want to learn, eh? I'll teach you. Come, take my shield and weapon, and you lead the way. Yes, just like that, hold the shield up, see the monsters ahead? Charge and take them down. Stiran recalled how Gong Qiying performed the shield stabs and began her attack on the monster before her. The big shield was heavy, but being an elite among adventurers, she could withstand the impact from large monsters without letting go. It was going well at first, but as the battle grew fiercer, her arms, holding the shield, started to tremble. The monster seized this chance and thrust forward fiercely. Her shield was broken through. Arg! Stiran quickly pulled out the wolf fang club and smashed the monster's head. Why don't you get your shield broken? She was full of questions now. Gong Qiying waved his hands, chuckling, didn't you notice when I can't hold up, I choose to lower the shield to recover energy. Boom! Like lightning striking her mind, Stiran had an epiphany. Turns out shield stab wasn't something you could play around with casually, you need some technique. Raise the shield when the enemy attacks, lower it to recover energy when they pause, and roll away to avoid when they try to flip the shield. In just an hour or two, she felt like she learned something fresh that she couldn't in the past decade. Most importantly, it was actually practical. The only downside was insufficient damage. But it might seem lacking if she did it alone, but what if 2 people, 3 people, or even 10 people did it together? Stiran envisioned in her mind the picture of her and 10 companions surrounding monsters with their big shields, their long and hard objects stabbing at the monsters, all the while the monsters' attacks were futile rage, helplessly watching as they were stabbed to death. Her delicate body trembled with excitement, the mere thought of that scene was ecstatic. Seeing Stiran's thrilled demeanor, Gong Qiying's smile grew even larger. Celebrate, for a great shield stab player was born. Stiran joyously led the way with her shield, immersed in the nearly roguelike method of shield stab. And Gong Qiying? He silently pulled out a small sickle. Chapter 24. All creatures instinctively seek comfort, especially intelligent ones. A living example is Stiran. Yahaha, you can't beat me, you can't beat me. Facing the attack of 2 obese brothers, she, holding a big shield, is not scared at all, just poking can lead to victory. If she used a bow and arrow, she would need to observe the monster's weaknesses, consider using different attribute arrows for the best effect, and constantly stay highly attentive, not allowing the monster to get close, because it's basically impossible to defend while drawing a bow. Using the wolf fang club, she would have to fight the dangerous monsters from Sick Village close range, treading on a knife's edge where a slight mistake could mean total defeat. However, shield stab solves all problems. A big shield, a long spear, how can there be such a perfect combination in the world? No need to think too much, just pay attention to your energy and the enemy's combat skill, occasionally dodge the magic that can penetrate shields, and shield stab is best suited for adventurers who prefer not to use their brains. Even Stiran, who has a certain understanding of combat, fell in love with shield stab after trying it. The sense of security brought by the big shield is irreplaceable. She found her comfort zone in shield stab and didn't want to leave it at all. Today's dungeon trip was incredibly fruitful. Not only did she learn shield stab from Gong Qiying, but she also got a clear understanding of the map structure of the swamp area and sick village from this supposed dungeon exploration expert. It's just like Qin Shi Huang flipping a switch. Jackpot! Gong Qiying was observing Stiran from behind. As someone who has trained in martial arts, she got the hang of shield stab quickly and perfectly applied it in real combat. He watched with satisfaction, sighing that playing soul-like games indeed requires learning how to find wheelchairs. Training Stiran was simply because she was pleasing to the eye and Gong Qiying really wanted someone to talk to, so he had to pick among dungeon adventurers. Option A, dual axe-wielding battle maniac who only knows the thrill of fighting. Option B, wild, who keeps dying and coming back to life in the dungeon. Option C, adventurer with a fixed team who explores carefully. Option D, a lonely elf beauty who seems easy to deceive. Everyone knows you should choose D. Also, another reason is that no one has cleared Sane Dungeon yet. The anomaly in Sane Dungeon has not yet attracted widespread attention. Those who can't clear it come here, and the experts who can clear it, why would they specifically make a trip here? There must be a worthwhile harvest for them. Gong Qiying believes he has prepared a grand gift for those who clear the dungeon, a reward that would make anyone envious. Surely it could attract experts once the news spreads. But the key issue is no one has obtained the reward, the news simply can't spread. Only by attracting more people, gaining more spiritual power, can he create a better and superior dungeon. Reaching a healthy cycle of spiritual power is necessary. Excuse me, Mr. Matter. Stiran subconsciously used honorifics, which shows she truly recognizes and respects Gong Qiying. What's up? Gong Qiying looked in the direction she was pointing, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Can shield stab also handle the situation ahead? The place she pointed to was the only spacious road in Sick Village, flanked by dilapidated houses. Passing this street would lead to the path direct to the middle-level area. However, all the houses were filled with obese brothers. Huge living corpse. Spiritual power required per unit, 80. Life, D. Strength, D+. Intelligence, F. Endurance, D. Speed, D. Overall combat ability, D. The huge living corpse, originated from the Sick Village in Dark Souls, has a bloated and massive appearance, more resilient than regular animated corpses, stronger, and less susceptible to being stunned by attacks. They can surely provide adventurers with an authentic Sick Village experience. If you don't want to fight, you can try running directly past. Gong Qiying suggested, look, they are so fat, they definitely can't catch up to you, just parkour your way through. I have a feeling something might go wrong. Stiran felt that this strategy was unreliable. What if these corpses only looked fat but were actually quick movers? If she gets caught, she would probably be minced by those nearly 10 huge living corpses. Moreover, she pulled out a telescope from her bosom and carefully examined the houses on both sides. Sure enough, there were monsters hiding on the rooftops. They were small-statured like goblins, wearing ragged hoods on their heads, crouching on the roofs, barely noticeable unless looked at closely. If she really carelessly ran past, she would likely be blocked by the monsters jumping down from above and then chased by those fat brothers. Oh, you actually noticed, Gong Qiying clapped his hands and commended, good observation skills. Humph, all thanks to experience. Though she didn't want to admit it, the reason she thought to observe the rooftops was due to being ambushed too many times in the marsh area. It made her paranoid, prompting her to tentatively probe any object that looked like it could hide something. It could be said that she had become an entry-level player of the soul-like games. Think about what you can use, like the weapons and equipment you picked up in the dungeon, Gong Qiying hinted. What can I use? Stiran thought for a moment and pulled out a claw hook with a peculiar design and wore it on her hand. This was the weapon equipped with the hound step combat skill. Thinking to try drawing a monster with a bow and arrow, she shot a lone huge living corpse, luring it over. The huge living corpse raised its club to smash down, but Stiran timely activated the hound step, and the next second, the club hit nothing but air. And she instantly appeared a few steps away, still baffled. This combat skill seems a bit strong. Stiran's eyes brightened, and she started playing Catch Me If You Can with the huge living corpse, only dealing the final blow after completely mastering the hound step. With this combat skill, I can definitely parkour my way through. She gained confidence and turned back to look at Gong Qiying, asking, what about you? Gong Qiying took out a similar claw hook and said, I have one too. You couldn't have already taken all the rewards from the dungeon, could you? Stiran felt that even if Gong Qiying said he had previously conquered the dungeon, it wouldn't be too surprising. No, there's still a lot left. Gong Qiying equipped the claw hook and said, once we cross this street, we'll encounter an elite monster, be prepared for battle. Of course. Stiran caressed the big shield as if she were touching a long-lost friend. Chapter 25. What do you do when you encounter a pile of monsters? The answer is Hound Step, Hound Step, Hound Step. This combat skill was already strong in the game, and it's ridiculously powerful in the other world because it really does have invincible frames. As the huge living corpse's large club swung down, Stiran quickly used the Hound Step. The next moment, her figure vanished without a trace, reappearing several steps away. Wow! She really hadn't expected this unremarkably named combat skill to be so formidable. Woo! You can't hit me, you can't hit me. She was now completely immersed in the game of teasing the huge living corpse with the Hound Step. However, after using it several more times, Stiran could feel her strength waning and had to stop to rest. Aoa! The huge living corpse seized the opportunity and charged at her, looking like it was about to land a hit. Gong Qiying grabbed hold of Stiran and also used the Hound Step, dodging the attack with her in tow. Don't be too arrogant, one mistake and you could die. Oh! After a brief recovery, the two of them kept using Hound Step as they moved along and safely passed through the dangerous streets. To continuously use a combat skill, that's how powerful it is. Stiran suffered some minor injuries. A monster perched on the rooftop hit her in the butt with a poison arrow from a blow dart, causing her complexion to change erratically in pain. As long as they moved out of the street's range, the monsters wouldn't chase after them. But the monsters that followed were still numerous and bothersome. Gong Qiying, knowing that the adventurers would be greatly weakened after battling their way down Fat Bro Street, deliberately placed strong monsters behind them. But for Stiran, who had grasped the true essence of shield stab, as long as she was careful, she could get past them, especially with the protection of Gong Qiying. Finally, they arrived in front of the fog gate. What is this? Stiran looked at the door filled with white fog in front of her, sensing that something extraordinary would happen once she entered. A boss monster's room, Gong Qiying casually asked. The other dungeons don't have this kind of thing, do they? Stiran shook her head. In other dungeons, you enter the door and battle with the boss, but there's no white fog. She looked at the fog gate and sighed, it's quite oppressive. After they passed through the fog gate, and when they could clearly see what the boss monster looked like, Stiran's face stiffened. Because it was a giant curse frog. She immediately remembered the painful experience of being chased by a group of curse frogs in the poison swamp, and her shield arm trembled. Seeing her reaction, Gong Qiying revealed a satisfied smile. It wasn't in vain that he had specifically placed a giant curse frog here after seeing Stiran, just to enjoy this delicious expression. I'm going in. Only by overcoming fear can one move forward. Stiran, holding the big shield, charged in. The curse frog shot out its tongue. The big shield was swept away. Suddenly deprived of the protection of the big shield, Stiran felt helpless, as if stripped bare and without a sense of security. However, she quickly recovered. Holding the riding spear and charging forward, she pierced the giant curse frog's lower jaw. The monster cried out in pain and spat the big shield back out. My precious! Stiran, reclaiming her big shield, beamed with joy. She began classic shield stabs against the giant curse frog, and before long, the frog's body was covered in wounds. Pfft! The giant curse frog suddenly shot out a fog of curse death, forcing Stiran back, then leaped onto the ceiling and roared loudly. The walls crumbled, revealing a series of large holes, as many eerie light points slowly lit up. Hey, no way! Stiran's hair stood on end. If she wasn't mistaken, these light points were a swarm of small curse frogs. At a glance, there appeared to be over 10 curse frogs, all summoned by the giant curse frog as its minions, now eyeing Stiran with covetous gaze. She turned her head to look at Gong Qiying and called out, help me out. Okay. Gong Qiying pulled out a small, wet sickle, but that thing was specially designed for PvP and wasn't much use against monsters, so he then took out a magic wand. Meteor Staff. Combat Skill, Spin. Required Spiritual Power per Unit, 200. Rating, C. Luminous Stone Magic Gravel. Magic Radiant Sword. Meteorite Ball. Various special effects that were ordinary but practical spells were consecutively cast by him, and the curse frog group couldn't even resist before they were all wiped out. Stiran's expression was like that of an old person on the subway playing with their phone because she discovered that these spells were yet another thing she'd never seen before. The magic you are using, did you find it in the dungeon? She curiously asked. You can pick up scrolls that record magic in the deeper layers, Gong Qiying said. Want to learn? Stiran nodded her head repeatedly. Unfortunately, the scroll can only be used by one person. He shrugged his shoulders. If you want it, you'll have to go down and get it yourself. A fighting spirit ignited in Stiran's eyes. Just then, the giant curse frog realized its curse frog group had been annihilated and emitted an angry roar, pushing off with its hind legs and pouncing over. I'll do it. She took the initiative to raise her big shield in front of Gong Qiying, standing as immovable as a mountain. Gong Qiying fell silent for a moment. I was going to say I could dodge it. It seems it's time for shield stab again. Before long, the giant curse frog crashed to the ground, its massive body transforming into smoke and dissipating, leaving behind a purple light point. Stiran glanced at Gong Qiying, who made a beckoning gesture and said, You take it. That thing is no use to me anymore. Thanks. She bowed and walked over to pick up the light point, and suddenly a message appeared in her mind. Soul of the giant curse frog. Using it by the campfire can slightly enhance one's physical constitution. Direct use can yield a large amount of souls. Campfire? What campfire? Stiran doubted her own language comprehension skills. Direct use can yield a large amount of souls? What souls? What do I need souls for? I'm not a necromancer. Now it was time for the commentator, Gong Qiying, to make his appearance. This is the campfire. Following the direction he pointed, she saw that after the curse frog's death, an unlit campfire suddenly appeared in the room with a spiral sword inserted on top of the pile. Try lighting the campfire. So mysterious, Stiran tossed a match into it, and the campfire immediately ignited with a warm flame, as if sitting there for a while could relax one's spirit. At that moment, a line of text appeared in front of her. Do you wish to use the soul of the giant curse frog? Let's use it. The soul of the giant curse frog was cast into the campfire. The next moment, the campfire burst into fierce flames, and at the same time, Stiran felt a warm and indescribable comfort throughout her body. Then she startlingly discovered. My strength has increased. Chapter 26. What's going on here? Stiran, puzzled and uncertain, noticed another line of small text appearing before her eyes. Current soul count, 5,677, available for leveling up. Leveling up? At this thought, a panel suddenly opened in front of her, giving her a shock. Stiran. Life, 3. Strength, 3. Intelligence, 1. Endurance, 1. Agility, 1. Perception, 1. Souls required for leveling up, 644. What is this thing? She turned helplessly to Gong Qiying, as this was beyond her comprehension. This is the surprise I was talking about. Gong Qiying said while clapping her hands. Congratulations, defeating the giant curse frog means you've cleared the upper area, and now you can explore further down. More adventures are waiting for you. Thank you. No, wait, I'm asking about this thing. That thing is a reward for those who clear the upper level, Gong Qiying explained. I don't know much, but I can tell you a little. Every time you clear a level, you'll encounter a bonfire. Resting at the bonfire allows you to quickly replenish lost stamina and also upgrade using souls. Regardless of how strong you are, everyone starts at level 1 by default. Where do the souls come from, you ask? They are dropped by monsters you kill. Gong Qiying said, this is a unique mechanism of the same dungeon. After killing monsters, you receive varying amounts of souls, and with these souls, you can level up at the bonfire. Yes, leveling up is about getting stronger, and the enhancements remain even after you leave the same dungeon. Stiran's breathing became heavier as she realized something, saying, so you mean, as long as I keep killing monsters, I can become stronger. That's the idea. She hurried over to examine the panel, wondering why life and strength were at 3 while the rest were at 1. Was it because she used the giant curse frog's soul? Life and strength are easy to understand. Intelligence is different from what you might think IQ is, it's related to the damage you deal with magic. Higher intelligence means more powerful magic. Endurance is linked to energy. The higher your endurance is leveled up, the longer you can hold a big shield. Agility speaks for itself, and you can see perception as luck. The higher your perception, the more likely you are to obtain items from monsters you kill. Stiran was stunned for a moment and muttered to herself, this is indeed an unheard of mechanism. In that instant, she realized the potential of the bonfire mechanism. If one could continue to level up, wouldn't everyone in the world flood this place? Try leveling up your endurance and see. Endurance turned to 2. She shook her hand, feeling no significant change. Souls required for leveling up, 807. Once endurance reached 4, Stiran finally felt a change in her body. An indescribable sensation, but essentially she felt stronger. She then leveled up a point in strength, a point in perception, a point in agility, focusing on balanced development. Souls required for leveling up, 1899. Current soul count, 78. Out of money. Stiran, not yet satisfied, regretfully closed the panel. The fascination of becoming stronger with just a simple touch was truly captivating. And yet, it defied the heavens. If she relied solely on training, the time needed to become stronger would be measured in years, but in the sane dungeon, she only needed to kill monsters. She couldn't even fathom how crazed those who hit a bottleneck in their cultivation would be upon learning that they could level up here so easily and quickly. Right, Stiran remembered to ask Gong Qiying for his thoughts after leveling up. Any suggestions for leveling up? Gong Qiying thought for a moment and said, first, increase your hit points to 40. Ah, is there a reason for this? No, just to increase your survival rate. Okay. Stiran was about to say something when she suddenly widened her eyes, pointing at Gong Qiying and speaking incoherently, you. Me. Gong Qiying tilted his head. Your body is disappearing. The originally golden spiritual body of Gong Qiying was gradually becoming transparent, and in just a few more seconds, he was going to vanish. It's normal, assistants like me will return after helping you defeat the final boss monster of the domain. Don't worry, it's not like I'm dead. After understanding, Stiran was no longer panicked. She took a deep breath and shouted, thank you for your help. Gong Qiying waved his hand and his figure completely disappeared from her sight. He really disappeared. Looking at the empty room, she felt a tinge of loneliness for a moment. But this feeling of loneliness was quickly replaced by the novelty of discovering a bonfire. She walked around the bonfire, examining it from all angles. Should I continue collecting souls by killing monsters on this floor, or should I move on to the next level? After careful consideration, Stiran thought that the meaning of life lay in progress and exploration, so she resolutely entered the middle layer. Before long, Gong Qiying saw that the spiritual power collected by the dungeon had increased by over 200. It seemed Stiran had bitten the dust in the middle layer. He looked at the growing spiritual power, thoughtfully. Indeed, adventurers who have leveled up can burst more spiritual power, even doubling. The bonfire and soul mechanisms were something he stumbled upon by chance. Initially, he was just looking through the list of available buildings when he found the bonfire from the world of Dark Souls. Upon placing it, the entire sane dungeon underwent mysterious changes. Simply put, this change meant that killing monsters could now yield souls, and with enough souls, one could level up at a bonfire. Accidental willows will grow, and the mere placement of a bonfire could bring about such an earth-shattering change, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. Gong Qiying was confident that with this mechanism, even more people would be lured into the sane dungeon. Because becoming stronger was the ultimate temptation for everyone. Adventurers got stronger in the dungeon, and when they died, they dropped more spiritual power. A win-win situation. He had been worried before, feeling that the sane dungeon lacked an ultimate lure to attract adventurers, but now, it seemed that the bonfire mechanism had perfectly solved his problem. That being said, I hope no adventurer wants to be the next 10-mile slope sword god. To prevent adventurers from only farming souls in the upper layer, he arranged for the free monsters to be of little value, weak in strength and dropping fewer souls. Perhaps adventurers could farm them at first, but as they leveled up a few times, the amount of souls needed would increase significantly. Therefore, to level up faster, adventurers would have to venture into the lower areas to explore, challenging stronger monsters. And then to die, turning their spiritual power into nourishment for him, Gong Qiying, and this dungeon. To prevent the strong from leveling up too easily, once an adventurer reached a certain strength level, the amount of spiritual power needed to level up would become so high that even if they killed all the monsters in the dungeon and farmed day and night, month after month, they wouldn't be able to level up much at all, less effective than training on their own. Controlling the numbers was very important. Hopefully, Stiran will spread the word. Chapter 27. After leaving Sane Dungeon, Stiran clenched her fist, feeling somewhat surreal. She sat by a campfire, not only fully replenished, but also actually leveled up. Just by tapping on that bizarre-looking panel with her finger, she easily became stronger. Although the soul used for leveling up was hard-earned through defeating monsters, it still felt a bit unreal. The average lifespan of an elf is about 300 years, with a little exercise or learning some health-preserving magic, they can easily live to 400 years, which is 4 times that of humans. Historically, there has been an enduring question, why haven't the long-lived elves replaced humans as the most powerful race? There are 2 reasons. One is that elves have a low conception rate, and continuous work for years might not result in pregnancy. The other is, the enthusiasm of elves for learning is lower than that of humans. It's as if the Creator God intentionally balanced the strength of the elf clan, corresponding to their long lives. Elves take longer to learn a certain technology compared to humans. Elves have no problems with intelligence or comprehension ability, but there is a mysterious force that prevents them from learning a completely unfamiliar technology in a short time. The same goes for cultivation. For elves to level up in their professions, it takes longer than humans. But in Sane Dungeon, this situation underwent a drastic change. Stiran could feel that the levels of power she advanced in the dungeon would have required 1 or 2 years of training in the outside world. 1 day's effort could equal a year. She took a sharp intake of breath, thinking how horrific this was. She couldn't help but call over her fellow clansmen. But before that, she looked at the sky. It was still early, so it was time to make a trip to the weapon shop. The big shield and riding spear that Gong Qiying lent her disappeared when he did, but the idea of shield stab was deeply imprinted in her heart. She got itchy just 1 minute without a shield. It was easy to buy a type of spear. She quickly purchased a suitable long spear, its tip made from the horn of a high-tier monster, inlaid with a poison attribute magic gem. Just a light graze was enough to poison the enemy. The shop owner mentioned that this spear was always hard to sell, even though it was of good quality. No one liked to use poison attribute weapons. Everyone pursued a fast-paced battle, and few had the patience to wait for their prey to be slowly weakened by poison. Therefore, when Stiran decided to buy it, the owner was deeply moved and voluntarily gave a 20% discount. Stiran examined the long spear in her hand. The poison attribute gem gave the spear tip a mysterious dark green hue. She originally wanted to buy a fire attribute or thunder attribute, but on seeing this spear, she suddenly thought, the drawback of shield stab is insufficient damage and it takes a long time. Why not apply poison? I am truly a genius, she secretly delighted, thinking that she would definitely show off to Matter later. However, big shields were not easy to find. She ran through several weapon shops before buying a decent big shield that was usable, but it didn't feel as good as the one Gong Qiying had loaned her. Yo, isn't that the long ears coming to buy weapons? Just as Stiran was about to head home with the shield, several unwelcome guests appeared. Could it be that you were beaten by the monsters in the dungeon so badly you cried for your daddy and mommy, and even lost your weapons while fleeing? Her complexion immediately darkened. The newcomers were 3 human youths, each dressed like a classic thug, with appearances reminiscent of lean and lanky spirited young men. Stiran knew them. These people were infamous racists in the area, having conflicts with many non-human races, but they usually bullied ordinary people. This was the first time they came to trouble Stiran, a silver rank. Could it be that their strength has improved? She speculated, disregarding their presence and continuing on her way. My big brother is talking to you. The thug's younger brother reached out to grab Stiran. Her expression hardened, and she was about to retaliate when the one called the big brother stopped the younger one. I specifically said I wanted to practice today. The elder brother glared at the younger, who sulkily backed off. My name is Morgan, the boss of this street. Heard you long ears are an adventurer, and today I came looking for you. Hey, stop right there. While he was speaking, Stiran had already walked several meters away. Stop her. Got it, boss. X2. Seeing the passers-by attracted by the commotion here, Stiran reluctantly turned around and said, buzz off. Ooh, feisty, Morgan chuckled. Just hear me out, don't be so reluctant. What on earth do you want? She felt like she was cajoling a lunatic. Recently, I've felt like something good is going to happen. Then, while I was working as a bodyguard for a big household, a master noticed me and taught me a combat skill, hee. Morgan excitedly pulled off his gloves, revealing a pair of shiny, pitch-black hands. This is the combat skill the master passed on to me, called Black Hand. I've been itching to test it out on someone. You folks from the alien race are in for a real treat. Clearly, this thug was just picking a fight randomly. If it wasn't Stiran, it could have been another long-eared one, or even a small dwarf or someone furry. Thinking she might as well beat him half to death to stop him from bothering others, she raised her shield. Little did she know, Morgan stopped in his tracks as soon as he saw the shield. What are you doing? Stiran was all set in her shield stab stance, now utterly puzzled. It's not fair, I'm empty-handed and you have a big shield, how am I supposed to fight? Stiran was almost amused by the irony, retorting, you come looking for trouble and you want to dictate how I fight back. This isn't looking for trouble, this is a sacred duel, Morgan declared righteously. Should I throw my gloves in front of you as a ritual? Totally insane, Stiran didn't bother and thrust out with her spear, not expecting the young man to dodge swiftly. As he dodged, he yelled, if you dare, throw away your shield, what kind of hero fights with a shield? Exactly, a coward with a shield. X2, the two underlings shouted enthusiastically. A vein throbbed on Stiran's forehead as she launched a fierce spear attack, grazing Morgan's scalp and instantly taking a big chunk out of his hair. The place went silent. All that could be heard was a loud thud as she threw the heavy big shield to the ground, clenched her fists, and sneered, come on, I can beat you up barehanded. Hee. Morgan broke out in a cold sweat but still forced a laugh, good, straightforward. Haha, the foolish elf fell for it. He excitedly charged forward, his black hands shimmering, his combat skill boosting his strength. A slender elf couldn't possibly withstand it. He had eyed his targets for a long time, a beastman with a huge build? Nope, a muscle-bound dwarf? Nope. When he saw Stiran, who seemed lean and not very strong, his eyes lit up. Haha, go at her, boss. X2. Take this, Black. Crack. Morgan was sent flying. Chapter 28. Whoa. That woman brought Big Bro to his knees, she must be forcing him to become a slave. Yair and Yi, the two little brothers, saw that things were going bad and started shouting immediately. What do we do, should we go save Big Bro? I think Big Bro will forgive us. That's right, Big Bro, please forgive us. You too. Morgan, lying on the ground, shakily extended his hand, glaring at the two fleeing little brothers, weakly said, come back. He spit out a mouthful of blood and couldn't understand why Stiran, who looked so small and petite, could possess such immense strength. Actually her strength wasn't that great, but it was more than enough to send Morgan flying. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Morgan, it was Stiran, looking down on him from above with a face full of disgust. Morgan shivered and said with a forced smile, long, cough, elf lady, spare my life. Stiran didn't say a word, took her spear and lunged at Morgan. Whoa, help! For the first time, passers-by saw a man scream so loudly for reasons other than being hit with a duan. Morgan, terrified, closed his eyes, but didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Am I dead? Does death not hurt at all? No, I'm not dead. He opened his eyes, and the world before him was still the same. He was unharmed. It was not hell, it was just. My hair is gone. Just that his head felt chilly. Stiran twirled the spear in her hand and said. Firstly, we are in a harmonious society, slavery trade is not condoned. Secondly, the big shield smashed into the ground next to Morgan's head, shaking the ground. Don't let me see you outside of the city, asshole, next time I won't hold back. Morgan finally breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, thank you, lady, for sparing my life. Stiran glanced at the guards eyeing her from the roadside, quietly put away her weapon. If it weren't for law enforcement being nearby, she would at least have stabbed this guy to make a hole. But with guards watching, it's a no-go. Bed City's law enforcement is notoriously blind to circumstances, arresting everyone first before asking questions. After all, too many people come here every day, with frequent disturbances. Law enforcement has to function efficiently. If she had been a little harder earlier, she would probably have been arrested for brawling. In a city full of vigor and thriving life like this, veteran adventurers like her knew to hold back. My good mood for the day is ruined because of you. Stiran stepped fiercely on his face, then turned and walked away without looking back. Cough cough, feels like a broken bone. Morgan, unable to even crawl, helplessly lay there, talking to himself, where does she get that strength from? Stiran stopped, did not turn back, and said indifferently, because I have trained in the dungeon. The dungeon? Training? Unintentionally spoken, and yet the listener found meaning, that undergoing trials in the dungeon could increase strength? Obviously, that's unlikely, killing monsters in the dungeon doesn't give double experience or anything, so. This elf must have encountered something extraordinary in the dungeon. Who knows why the passers-by would think that? Their thought processes must be quite odd. Morgan froze for a moment, sighed, and said, I'm a member of the Anti-Dungeon Association. Then go die, jerk. Stiran couldn't bother with this guy anymore and quickened his pace to leave. How interesting, that Stiran has grown so much stronger. Could it really be the work of the dungeon? On the rooftop, a figure witnessed the entire process and set down the monocular in hand. Maybe I should go have a look, too. She flicked her hair, revealing sharp-pointed ears. She was also of the elf clan. Two strange things have recently occurred in the Bed family. Firstly, the eldest son Karen suddenly took a group of people and left Bed City. He only left a letter, saying that he had found a business opportunity and was going to make a big profit. Secondly, the second son Wild suddenly fell in love with the dungeon. The first thing he did upon waking each day was go to the dungeon, and he never brought any attendant with him. No one could figure out what exactly he wanted to do in the dungeon. If we were to say which of the two events was the most bizarre, it would have to be Wild. Karen's actions could be understood. Everyone knew that Count Philip, who controlled the Bed family, was getting on in years. In the past 2 years, he had been looking for a successor among his descendants. The most likely candidates for succession were the eldest son Karen and the third son Sally. In terms of ability, young Master Sally was the strongest, so it was conceivable that Karen would do something like this to try and achieve some success. As for the second son Wild? Who would consider letting this pleasure-seeking playboy become the heir? He might even gamble away the entire family fortune one day. Wild's worthlessness in the city was well known to all. He indulged in food, drink, and gambling, with the notable feat of losing even his underwear in the casino. This had deeply shamed Count Philip, who had even thought of just killing this useless son. Even if Wild had some knowledge about mineral identification, it couldn't save his utterly rotten reputation. Everyone thought his life would amount to nothing without the protection of a major family. He wouldn't even be able to survive. And yet, as of late, Wild had surprisingly begun to exert himself. Although he was only struggling to get by in the sane dungeon, exploring the dungeon was seen as a proper endeavor in the eyes of others. Upon learning about this, Count Philip was greatly astonished, and subsequently sent Wild his support a box of teleportation crystals. Thus, Wild's exploration became even more unbridled. However, rumors said that the second son still hadn't managed to get out of the swamp. What exactly are big brother and second brother up to? Sally paced around the room, completely unable to understand what the two were trying to do. Hero Elsa nestled on the couch, snacking and flipping through a leisure novel, the very image of a homebody, a lifestyle firmly cultivated by Sally. Perhaps annoyed by the pacing, she looked up at Sally, said nothing, and then lowered her head again. Every day, they stayed inside, analyzing reports about the sane dungeon that came from adventurers. Recently, a few reports had garnered particular attention. Unnamed adventurer. I clearly remember there being a stone near the swamp last time. Jumping on that stone a few times would stun the nearby monsters, but this time when I went, it didn't work at all. Instead, a monster crawled out from under the stone and killed me. This dungeon is really weird. Why does it keep changing every day? Changing every day. Sally murmured the words from the report and turned to Elsa. Do you think this could match our speculation? What? Elsa was engrossed in her novel and hadn't heard clearly what Sally said. Sally helplessly said, that thing. If a dungeon frequently changes, it must mean that inside there exists. Chapter 29. Stiran, I heard from others that your strength seems to have increased a lot, is it true? At Stiran's house, the members of Morning Wind team gathered, all rushing over after hearing that Stiran was troubled by some thugs on the street. Upon seeing that Stiran was unharmed and even radiant, everyone visibly relaxed. Stiran displayed a reassuring smile, pleased to see everyone caring for her. Just now, I went to fix those thugs and gave them a beating, and indeed, they were strong. When inquired, they were probably on par with you, but bystanders said you killed the guy in a second. What happened? Actually, I encountered something magical when I was in the same dungeon. Stiran narrated her experiences in the dungeon, and naturally, everyone's faces showed astonishment after listening. Summoning hook finger medicine? Friendly assistants and enemy fighters? Hound step? Upgrading by campfire and sitting fire? All these unheard events greatly broadened their horizons. What does summoning hook finger medicine look like, and was the person who helped you alive? I'm more curious about the campfire you mentioned. Right, killing monsters, and then, how do you say that word, level up in the panel? What is a panel again? As Stiran expected, everyone was most interested in the campfire. For adventurers, strength is everything, and now with something that can strengthen them quickly, everyone paid great attention. It's about killing monsters to collect souls, and using these souls to level up at the campfire. Soul. Magician Ellie's expression changed. Using souls to get stronger is a desecration only performed by undead mages. Ah, the soul we are talking about is not the same kind you are thinking of. Stiran didn't know how to explain and simply said, just decide whether you are going to use this campfire or not. I'll use it. There you go. She stood up, clapped her hands, talking won't help, I'll take you to witness it yourselves tomorrow. The next day, everyone arrived early at the entrance of the Seine dungeon. The surface construction of the Seine dungeon was an ancient city with collapsed ruins, not very large, and overgrown with vines and moss, making one wonder what had happened in the past, why the ancient city was destroyed, and where had the residents gone. Now, due to the arrival of many adventurers, the city was bustling with noise. Some businesses even invested money to repair buildings and set up shops, attracting more foot traffic than the commercial streets of Bed City, including various small vendors unrelated to the dungeon, attracting nearby residents as well. Many idle people liked to gather here, critiquing adventurers entering and exiting the dungeon, so some business-minded individuals opened pubs nearby, flourishing profitably. Under the morning sun's rays, the lost ancient city was revived with vigorous vitality. Is it my imagination, or does it feel like there are more people here now? Ellie looked around, feeling that the number definitely increased. Most of them are miners, Danya said. Count Philip sent double the miners, which just managed to match the blood essence output before the mutation. Doesn't that mean a loss? Wynne said. No, Stiran shook her head. Every few days miners would bring out rare purple blood essences, just one small piece is worth the investment of the Bed family. Oh. Wynne nodded, though it was unclear if he truly understood. Despite the doubling of miners, the number of adventurers didn't grow much compared to before, because the increased difficulty of the Seine dungeon deterred a large group. However, new adventurers who heard the news from other places filled the void. With the reduction of handicapped parties and the addition of pro players, the number of adventurers was bound to increase. The real entrance to the Seine dungeon in the ancient city was a teleportation gate at the city's edge. To enter, one must queue and pay attention to the time interval between each person's entry. If the entry time interval is within 2 minutes, then it is possible to explore the dungeon together. Beyond 2 minutes, they would not meet and each would explore individually, without affecting each other. Queuing is one of the most distasteful experiences in life, even more disgusting than the poison marshes of the Seine dungeon. After a long and tedious wait, the Morning Wind team finally entered the dungeon. Stiran was already familiar with the route in the upper area and led everyone quickly through the swamp area. When they reached the sick village area, she took down the big shield she was carrying on her back. Wind twitched the corner of his mouth and said, although I've been wanting to ask why you are carrying a big shield, surely you aren't planning to use it here, are you? Why not? Stiran shrugged, set up her big shield and long spear, and walked at the forefront alone, battling monsters while not forgetting to look back and say, why not give it a try? I guarantee you'll fall in love with them. Wynne hesitated for a moment but refused. There was no need to mention Danya and Ellie, their strengths were even lower. However, people's thoughts can change. After watching several of Stiran's battles, Wynne suddenly said, why not, let me give it a try. Remembering what Gong Chiying had once said, Stiran smiled and replied, want to learn? I'll teach you. A moment later. Shield stab is really fun. Not long after, the adventurers defeated the giant curse frog, lit the bonfire, and with Stiran, who had cleared the stage once before, leading them, they suffered some injuries but no fatalities. However, the frights were inevitable. The various sinister and disgusting traps exhausted their spiritual power as much as losing one or two people would. And Shield Stab isn't omnipotent. When faced with unsolvable issues, they still had to switch back to their usual weapons honestly. As soon as they sat by the bonfire, the other three immediately started exclaiming. They finally understood what the interface actually looked like. The last time Stiran was here, Gong Qiying had her handle most of the monsters, which is why she had amassed a few thousand souls. But this time with more people, everyone had killed monsters, thus the soul amount they acquired was distributed, with Danya and Ellie having a few hundred, and Win over 2,000. Danya said, I need about 400 souls to level up. I only need 200, Ellie said in surprise. Win fell silent for a moment. I need 1,000 to level up. The initial data on everyone's panel is 1, but it seems that the required soul amount to level up differs from person to person. Probably, the stronger the person, the more souls needed to level up. The giant curse frog also dropped an item soul of the giant curse frog, but there was only one. After some discussion, everyone decided to give it to Win, since he exerted the most effort in the battle. Stiran, on the other hand, found that she could no longer use soul of the giant curse frog at the bonfire to enhance her physique, she could only crush it for a soul upgrade, indicating that there are limits to special effects for each person. Strength, I can feel the strength surging up. Win allocated all his souls into strength and immediately got excited. Oh, only a golden special effect away from becoming a Super Saiyan. Danya invested in 1 level of agility, and Ellie in 1 level of intelligence. The mere 1 level increase wasn't very noticeable, but the growth in strength still left them both pleasantly surprised. With this thing, even becoming a gold level adventurer isn't a problem. Ellie's eyes were full of dreams for the future. That's hard to say. Once others learn about this place, they might level up faster than us, Stiran said. Danya, thoughtful, looked up and asked, besides you, has anyone else discovered this place? I don't know, I haven't heard of anyone clearing this level, why do you ask? I think. Danya stared intently at the bonfire and slowly said. Such things are better enjoyed within a small circle. Chapter 30. This kinda stuff should just be enjoyed in small scope? What a joke, you selfish guy. Gong Qiying's finger hovered over the available monster, almost unable to resist throwing a molten furnace knight over. Everyone has their selfish moments, he could understand that. After spying on Stiran for days, he felt that Stiran's character looked pretty decent, and he felt good interacting with her, so he decided to observe a little longer. Do you want to monopolize this place? Ellie asked. Don't you think this is a godsend, Ellie? Danya's eyes sparkled with fervor. You and I are stuck at copper rank and can't go up, isn't it because we're not strong enough, aren't capable of completing the promotion tasks? With this bonfire, we could perhaps grow into gold level. He grew more excited as he spoke, and all sorts of past memories surfaced in his mind. It's only because Stiran kindly pitted you that you could stay in the silver rank team. Stiran and Win, they both can complete tasks that would require 5 or 6 people, so why let you join? PSH, you're just a useless member coasting on the experience in the silver rank team. Can't even complete a promotion task? Clearly, you don't have the talent to be an adventurer, you're still quick on your feet, right? Maybe you should just run errands. Thinking of this, he suddenly pulled out a dagger, thinking of going back to kill monsters to level up. Danya. Stiran grabbed his shoulder and said, are you serious? Do you really think, just us could monopolize the bonfire, Riebnvilcom? At this point, Win also said, everyone can explore the dungeon, this place is a vital passageway, sooner or later someone will find it, we're just lucky to be a bit faster than others. Exactly, Ellie chimed in, like Stiran said, the matter that helped her must have known about this place long ago, maybe others too. Danya paused for a while then said, then I'll go tell the Lord, to take control of this place. Slap. A crisp slap, Stiran slapped his face. Good job. Gong Qiying gave her a thumbs up from afar, outstanding person from another world. Are you crazy? Facing Danya's bewildered gaze, Stiran angrily said, didn't you ever consider that the Bed family might arrest you, arrest us all? Do you think those nobles would be so kind as to forbid everyone else but let you in? Ah! Danya's mouth hung open, his gaze clearing up, and he said in a daze, "Then what should I do, if the Lord finds out about the bonfire through other adventurers? What if he sends guards to protect this place? Danya, oh Danya, think about it, what are you most proud of?" Stiran poked his forehead, frustrated as if trying to forge steel from iron. "My forehead," he said, dumbly. "It's your damn connections." Stiran really wanted to slap him again. "Don't forget your profession is a shadow walker. Every shadow walker is a member of the Shadow Brotherhood, a group that's the best in the world at stirring up news. How can you describe the Great Brotherhood as just a group?" "Shut up." "Oh." Danya didn't dare to make a peep. The so-called Shadow Brotherhood, while it sounds like an assassin organization, it's actually a paparazzi team. The members worship the goddess of shadow joy, and they like to create big news whenever they can, such as secretly using cameras to capture the chaotic private lives of the nobility, or exposing that a certain legendary mage once peddled fake goods in his youth, or that the Archbishop of the Holy Light Church is actually heterosexual and doesn't like little boys. The organization's funds come from various major newspapers, and as long as there is major news, the compensation is quite substantial. Every shadow walker is willing to provide news for the Brotherhood. Danya is one of them. Although he has never created major news, surprisingly, he is very well liked, and he can talk with the leaders of the organization. "We only have one way to oppose the Lord," Stiran said vehemently. "Spread the matter of the bonfire far and wide, let everyone know, and make the Bed family afraid to risk public outrage by blocking the dungeon." Clap clap clap. Gong Qiying kept applauding. It was brilliant, truly brilliant. Although he did not know about the Shadow Brotherhood, he still appreciated Stiran's brave demeanor. He had also considered the scenario where the local lord would block the sane dungeon for his own selfish desires, which was the plotline he absolutely could not accept. So, he had a backup plan. "They also reminded me that the feudal nobility is famously greedy, I should move my plan forward." As the bells rang in the dungeon, he tapped the stone altar beneath him and muttered to himself. "Old Jack, come see me immediately. Bed City, Lambcorn Tavern." The tavern was bursting with a cheerful atmosphere. Several wealthy patrons had bought rounds for everyone, and everyone was drinking joyfully. The scent of alcohol and hormones filled the air, and even a magician set off a few fireworks to add to the excitement, while jugglers tossed colorful balls all around. The lean Jack sat in the place of honor, an attractive girl on each arm showing off their thighs, and even a maid stood behind him to feed him fruit. He couldn't look more dashing and carefree. Today was truly the pinnacle of his life. "Come on, Master Jack, a toast to you," said a wealthy fat man adorned with gold and silver, one of the generous patrons. "I owe it to you for today's great fun in the dungeon. I'll definitely have to introduce you to my good brothers when we return." Oh, Mr. Arthur, you flatter me," Jack quickly bowed, fawning, "you could have enjoyed the dungeon without me." "That's impossible, without you, I would have died," Arthur waved his hand. "That swamp is just like your backyard, you knew exactly where the pits were, saved me several times, truly deserving of this master title." Jack grinned, quite pleased with himself. That day, Seekman, who had been pursuing him, was arrested and jailed for hundreds of years. He had no more concerns in Bed City, so he decided to stay. But what to do after staying? He was already on the guard's surveillance list, so black market dealings were out of the question. Adventurers whom he duped also found him to settle their debts, demanding compensation. Caught in a difficult situation, his master, Gong Qiying, spoke. He was to become a dungeon guide, specifically guiding people through the swamp area. Jack dared not refuse. He had some skills in memorization and remembered the vast swamp area crystal clear. Initially, only a few people believed he could lead a team through the swamp, as the old man looked too dry and incapable. But as he guided a few teams through the swamp for free, with very few casualties, people's views drastically changed, and they began calling him Old Mister instead of that old man, and more sought him out to guide. Jack then took up the business of wealthy clients, like Arthur in front of him, a rich merchant who always longed for the thrilling adventurer life. Hearing of Jack's reputation, he hired him for a thrilling yet safe dungeon trip and was very satisfied. Some tried to imitate Jack, copying his guide routes, but either they bumped into unexpected monsters or fell into new traps. In contrast, Jack always returned safely. It was definitely not a dungeon lord manipulating things behind the scenes. Slowly, even his skeptics had to admire him, and Jack's days got better and better. His fear of Gong Qiying gradually diminished, replaced by respect. "Drink, everyone drink." Jack raised his glass for a toast, and just then, a voice echoed in his mind. His expression changed immediately. Chapter 31. At midnight, when most creatures are deep in slumber, Bed City bustles more as midnight approaches. When the dungeon shuts down, and all adventurers stranded within make their return, whether laden with spoils or empty-handed, everyone needs wine, wine, wine. To either celebrate with joyous toasts or to drown their sorrows. The taverns in the city rake in a fortune at midnight, and similarly, establishments like the Adventurer Association, magic medicine shops, monster material stores, and the like also fling open their doors at this hour. "Bro, how was the haul today?" "Getting better, I'm starting to get the hang of the dungeon's layout. Conquering the swamp area is only a matter of time, we made it twice to that rundown village already. I heard there's a strategy group forming, led by the silver rank Lion Leon. Should we join in the fun?" "Strategy group? Spare me, that's a bunch of dungeon-obsessed folks. I swear, they'd marry the dungeon if they could. Enough talk, let's drink. Tonight. Hey, why is that person headed outside?" As adventurers trickled back into the city, a slightly hunched figure swam against the tide, heading out of the city. "That guy looks familiar, seems like I've seen him around recently." Anxious, Jack approached the teleportation gate and, under the curious gaze of the crowd, entered the dungeon. With less than half an hour until the dungeon's closure, who would choose to go in at such a time? The familiar swamp, the dimly lit sky above, the pungent air. In these past days, he'd led teams numbering in the double digits through here, growing utterly sick of the swamp scenes. Since everyone has a cooldown period after exiting the dungeon, he could only personally lead one team per day, he'd have to rely on illustrating routes on the map for the others. Actually, with Gong Qiying's permission, Jack had unrestricted access to the sane dungeon with no cooldowns, but that was a secret to others, he had to pretend he was just like everyone else. There were always adventurers who thought since he treated the swamp area like his backyard, the other areas wouldn't pose a challenge either, constantly offering extra money for Jack to take them deeper into the dungeon. Whenever this came up, Jack could only smile and say, "We'll explore beyond this point another time." It's not that he didn't want to earn money. It's just that he hadn't seen what the rest of the map looked like. He stood still, waiting briefly. Thud. A wooden treasure chest appeared out of nowhere before him, he deftly opened it, and a dense fog immediately burst out. Triggered a teleportation trap. Soon after, Jack appeared in the boss room of the swamp area within the fortress, and a tall and imposing figure stood there. He bowed respectfully and said, "Master." "MHM, Gong Qiying," in the form of the stone statue ghost, responded indifferently. Jack wondered what his master intended to do. It was impossible for him not to feel fear, but the benefits he gained from Gong Qiying dwarfed his fears, manifesting as awe, respect, and so on. Moreover, this figure had once saved his life. "How is your fame progressing?" inquired Gong Qiying. "It still needs building," answered Jack truthfully. "Local adventurers can light the beacons and open the fortress doors with relatively few casualties. The only thing lacking is exploration of the map, while adventurers from afar need my help even more. I have some fame within a small circle, but within the grand scheme of the adventurer community. In short, my role isn't that crucial in the adventurer community. If only I had newer map data." Jack trailed off. Gong Qiying understood what he wanted to say. He wanted the map of the areas beyond. Regarding this matter, Gong Qiying had already been considering it. He could give Jack information about Sick Village. But first, take this. He tossed over a book, and Jack hurriedly caught it, only to see several big, glaring words on the cover. "The actor's self-improvement." Jack looked puzzled, which made him look up at Gong Qiying. "From now on, you'll be the master of the dungeon domain. Make sure to play the role well," Gong Qiying said with a smile, grabbing Jack and waving his hand, causing the gate of the fortress to burst open. He flew in the sky, allowing Jack to take in the entire view of Sick Village, then ordered all the monsters and mechanisms to be inactive, letting Jack walk through several times to familiarize himself with the routes. And in the end, he showed the bonfire to Jack, who understood the mechanism's principles without much explanation, showing a comprehension ability even stronger than Stiran. Guide more people to discover this place, increase its renown, become the authority on dungeons in the minds of adventurers. 2 tasks, Gong Qiying held up 2 fingers. Absolutely doable. Jack said spiritedly. He had long grown tired of the view of the marsh region, and was excited to change the scenery at last. Just when he thought it was all over and was about to take his leave. There's one more thing. Please, go ahead. Did you deliver the items I gave you? Those weapons and magic? Jack nodded repeatedly. I've used my connections to send them on, to the secret order, the Holy Light Church, the Warrior's Home. They should all receive them in a few days. Very good, take these as well. Gong Chiying gave Jack a flickering white orb of light, which was the soul of the giant curse frog. Try it by the bonfire, it's the opportunity you've been dreaming of. I'm immensely grateful. Jack's heart was pounding fiercely, the orb in his hand was the key to his becoming powerful. And there's this, Gong Chiying threw over a bundle that exuded a strong aroma, a scent that seemed like a hodgepodge of various foods, which was enough to make one's stomach rumble just by smelling it. This is... Jack untied the bundle to look inside, and the contents left him somewhat perplexed. Fish with lobster pincers, a snake with a head puffed up like a frog's, mushrooms covered in chocolate, cabbage with the scent of almonds. A whole bundle full of food ingredients. Where did all these strange and exotic ingredients come from? Lobster fish, small, from food captive, as are all the following. Spiritual power required per 10 units, 1. Overall combat strength, G. Snake frog. Spiritual power required per 10 units, 1. Overall combat strength, G. Almond cabbage. Spiritual power required per 100 units, 5. No combat strength. These items will be the special products of the dungeon in the future. Gong Chiying revealed a frightening smile. You just go and advertise that the hidden areas of the dungeon will produce more of these. Jack blinked his eyes. He didn't understand, but he was profoundly shocked. Chapter 32. Holding a bundle full of ingredients in his hand, Jack didn't know what to do with it for a moment. In the end, the most eye-catching method he could think of was, look over here, take a peek, delicious ingredients from the dungeon. Absolutely unprecedented delicacies that you've never tasted before. That was street vending. At this time, adventurers were getting off work, and the ancient city on the surface of the Sane dungeon was bustling with excitement. The streets were incredibly noisy, with more aggressive merchants than his calls for attention, and no one paid him any mind. No good. Jack dragged his bundle around, shuffling through the crowded streets, but he couldn't secure a good spot like the other vendors and ended up setting up his stall at a relatively quiet street corner. If his cries didn't attract people, his goods couldn't sell. Jack's eyes flickered, and he came up with a good idea. Thump, thump, thud. Moments later, he set up a grill stand, piled it with plenty of charcoal, then placed several lobster fish, snake frogs, and other exotic ingredients on it. With some readily available seasonings, old Jack's grill stand was freshly opened. Thank goodness I learned how to grill when I was young, Jack fanned himself, feeling fortunate for having learned a variety of life skills in his youth. Late-night snacks should be beer with barbecue, which is true in any world. Plus, the ancient city's current foot traffic was at its peak, so as long as his stall wasn't too trashy, there would be people checking it out. Whether they bought anything was another matter. What should we eat tonight? Some adventurers passed by. Whatever, I'm okay with anything. How about stewed meat? Let's not, too greasy, the stew broth makes me think of marshes. Please don't make me recall that. Didn't you all say whatever? Then what do you want to eat? Whatever, I'm okay with anything. All right, all right. That adventurer was tormented by his companions until he didn't want to talk anymore. Suddenly, he sniffed the air and said subconsciously. It smells good, but I can't tell what it is. His companions also sniffed the air, echoing, it smells like grilled meat, but I can't tell what kind of meat it is. Their serious expressions verified a classic joke. When you fart, just ask what's that smell? And the others will greedily inhale the fart you released. It's over there, at that grill stand. Jack saw customers approaching and showed a professional smile, a skill honed from his young days as a part-time waiter. What would you like to try? Boss, what are you selling here? The adventurous lad was about to speak when his gaze fell on the grill rack, and he suddenly lost his words. What the heck is this? He exclaimed involuntarily, which also attracted the attention of passers-by. Jack looked at the exotic items on the grill rack, fell silent for a moment, then calmly introduced each item. this is lobster fish, this is snake frog, these are bacon leaves, and this, is the golden spear octopus. What? The lad understood every word but still couldn't comprehend. When you're an adventurer, you always encounter all sorts of strange monsters, but monsters are also a product of natural evolution, with appearances that follow certain patterns. However, lobster fish, snake frogs, bacon leaves, and such didn't look like things that could naturally form. If the lad lived on Earth, he might say, did these fish mutate from drinking too much radioactive wastewater or what? Too bad he isn't one, and after stifling his thoughts for a while, he managed to blurt out, can this even taste good? His companions looked at him in shock, thinking that it's not a matter of taste, these items seemed like the mad experiments of an alchemist gone berserk. Surely they can't be edible. Why don't you give one a try? Jack noticed the crowd around him was growing, so he raised his voice and said, this is a special product of Sane Dungeon, you can't find it anywhere else. Special products of the dungeon? So it's from Sane Dungeon, no wonder then. Surprisingly, that's what everyone started thinking because ever since the anomaly in Sane Dungeon, the monsters that came out of it had taken on forms unfamiliar to everyone. Even experts specialized in monsters would be at a loss. It comes from Sane Dungeon and its strange creatures has become a common understanding among adventurers recently. Then, I'll have a piece of this. The first guy chose what looked like a rather normal slab of bacon leaf. It was a chunk of yellowish-green thick leaf which looked like beef with high fat content on the outside. Once grilled over charcoal, the dripping fat made it much more appealing than the likes of lobster fish. Here, Jack cut him a small piece to try, adding no extra seasoning, letting him taste the pure flavor. The guy hesitated, then popped it in his mouth. So salty! He exclaimed, but after chewing carefully, his eyes lit up. What a unique texture, it's like eating quality beef, yet it includes the crispness of plants and a distinctive fibrous feeling. Grilled perfectly over charcoal, and the salt content, it's inherent to the meat, no, the leaf, right? It alleviates the greasiness and stimulates the taste buds. He excitedly gave a thumbs up, full marks from me. Since when did you become so articulate? His companions looked on in even greater shock. Give me a slice, no, 3 slices. Wait, make that 5. The guy pointed to the grill, that one, and that one, I want to try them all, boss, just calculate the cost. No rush, if you order so much, what will others eat? Jack chuckled and pointed behind him. The guy then realized a crowd had gathered behind him, all waiting eagerly. Hey, kid, is it really that good? A burly man swallowed his saliva. The guy knew him, he was strong tall from the strategy group, a silver rank adventurer. In the past, encountering a silver rank higher up would make the guy behave very respectfully, but this time in the face of delicious food, he stood his ground, saying, I've already reserved 5 slices of bacon leaf, you go buy something else. Hey, you shrimp, Tall glared at him and said to Jack, old man, sir, please give me a lobster fish. Here you go. Jack dissected a grilled lobster fish, sprinkling it with just salt, and handed it to Tall. The plump white fish gleamed with a delicate fragrance, not too oily, and looked rather shiny. Salt was sprinkled on top, making it look beautiful. 2 pincers were split in half, drowned in melted cheese, and Jack thoughtfully provided a thimble-sized pot of butter for dipping. Tall opened his mouth wide and gulped down the slippery fish, then picked up the tender white pincer meat, with melting cheese, dipped it in butter and slurped it all down. Everyone observed his reaction, for he was a silver rank adventurer and they trusted his judgment. After swallowing the last bite, Tall pondered for a moment, then said, I didn't taste anything, give me another one. Although he scrunched his eyebrows intentionally, anyone with sharp eyes could see the cunning in his gaze. And so, everyone gave up on their patience. Give me a lobster fish. I want the tentacle of a spear squid. Don't listen to that picky fellow, sell me a whole spear squid. Bacon leaf, I want the bacon leaf. Buzz off, I reserved that. Jack's face bloomed with joy. Chapter 33. The ingredients were quickly sold out, even the grill with the lingering smell of food ingredients was bought by people offering money. Silver coins and copper coins piled up into a small mountain in front of him. There was no need to doubt whether these ingredients were worth this much money, as long as they were rare items produced by the dungeon, people in this world were definitely willing to buy them. Jack hadn't even decided how much money to sell for when customers began bidding spontaneously. The excitement here naturally attracted more people, but the ingredients were limited, and eventually, most people ended up with nothing. That's why some people approached Jack, trying to find out where he had obtained these items in the dungeon. Jack smiled without a word. Because all he could do was smile, Gong Qiying never told him where the hidden map that produced the ingredients was. Everyone thought he was purposely hiding it to make more money in the future, and many people on the spot ran to find their companions to team up and prepare to find the source of these magical ingredients in the dungeon. Many ordinary people at the scene showed envious expressions. They envied adventurers who had the strength to explore the dungeon for ingredients, while they dared not venture deep apart from doing miscellaneous jobs around the outskirts of the dungeon. They always saw adventurers coming out with new finds and making a fortune, which made them very jealous. If the source of these magical ingredients was located in a less dangerous area of the dungeon, probably half the city would be willing to give it a try. That estimation wasn't exaggerated, as the dungeon had become a part of daily life for the people in this world. The entire continent had over 300 known dungeons, nearly 100 had become empty dead cities, no longer spawning monsters or rewards and might even collapse, while the other 200+ dungeons were still operational. As long as the geographical environment wasn't too extreme, there would always be intelligent creatures establishing cities around these dungeons. After all, there had never been an incident where dungeon monsters appeared on the surface to attack people. As long as one did not enter the dungeon, it was considered absolutely safe. In a more extreme situation, if there were foreign invaders, one could temporarily hide in the dungeon. It is said that there are at least a dozen unexplored dungeons on the western continent occupied by the demon clan, but that's not something humans should worry about, with pervasive miasma across the western continent making it uninhabitable for ordinary people. How many would dare venture into its dungeons? The night deepened, it was time to sleep, but Jack, looking at the gold coins before him, was too excited to sleep. He had never seen so much money in his life. How great it would be if this money were mine. Wait a minute, do I need to give this money to the master, to that monster? It lives in the dungeon, it doesn't need money, right? Jack swallowed, his hands trembling slightly. But ultimately, the fear of Gong Qiying overcame his greed. He sighed, gathered the money, and suddenly realized he had no containers to hold so much money. Not only the grill, even the bags that held the ingredients were bought by someone, who said they would use the bags as a medium to perform tracking magic or something. If they could find that, it would be a miracle, Jack thought to himself. What he didn't notice was a few sneaky gazes in the distance watching him, seemingly plotting something. But these gazes disappeared in an instant upon spotting someone else, unsure if they had given up or just retreated temporarily. Hey, sir, please wait a moment. Just as Jack was about to buy some pockets, a rough voice called him. Turning around, he saw a muscular giant over 2 meters tall, the silver rank adventurer Strong Tall. Can I help you? Jack asked politely. Tall showed a friendly smile, which appeared somewhat scary on his face. Are you interested in joining the strategy group? While the outside world was bustling, Gong Qiying was designing the map of the dungeon. Where should the food area be located? The culinary area, in his design, is a map that's easier than other areas and offers rewards that can attract the majority of ordinary people. There, instead of rewards like weapons, magic, and items with powerful combat skills, what's available are things intimately related to people's daily necessities. The first thing he thought of were the ingredients in Food Captive. The ingredients in that comic are not only attractive and distinctive, but many also come with certain dangers. For example, the lobster fish, normally 7 meters long, one claw could crush an adult's head, and the creature called roasted whole pig isn't just entirely made of piping hot roasted meat but is also a colossal mountain-sized behemoth that can trample 3 or 4 people to death effortlessly. Putting these things together specifically in one area as an attractive gimmick is quite appropriate, absolutely suitable indeed. Better place it right next to the swamp area, add a shortcut but with a toilet door that can only be opened from the inside, just like the one Miyazaki Hide Cow encountered when he was a child having diarrhea. It has to be unlocked by first running the main route. To lower the difficulty, he specially moved the monsters near the culinary area farther away, hoping ordinary people could reach the culinary area unscathed after dying a few times and gaining some experience. Having done everything, he glanced at today's spiritual power income, not too much nor too little, still 4 digits. Just save up for another half a month, at most 1 month, Gong Qiying muttered to himself, I'll be able to upgrade my permissions then. I hope I get a permission that allows me to go out, staying cooped up here every day is so boring. The next day, as soon as Sane Dungeon opened, Gong Qiying noticed a surge in the number of people, more than double compared to the same time yesterday. Don't underestimate my intelligence network, you all are here for the ingredients, aren't you? Not just adventurers, but also a considerable number of ordinary people came in hoping to try their luck. The outcome can't exactly be described as total annihilation, but it was close to that. The morning passed quickly, and by then, several capable adventurer groups had lingered near the hidden door of the culinary area, guessing that they would surely discover it before the day ended. But Gong Qiying's attention wasn't on these teams, he was watching somewhere else. Swamp area, a fierce battle was unfolding. Senior, just surrender, you shouldn't have stolen the teacher's research results, hiding in the dungeon is useless, said a woman, though tall, she wasn't sexy, skinny as a rail with skin pale as a corpse. She tapped the ground with her magic wand, and the eyes of several skeleton monsters hidden underground emitted a red glow, actually obeying her command. It was the first time someone could control the monsters in the dungeon. Gong Qiying sensed it and found that he could take back control of the skeleton monsters whenever he wanted. The control over monsters by the underground city lord is an absolute and supreme authority. Lena, you should know what the teacher is researching this for, and you should understand that he only trained us two for his research. A weathered man was clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, apparently not long for this world. He gritted his teeth and said, that old undying guy, he wants to steal our bodies. Shut up, don't talk about the teacher like that. The woman shouted angrily, wielding her magic wand horizontally, I'm going to kill you. Then bring it on, did you think I really wanted to die? A flurry of dazzling effects clashed, and the swamp stirred. Moments later, Gong Qiying teleported next to the two bodies and started looting them. It appeared that these two didn't carry a teleportation crystal, so they probably weren't professionals, just happened to stumble into the dungeon. He rarely saw people who actually died inside the dungeon, even children knew to carry a teleportation crystal when entering the dungeon. The woman's body was very clean, as poor as it was tidy, with only a few silver and copper coins, several opened potions, and a magic wand. Rated not as good as the meteor staff. This is. The man's body was also very clean, but he had a thick stack of manuscripts tightly protected in his embrace, stained with a lot of blood. The first page's few big characters were vaguely recognizable, written on it was Rebirth by borrowing a body technique. Chapter 34. I am already a hopeless illiterate. Gong Qiying was flipping through the manuscript, with only one thought in mind. He couldn't understand it. It wasn't that he couldn't understand at all, but rather like a mid-level student looking at a high achiever's extremely difficult questions, and couldn't continue reading. Thanks to Gidwin's memory, Gong Qiying could understand every professional term written on the manuscript, and he could see the connections between these terms and the experimental steps. However, he often felt dizzy and needed to think deeply to grasp some of the content. The consequence was that the more he read, the more annoyed he became, and eventually he couldn't read any further. The general idea of the manuscript was that through a certain magic ritual, one could transfer their soul into the corpse of the same species. Under the effect of magic, the corpse would completely turn into the likeness of the soul, whether in appearance, voice, or even deeper characteristics like genetic traits. The only thing that remained unchanged was that it essentially was still a piece of flesh. Magic is marvelous indeed. Gong Qiying felt that this manuscript was very useful to him, perhaps he could even use rebirth to leave the dungeon. He had tried leaving the dungeon, but every time he approached the exit, he would be stopped by a mysterious force, as if there was a wall of air in front of him. Watching the adventurers going in and out every day, he couldn't express how depressed he was. The holy place you yearn for but cannot reach has long been casually entered and exited by others, metaphorically. It's unknown what the Sane Dungeon uses to recognize the identity of the city lord. If it's based on the soul, then Gidwin's soul had long perished. How could the dungeon choose him, Gong Qiying? If it identifies by the body, would he lose the identity of the city lord after leaving Gidwin's body? After some careful thought, he felt that being the city lord was happier than going out. But to live, one needs hope. He still needed to study this manuscript. Deep Blue, add points. For the sake of efficiency, he decided to use spiritual power to increase his intelligence. The intelligence on his panel had nothing to do with his personal IQ, increasing intelligence actually meant increasing his damage output when using magic. But every effect has its cause. The enhancement of magic damage is the result of multiple factors, such as casting speed, total magic power, Magic Operation Efficiency, A&D. Understanding of magic and the speed of learning magic. Gong Qiying upgraded his intelligence to enhance his understanding of magic-related matters to help him comprehend the content of the manuscript. E+, D, D, D+. He pushed his intelligence to the C level, each point carefully added by himself. Looking back at his spiritual power, it had cost him a molten furnace night. The cost of spiritual power wasn't as much as he had expected. Originally, Gong Qiying was prepared for the pain. Oh wow, I can understand it now. Not only could he understand it now, but he also deeply grasped why certain steps had to be done that way, why certain symbols had to be drawn there, and a series of issues he previously only partially understood. After understanding, he realized that the rebirth by borrowing a body was slightly different from his initial understanding. In rebirth, one must transfer the soul to a new body, but this does not mean the original body will be discarded. The original body still exists, and the soul can shuttle between the two bodies. However, during this process, the original body will experience some minor issues. The manuscript's description of this problem was scribbled and angry, even written in red with several unsolvable. Gong Qiying was initially somewhat apprehensive, but when he really saw what the side effect was, he suddenly laughed out loud. The side effect was: the original body becomes an animated corpse. Laughable, since I'm already an animated corpse. That put his mind at ease. Since the soul could shuttle between two bodies, no matter if the dungeon's identification mechanism recognized the soul or the body, it made no difference to him. Now, what he needed to consider was where to obtain an appropriate corpse and the corresponding magic materials. Regrettably, to thank the two strangers who had delivered the manuscript, he had already placed their bodies into a group of curse frogs for a water burial. Probably now not even remains were left. As for magic materials, some items were not in Gedwin's memory, presumably new creations that emerged over the years, requiring acquisition from the outside world. Buying is not a problem, just have Jack make a trip. However, right this way, Mr. Jack, Boss Leon is waiting for you. Under Tal's guidance, Jack nervously entered a tall building. The Adventurers Guild. It wasn't his first time at the guild, but it was his first time going to the second floor. There was a rule in the guild that unless invited, only silver rank or higher adventurers could enter the second floor. The second floor was just as he had imagined. Quiet, dignified, vastly different from the noisy first floor. Once you set foot on the second floor, soundproof magic would block out the noise from below, ensuring it wouldn't disturb the elite's rest. You don't need to be so nervous, it's just to meet some comrades, Tal said with a smile. Jack's forehead was covered in cold sweat. In a moment of rashness, he had agreed to Tal's invitation to join the strategy group. That was the strategy group. Only the most elite of the elite adventurers could join, and who hasn't fantasized about experiencing a thrilling adventure in the dungeon with them? And now he was called to meet everyone. Just thinking about meeting these big shots made Jack regret his impulsivity from the day before. The door to the lounge opened. Sitting in the center was a sunny, handsome young man with a gentle appearance. Upon seeing Jack, he revealed a warm smile and said, "You must be Mr. Jack, Tal has already introduced you to us. I'm Leon, Lion Leon. Pleased to meet you." As soon as he stepped into the room, Jack felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority that made him unable to straighten his back. Around him sat adventurers in groups of 2s and 3s, each radiating a strong aura. Their fighting spirit and patience were impressive, enough to surprise any enemy. "Let me introduce you," Tal took the initiative to say. "The one wearing the mask is Black Fist Paytan, the dwarf sitting next to him is Rock Drew, that little one over there is Silver Cat Maru, A&D. Who are you calling little?" Maru protested, waving her small fists in dissatisfaction. All right, we can continue the introductions later." Leon waved his hand, and the lounge immediately quieted down. "Mr. Jack, I heard you are very familiar with this dungeon, often leading teams in and out and even finding specialties that no one else has discovered. You must be a dungeon exploration master." "I dare not claim that," Jack shook his head continuously, "I just happen to walk the right path." "Master is really too much to say." Leon squinted his eyes. "I have a few questions and would like to seek your advice. Would you mind helping me clear some doubts?" Of course. The morning rushed by, and when Jack left the Adventurers Guild, his back was soaked with cold sweat, and his hands were slightly trembling. Having mingled in the lower tiers for many years, he thought he was a versatile man, but staying with the silver rank adventurers for a morning, he had embarrassingly shown his true colors. Ultimately, it was his inner inferiority that played a role. When dealing with his peers, he was slick and deceptive, but when facing superiors, he would tremble uncontrollably. But at least he hadn't shown any major flaws. Jack breathed a sigh of relief as a slight smile returned to his lips. These people were strong, and Leon was even stronger. With their help, perhaps he could even take down that guy. The fierce face of the stone statue ghost flashed through his mind. He hesitated for a moment but soon firmed his resolve. At this point, there's no need to talk about life-saving grace. My new life is just beginning, and I definitely don't want to be bound by monsters. Jack looked up to the sky, feeling the brilliant sunlight signifying happiness, joy, and vibrant life. My new life is just beginning. He couldn't help but sigh, then suddenly caught sight of something in the corner of his eye. Why is that person running? Seems like they're coming at me? Thump. As the sharp object pierced his heart, Jack's mind went blank. Chapter 35. Adventurers Guild, second floor. After Jack left, Leon watched his departing figure from the window, deep in thought. What's up, boss? Tall asked. What are you thinking? Leon turned away from the window, smiled, and said, Tall, you've been fooled by someone again. Ah. Tall scratched his head, confusedly asking, what do you mean? It's simple. Mr. Jack is a swindler whose tricks aren't that clever, Leon said with a hint of boredom. Black Fist Paytan nodded in agreement. I had suspected there was something off about that old man from the start. With all his trembling, everyone thought he was having heart trouble. Maru shrugged her shoulders with the look of a mischievous imp and laughed. Only the big oaf Tall could be fooled by him. You. Tall glared at her, and she giggled, hiding behind Leon. All right, Maru, stop teasing Tall, Leon intervened in the dispute, then turned to Tall and said, didn't you notice anything wrong? There was a feeling, but, Tall said huffily as he sat on the couch, Jack's knowledge about the dungeon didn't seem false. Didn't he answer all your questions? He even picked up on the wrong information you deliberately provided. Leon chuckled, ran his fingers through his brilliant, sunlit hair, and said, yes, his knowledge about the dungeon can't be faked. But the truer he seems, the more I suspect something. What is it? The crowd asked in a teasing tone. Behind Jack, there might be someone giving him pointers, Leon said with a proud smile, his golden hair seeming to glow with his mood. My eyes are gonna go blind. Where's the hat? Quick, put a hat on the boss. Maru cried, covering her eyes, didn't we all agree to wear hats indoors? Wearing hats when meeting guests is too undignified, Leon replied helplessly. Black Fist Paytan nodded in agreement again. Anyway, I'm very interested in the person behind him. If we could invite him to join our strategy group, I'm sure our progress would speed up a lot. Leon's eyes sparkled with ambition. At the least, we wouldn't fall behind the strategy groups tackling other abnormal dungeons. Maru. I'm here, Maru covered her eyes, not daring to look his way. Go track Jack. If there's really someone advising him, remember to be polite to them. All right, I really can't stay in this room a second longer. As soon as Maru finished speaking, she was ready to leave. With some night cat lineage mixed into her veins, she couldn't tolerate bright light at all. However, something unexpected happened. Ah! Murder! A scream came from the lower floors of the guild. In Bed City, within the resurrection house belonging to the Holy Light Church. Dozens of priests specialized in the resurrection technique are online all hours of the day. When the corpses of adventurers are teleported to the resurrection house, they immediately start to perform the resurrection. A recently deceased person can be brought back in less than 10 minutes. If they've been dead for longer, it becomes troublesome. If it's been more than a day, then no resurrection technique would work. Not every resurrection house is contracted by the Holy Light Church. In fact, churches big and small all vie to run the business of resurrection houses. Away from Bed City, other resurrection houses might be contracted by the Forest Church or possibly the Night Light Church, the Undead Church, and so on. After all, the resurrection house is a big business. Every time an adventurer is resurrected, they need to pay a resurrection fee. It's not too much, not too little, but just enough that everyone grudgingly accepts it. Inside a study of the resurrection house, the young-looking little priest asked the elder next to him, "Teacher, as long as the time of death is within a day, Can the resurrection technique always bring them back? Wouldn't the legendary death god get angry? Why should he be angry? The elderly man asked kindly. Because, the little priest hesitated, isn't resurrection technique more like a blasphemy against death? Haha, the death god is not so petty, and besides, not all deaths can be revived by the resurrection technique. The old man kindly patted the little priest on the head, explaining. Only the deaths that occur in the dungeon can be revived in such a simple way by the resurrection technique, because the dungeon locks the soul within the body. Since the soul hasn't left the body, as long as the body is repaired and the soul is awakened, the person can naturally be resurrected. Once someone dies in the outside world, except under special circumstances, the soul is immediately pulled into the netherworld. At that time, the body becomes an empty shell. To resurrect this shell, one needs to arrange a complex and costly soul summoning ceremony to pull the soul back from the netherworld. The old man said, that is a true blasphemy against death. The person performing the resurrection technique will be marked by the death god. The little priest spoke with some fear, marked. What will happen? The old man spoke solemnly. He will be noted in the death god's little notebook. The little priest blinked in confusion, and then pretending to have a sudden realization, said, Oh. Oh. So it's about being noted in the little notebook, that's terrifying. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. The atmosphere in the study quieted down, and the little priest's voice was heard again. So, the old gentleman who was just brought in is beyond saving, right? There is salvation, but there isn't. The old man sighed and said slowly. He can't afford the price of being saved. Inside the morgue, Jack's body lay there, lonely. The morgue, a facility within the resurrection house that is the least used because most of the bodies sent here are from the dungeon. The vast majority can be revived, and it is rare to see situations like Jack's. His heart was shredded by a blade, he died instantly. Please accept my condolences, the priest said to Leon with downward cast eyes, his tone filled with sorrow. I am not his family. Leon's face was expressionless. Oh, then it's fine, the priest changed his demeanor in a second, stretched lazily and asked, do you know where his family is? If we can't contact them, we'll have to perform an earth burial. This old man was an adventurer, right? Yes. Maru was shocked by the priest's instantaneous change of face. The so-called earth burial is the last resort for lonely adventurers. If they have no relatives to take care of their affairs and did not purchase a grave site before death, then the adventurer's body will be sent to the dungeon. Besides outdoor adventures, exploring the dungeon is an indispensable part of every adventurer's career, and most people agree with this practice. The murderer is truly cruel, the priest continued. The anti-dungeon organization has been getting out of hand lately, daring to kill someone in the street. This old man is just unlucky. The person who killed Jack was from the anti-dungeon organization. This is a mysterious group strongly opposed to the dungeon, claiming that ancient evil gods are hidden within and insisting that people must destroy the chaos-ridden dungeon and burn all things gained from it. Everyone looked at this organization as a joke, but unexpectedly, in the past 2 years, the anti-dungeon organization's actions have escalated, from organizing protests and marches to daring to kill someone in the street today. There are even rumors that the organization has a way to permanently damage the dungeon. Perhaps it was Jack's actions of selling ingredients yesterday that caught their attention, or perhaps it was because Jack led people to conquer the dungeon. Either way, he indeed became a victim. Boss, Maru suddenly spoke up, should I stake out here for a day or two to see if someone will come to collect his body? If someone comes, that person might be the one behind him. Leon fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Chapter 36. Jack is dead. The slave contract transmitted the last scene Jack saw before his death to Gong Qiying. The murderers were two aggressively expressive young humans, it seemed a premeditated action. One stabbed Jack's heart with a knife, while the other cast some sort of spell that affected the soul, preventing resurrection. These two were overwhelmed by passionate onlookers and then seized by the guards. The final image was of Jack falling face up, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Gong Qiying wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but behind the killers, 2 transparent threads flashed past, they appeared so briefly that he doubted his own eyes. Nevertheless, he was somewhat angry. Whether those 2 had a grudge against Jack or there was some other cause for their actions, he had no idea. All he knew was that his recently cultivated subordinate had been killed, which was akin to a slap in his face. He must find these 2 after going out and give them a thorough scolding. He still had many plans unimplemented, was he supposed to cultivate another insider? Forget it. Lying back on the altar, Gong Qiying murmured to himself. It's more reliable to handle things personally. With Jack's death, there was no one to help him gather the magical materials needed for the ceremony. Contacting adventurers was a necessary evil. Who among those he had met could he trust? He glanced at the image in the crystal ball and nodded. You're the one. In the swamp area, in front of the stone statue ghost. After using the summoning hook finger medicine, Stiran stared at the ground full of anticipation. However, contrary to her hopes, the familiar summoning symbol didn't appear. Not today either. She said, feeling slightly disappointed. Ever since the day Gong Qiying had helped her, she often came to the dungeon and used the summoning hook finger medicine, hoping to see him again. It wasn't that she had feelings for him, but she was curious. Curious as to how he could navigate the dungeon so effortlessly, curious about his background, and why he would help people in the dungeon. Purely curious. Since then, she hadn't seen the summoning symbol once, making her wonder if her summoning hook finger medicine had expired. Fortunately, the medicine wouldn't be consumed unless an assistant was summoned, otherwise, at her rate, it would have run out long ago. Let's go back and find Ellie and the others, sighed Stiran. She and her companions had heard about a hidden map insane dungeon with special ingredients to explore, so they planned to go together. She had gone ahead, hoping to bump into Gong Qiying. Just as she turned to leave, a golden light flickered behind her. It was the familiar summoning symbol. Overjoyed, Stiran immediately pressed the summon button. In the next moment, appearing as matter in a dazzling golden light was Gong Qiying. Long may the sun shine. He raised his hands high, striking an exuberant pose. Although Stiran didn't understand his words, she felt it carried a powerful spirit. It's you, we meet again. Gong Qiying feigned surprise and smiled, so, you need my help again. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Stiran calmed her emotions and said, about the things you taught me last time, I have many questions to ask. Do you have the time? Of course. Hearing the affirmative reply, Stiran breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that he might find her bothersome and just leave. I've come looking for you several times, but I always miss you. She naturally walked ahead, heading towards Sick Village. She had already taken care of the stone statue ghost in advance. As for the companions waiting to explore with her, they would forgive her. Walking side by side with Gong Qiying, he spoke, I only come here occasionally, to help those in need. Upon hearing this, his image brightened another notch in Stiran's heart. I remember you said you were traveling to train yourself, is it really okay to stay here all the time? She regretted saying that immediately, as it sounded like she was rushing him away. Did I ever portray myself like that? Gong Qiying truly forgot. He was silent for a moment and then said, I was indeed planning to leave, but having seen too many people tripped up by the difficulties here, I plan to help others before I go. After all, shaping oneself into a good Samaritan never goes wrong, most people like good people. Not knowing what Stiran thought of, her eyes twinkled like they were hiding stars, unconsciously edging closer to him. By the way, what was the question you wanted to ask me? After some idle chatter, as they were almost reaching the giant curse frog's boss room, Gong Qiying couldn't resist asking. What? Stiran seemed to snap back to reality, tilting her head in confusion. I said, what was the question you wanted to ask me? Gong Qiying repeated helplessly. Oh, right, Stiran nodded, staring at him, what did I want to ask? Gong Qiying's gaze at her grew more peculiar, wondering if she was just jesting with him. Ahaha, Stiran laughed awkwardly, realizing her behavior was quite odd, but actually, she really didn't have much to ask. Even if she did, it would be about Gong Qiying himself, such as being curious about his experiences, but given their current relationship, asking such personal questions wouldn't be appropriate. She was here using summoning hook finger medicine purely out of habit, and seeing Gong Qiying had been a pleasant surprise, overshadowing everything else. Who would think of asking questions? Well, right, I still don't quite understand the method of exerting force with shield stab. She could only think of something on the spot, please teach me. That's easy, let's target that fat brother over there. Gong Qiying naturally stood behind Stiran, took her wrist, and said, you should exert force like this, don't be too stiff with your wrist, why are you gripping tighter the more I talk? Stiran glanced unnaturally at the hands Gong Qiying was holding, and finally said nothing, adjusting her posture as he instructed. We are innocent, why think of unnecessary things? The fat brother was quickly attracted over and was swiftly dealt with, then Gong Qiying finally let go of her hand and asked, have you learned it? Stiran only felt the back being sorely pinched by the armor, as they had been sticking close together just now. I will cherish the technique you taught me, she said, I want to use shield stab as skillfully as you do. Her words were merely polite, but unexpectedly, Gong Qiying suddenly said seriously. There's no need. Stiran was taken aback, not understanding why his tone had suddenly changed. Did she say something wrong? Gong Qiying said, you don't need to imitate me, just be yourself. Ah! Stiran instantly understood, he seemed to have misunderstood something, but before she could clarify, Gong Qiying continued. You are a ranger specializing in agility, high mobility and attack power are your strengths. Shield stab is completely opposite to your expertise. I taught you shield stab just to provide a new perspective, another way to approach enemies, not to restrict yourself. He went on non-stop, sounding like an experienced player trying to correct the path of a newbie who had strayed. Stiran stared at him blankly, then a slight smile hooked at the corner of her mouth. Being worried about felt quite nice too. After who knows how long, Teacher Gong's mini-class finally ended. Did you understand what I said? Gong Qiying showed a look of iron not turning into steel. He had seen various newbies go astray in games before, like a newbie knight who suddenly turned into a soul V wielding a small scythe in a ring capture, which distressed him greatly, hence developing a habit of preaching. He knew this habit was annoying most of the time, but he just couldn't help saying a few words, hoping the newbies would listen even a little. Got it, got it. Stiran's expression suddenly became sunny and bright, then suddenly grabbed his arm, saying. I'm still a bit unclear about shield stab, could you teach me like you did just now? I just taught you a moment ago. Gong Qiying sighed repeatedly. This generation of reincarnators, no, this generation of adventurers lacks talent. Regardless of the process, at last, he managed to tell Stiran about the request to proxy purchase magic materials. She agreed although puzzled, and planned to meet in a few days in the dungeon. Cause for celebration, truly a cause for celebration. Chapter 37. At the same time that Gong Qiying and Stiran were adventuring, the members of the Morning Wind team, Win, Ellie, and Danya, stationed in the swamp area, encountered a tremendously awkward incident. Sorry, really sorry, we'll leave right now. Currently, an unfamiliar adventurer team was bowing in unison, apologizing to them. All right, you didn't do it on purpose. We forgive you, Ellie said with a slightly forced smile. The last time she saw so many people bowing like this was at a funeral service, which felt rather strange. Really sorry. The leader of the unfamiliar adventurer team Hammerfall, a magician named Kyrich who didn't seem very strong, looked utterly dejected and had become a repeater of apologies. What happened was, our team is all newcomers, and we haven't learned the rules yet. We didn't know that there's a waiting period before entering the teleportation gate. We're sorry for disturbing you. This team, comprised entirely of newbies, happened to queue right behind Stiran and the others when entering the dungeon teleportation gate. They forgot to wait for several minutes before entering, and as a result, this happened. They ran into the Morning Wind team. It's also a coincidence, although there was less than a 2-minute gap between the two teams entering the dungeon, the Morning Wind team took a shortcut thanks to their previous exploration experience and quickly went a long distance. The Hammerfall team, exploring the dungeon for the first time and unfamiliar with the place, immediately got lost in the vast swamp. With only 100-second difference, the two teams miraculously did not meet. Later, it was Danya who heard the Hammerfall team's screams as they were being attacked by monsters and came to their rescue. If it weren't for them, the newbie team would have been food for curse frogs. Teleportation gates can automatically recognize whether entrants are teammates. The probability of such a mix-up happening is only 2%, Danya clicked his tongue twice. I should go out and buy a lottery ticket. Really sorry. Okay, Ellie helped each member of the Hammerfall team stand up one by one. Is this really okay? Kyrich said nervously. With their team in the wrong and facing silver rank seniors, if they didn't express their apologies properly, there could be retaliation. Thinking this, his waist shuddered as he tried to bow again, but a hand clad in iron firmness stopped his shoulder. As he looked up, he met the darkened face of Ellie. This girl, known for being gentle and kind-hearted, now wore a keep bowing and you'll have to bow to your parents when you get home expression. Although she was smiling, the smile was nothing short of terrifying. Eek! Frightened, the young magician stood up straight. Leader! A timid young girl tugged at Kyraj's clothes and said with a troubled face, let's go. Including Kyraj, the whole Hammerfall team consisted of 4 people, a timid lowly priest, a taciturn glasses-wearing magic swordsman, a chubby heavy-armored warrior, and Kyraj, the frail magician. All bronze rank, their faces all bore the naivety of newbies. Just starting out, and facing the sane dungeon, that's really. They'd probably lose their greenness after just one night. Ah, Kyraj said, forcing a smile, then we'll take our leave first. The morning wind side didn't say anything, but as soon as Kyraj and his team started to turn away, Wind spoke up, wait a moment. Sweat beaded on Kyraj's forehead as he asked, do you need something? You came all this way, let's do this together, Wind gave an unexpected response. Hey! The entire Hammerfall team was shocked, turning back to look at the Morning Wind team, with no significant change in their expressions. After all, once you go out, you'll have to wait a long time before you can re-enter. It's such a waste of time, Ellie said with a smile, you've all got victory flowers pinned on your chest. Let me guess, you bought them from the lady selling flowers near the teleportation gate, right? She can spot first-timers like you, then comes over to sell you the victory flowers, saying that wearing it will lead to unbeatable success, right? Kyraj's face flushed, she had guessed everything correctly. Only newbies would be talked into buying this stuff, Danya cruelly taunted, but then shifted his tone, however, those without passion and dreams for adventuring wouldn't spend money on a symbol of good fortune, and you, spending your own money to buy flowers for your teammates, must be a good leader. It's no bother to guide you. Kyraj showed a bewildered expression, the flowers indeed were purchased with his own money, but how did the other party guess? Is guessing even necessary? Danya read Kyraj's doubts with a glance, thinking to himself, look at your teammates. Dressed so plainly and even tattered, obviously not having the money to buy flowers. Only you, though your clothes are also worn, you carry a quite decent magic wand. No matter their confusion, the Hammerfall team was moved to tears with gratitude, they hadn't imagined they would encounter such an understanding and senior team. This was a precious opportunity, to go on an adventure with silver-rank adventurers, from whom they could learn a lot. Thank you so much. Just remember to buy me a lottery ticket when you get out, to repay me for saving your life, Danya said with a wave of her hand. Ellie breathed a sigh of relief, thankfully, Kyraj and the others didn't bow again. Wind didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The two teams temporarily moved together, they lit a fire, took a brief rest, while waiting for Stiran to return to the group. This wait turned into an entire morning. Stiran was nowhere to be seen, and as his absence also caused the Hammerfall team to waste their time, Win and others could no longer wait and immediately decided to move on. Both teams' objective was the specialty produce that had appeared not long ago, in reality, it was about finding the region where the produce came from. The Morning Wind team believed that area should be somewhere they hadn't explored yet, like the middle or lower levels. The existence of levels insane dungeon filled with forests or entirely with ores was already no secret, with many having accidentally triggered teleportation traps and been teleported to the middle or lower levels. Except for a very few lucky ones like Wild, the vast majority were instantly killed by the elite monsters guarding the traps before they had a chance to explore. Hence, adventurers knew about the 3 levels of Sane Dungeon, but whether there were more remained unknown. However, when the Morning Wind team decided to explore further down, the Hammerfall team had a different opinion. I bought this from the old man who sells the specialty produce. Kyraj took out a dirty piece of wrapping leather, with a strong scent of seafood, which was rare around Bed City in the inland. The person who had bought the wrapped food package from Jack that day was him. Out of kindness towards the Morning Wind team, he did not mind sharing this secret with them. Do you plan to use tracking magic? Ellie asked. Yes, I was worried that my magic power wouldn't be enough to sustain the tracking magic for a long time. Kyraj looked at Ellie, if I can't keep it up, please take over for me. He drew a magic array on the ground, placed magic materials, and after chanting for a while, a faint luminescence appeared on the surface of the wrapping, which rose into the air and flew towards the direction of the swamp, leaving behind a visible trail. Unexpectedly, the wrapping flew towards the outskirts of the swamp area. Either the tracking magic had failed, or the true location of the gourmet region was much closer than they had imagined. After a short chase, the wrapping stopped in front of a mountain. The entire swamp area was surrounded by high mountains, which served as the boundary on the map. So far, no one had been idle enough to climb them. Is this the end? Kyraj looked around, puzzled. The mountains around were bare, with no paths to be seen. Was he expected to carve a big hole straight through it? I can't go on any more. The chubby heavy-armored warrior let out a long sigh and leaned against the mountain wall, however. Ah! He fell flat on his back to the ground. What happened? Everyone's attention was drawn by the commotion here, and they all stood stunned. Ow, that hurts, why did I suddenly fall? The heavy-armored warrior, rubbing his head, sat up at, what's that delicious scent? Krug, behind you. Kyraj said incredulously. A big hole has appeared behind you. Chapter 38. Gollum. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow their saliva, not out of nervousness, but fragrance. The scents of flowers, fruits, meats, and vegetables. Every conceivable and inconceivable aroma converged into a torrent that came rolling in, wildly stimulating everyone's senses. Ellie rubbed her belly, which felt super hungry even though she had eaten a lot that morning. Shall we go and have a look? Let's go and take a look. The deep and long tunnel was dark, but there was a light at the end that quickened everyone's steps, faster and faster, until the dim glow grew into blinding sunlight that filled their vision. With the last step, the whole world suddenly opened up. Sunlight, the blinding sunlight showered down from above, and despite everyone knowing it was just a fake sun created by the dungeon, they can't help but feel a vibrant life force that blinked away the gloom of the swamp. An endless plain instantly came into view, a blue-green plain from which gigantic trees soared into the sky, their treetops laden with leaves the size of large slices of meat, pitcher plants brimming with drinks dangling from vines, huge scallions everywhere, and mushrooms that were indistinguishable from pudding oozed with cocoa. White rivers flowed slowly and peacefully, and by their scent, it was actually milk and honey that streamed within. Looking into the distance, a variety of odd-shaped birds and beasts frolicked at will, gigantic roasted whole pigs steamed with heat, a male lion whose mane resembled premium sponge cake, a koala with cocoa beans growing on its back, mammoth elephants with patterned brown fur. And in the farthest distance, at the limit of human sight, sat a plant colossal beyond measure, like an emperor in its domain, its branches bent under the weight of cherry-like fruits shimmering with a seven-colored rainbow, requiring just one glance to know it must be the most precious existence in this region. This area was like a fairy tale, as children, who hadn't dreamt of a paradise filled entirely with delicious food. Kyraj was stunned. Then, suddenly, a locust landed on his hand. An odd locust with a raised back as if filled with a brown liquid. As if possessed, he caught the locust and tasted the brown liquid. Quack, so salty, he exclaimed, coming to his senses, is this actually soy sauce? Ellie squatted to pick a dandelion that looked very peculiar, its top seemed fleshy. She hesitated for a moment and then took a light taste. This is, she said incredulously, the taste of beef tongue. With a precedent set, others couldn't restrain their impulses anymore and cheered as they rushed into the food area. Look, look, trees are even covered in bone-in roasted meat. These mushrooms. Is that chocolate sauce on their caps? This tulip looks so strange, my god, it's garlic inside. These grapes are so small, and their color is strange too, wait, they're fish roe. The frail priest walked the farthest, directly to the riverbank, scooping a mouthful of the white river water. A warm sensation spread throughout the body. It was even hot milk that was flowing. Everyone was utterly immersed in the food, finding new taste experiences with each step, a sensation way more enjoyable than any dungeon. Even Win, who always looked the sternest, couldn't pull himself away from the roasted meat trees, having chewed through 3 sticks of meat in a short time. The pitcher plants by the tree had all kinds of drinks. He was lucky to find beer. Alternating a mouthful of meat with a sip of beer, fatigue flew up and away. What a beautiful oyster! Kyraj found a bright red oyster by the river, its shell marked with layers like overlapping rose petals, emitting the fragrance of roses. Setting aside the reason for oysters appearing by the river, he couldn't wait to pry the shell open with a knife, the rich oyster meat releasing the scent of roses. With just a slurp, the tender and slippery flesh and aromatic broth flowed into his mouth, not even requiring chewing before it went into his stomach. Ah! Kyraj groaned, his eyes dazed. This is what you call gourmet food, what on earth was I eating before? Just when everyone was intoxicated, a colossal shadow slowly emerged from beneath the river's surface, ominously making its way towards Kyraj. And he was still lost in the explosive taste experience brought by the rose oysters. Boom! The water burst, and shadows completely engulfed him. Captain! The feeble priest was the quickest to react, her body subconsciously moving, forcefully shoving Kyrage to the side. Ah, save me! The sudden incident drew everyone's attention, they all turned to look. It was a giant tuna, but at its tail end, it had octopus-like tentacles. At that moment, the tentacles were swinging the slim and petite priest around, frightening her almost to the point of fainting. Isn't this the octo-tuna that Jack sells at his barbecue stand? So they come in such huge sizes. This is bad. Win was the first to react, drawing and hurling his short sword, which blasted through the tentacle like a cannonball. The priest screamed as she fell, but fortunately, Kyrage had also snapped back to reality. Not only did he catch her steadily, but he also cast the gale technique, instantly summoning a strong wind to blow them away from the octo-tuna. The octo-tuna cried out miserably and quickly sank to the bottom of the river, leaving those on shore trembling with fear. "We've been careless," Danya said with a stern face, "after all, this is the dungeon, and it's the sane dungeon to boot." Indeed, culinary delights can soothe the heart, but they can also make one let their guard down. "No, it's that we were too close to the river." Kyrage was still shaken, but being the only one in the Hammerfall team with a higher sense of adventure, he quickly figured it out. "This river acts as a boundary." He pointed to the cave from where they had come and said, "I believe that within the kilometer distance from the cave to this river is safe, and on the other side of the river marked by this boundary, that's where the monsters start." His analysis was not without merit, as long as they did not approach the monster-infested river, this vast plain was a playground free of any danger, with the worst-case scenario being overeating to the point of discomfort. But once they crossed the river, they would be face to face with monsters. Roasted whole pig, horned lion, coco koala, mussel crab, terra vatra. These creatures, both culinary delicacies and horrifying monsters, seemed to follow some unwritten rule: no matter how much humans frolicked, as long as they didn't cross the river, they wouldn't attract their attention. It was at this moment that Win and the others realized that their safety wasn't because this was a carefree paradise, it was merely some sort of dungeon rule that was protecting them. This was ultimately still a dangerous dungeon. But as long as we do not cross the boundary, ordinary people could also explore here, right? Ellie mumbled to herself, "I feel like in the future, many people will come here to make money." Danya nodded noncommittally, the distance from the teleportation gate to the food zone was not far, and there seemed to be few monsters along the way. If one knew the path well, it wouldn't be a problem for ordinary people to come here. Bed City's economy might just be on the brink of a boom. As everyone exchanged glances, they suddenly realized they must be among the first batch to discover this culinary area. "What should we do?" Win asked, regarding the information about this place. This was potentially a considerable fortune. Of course, that assumed others hadn't found this place yet. But the difficulty in finding it was not steep, it was only a matter of time before the map became public. After some discussion, they came to a conclusion. To sell the information promptly. They all had the self-awareness that they were not cut out for business but knew that sooner or later, more people would discover the culinary zone. It was better to sell the information quickly, fetching the highest possible price. "I want to go over there and take a look," Win suddenly said, pointing to the towering plant in the distance. "My intuition tells me, that thing is definitely valuable." Chapter 39. It turns out, profit is directly proportional to risk. After crossing the Milk River and leaving the safe area, Win and his team were attacked within a few steps. It was a wild boar bigger than a tank. Truth be told, everything in this area, both animals and plants, was oversized. Apart from being huge, nothing else came to mind. Roasted whole pig. Required spiritual power per unit, 60. Life force, END, strength, END, intelligence, E, endurance, END, speed, E+, overall combat power, END. This monster looks delicious. The roasted whole pig was emanating steam from its body, scorching anyone who got too close. Upon seeing Win and others, the monster became agitated, exuding even hotter steam, and the meat aroma became more intense. After a somewhat difficult battle, with the roasted whole pig dead, 2 members of the Hammerfall team injured, and Win bitten by the pig, the fight concluded. This monster's combat power wasn't strong, 10 healthy ordinary people with weapons could defeat it, though casualties were inevitable. While others were busy dividing the spoils, Danya fell into deep thought. "What are you thinking about?" Ellie asked. He fiddled with a blood-stained dagger, speaking in a strange tone. "This pig, stabbing it felt good. No, not just good, I should say I've never stabbed a monster with meat quality this fine, it's kind of addictive." Ellie quietly stepped 2 paces away from him. "What principle allows this monster to survive?" asked Kyraj after treating the injured, circling the roasted whole pig and marveling. "It roasted itself, how could it still be alive?" After much hesitation, he sliced off a piece of meat from the roasted whole pig and savored it carefully. Everyone watched for his reaction. Kyraj opened his eyes and declared, "It's absolutely high-quality roasted pork." The entire body of the roasted whole pig was fragrant and steaming hot meat, perfectly fine to eat directly. The only pity was that the battle lasted a bit long, causing the roasted whole pig to emit more steam and slightly charring most of the meat. Everyone, driven by curiosity, tried a bit, leading to uncontrollable feasting right then and there around the roasted whole pig. Even without any seasoning, the roasted meat was intensely flavorful. Kyraj suddenly had a quirky thought and grabbed a soy sauce cricket, dipped the roasted meat in the soy sauce on its back, and upon tasting it nearly burst his clothes with delight. He felt he had discovered the correct way to use the food region, combining different ingredients to find the most suitable menu for himself. "Saint Dungeon is truly magical," the frail priest said while eating. "I've never read about a monster that can roast itself in books. Milk river, chocolate fountains, pudding mushrooms, trees bearing roasted meat. I've only heard about these in fairy tales," Ellie said happily, suggesting, "How about we come here for a big meal after exploring every day, it saves us money on food." Danya raised both hands in approval, Win, with his mouth full of roasted meat, mumbled an unclear agreed. "I wonder what Stiran is doing, missing out big time." After eating and drinking their fill, the 2 teams continued their exploration. The food-themed area was not smaller than the swamp area, but the density of tools was greater than in the swamp area, which allowed the adventurers to make new discoveries every few steps: bats hanging from trees with broccoli growing on their tails, mice scurrying by with their bodies covered in crispy fries, and ordinary mushrooms that had the sticky texture of pig trotters, rich in collagen. There were simply too many new things. Initially, they carefully documented each new species they discovered, but eventually, they ran out of ink, and still, new ingredients continued to appear incessantly. They were overwhelmed by the sheer novelty. It felt like the Adventurers Guild hadn't discovered as many new species in the past year as they had in just one day here. Then, the 2 teams' exploration faced an unprecedented crisis. They were too full. As they walked and ate, they encountered very few monsters, and there wasn't enough physical activity to aid digestion, causing everyone's stomachs to slightly bulge. With no choice, they had to take a brief rest under a tree. "Let's burp sum things up." Danya lay unceremoniously on the grass, surrounded by the fragrant scent of beef-tongue dandelions, but she really couldn't eat any more. "All right." As Kyraj rubbed his stomach, he took out a notebook. He and Ellie had been recording all sorts of discoveries along the way. "For now, let's name the area from the cave to the Milk River as the safe zone and the area beyond the Milk River as the danger zone. So far, we've identified 46 new species in the safe zone, including both plants and animals. I estimate the actual number far exceeds our findings. I guess there are at least 100. Ellie added, "All of the new species are edible. It seems like everything we've discovered so far is only valuable as food. We haven't found any materials that could be used to make magic tools, nor any treasure chests. It feels like this place was made just for gourmets." Kyraj continued, "The Milk River is home to gigantic aquatic creatures and also houses unusual aquatic plants. However, since nobody here is particularly good with water, we haven't explored underwater. We'll leave that to those who come after us." Danya spoke, "We can't achieve perfection." Ellie, flipping through the notebook with interest, said, "From what we see, there's a complete ecology here. Just after crossing the Milk River, you initially encounter roasted whole pigs and some small creatures. After walking for about half an hour, you come across bred lions and giant crocodiles that feed on the roasted pigs. The crocodile resides near a river wider than the Milk River. Following the river, you can find a lake. Just by looking near the surface, you can see a diverse range of colorful fish. Strangely, the closer to the lake, the safer it gets, with only some harmless small creatures. This place might become a fishing paradise in the future," she joked. It seems the entire food-themed area uses the river as a boundary line. Crossing the river where crocodiles reside leads to a more dangerous area, where even members of the Morning Wind team feel the danger and inevitable tough battles. But the mammoth plant at the end was too tempting, driving the adventurers forward by their very nature. Perhaps the area from Milk River to Crocodile River could be renamed the Low Danger Area. Kyraj closed the notebook, sighing, even normal people could come here, maybe hiring 1 or 2 adventurers as bodyguards would be enough to ensure safety. He had collected many ingredients along the way, planning to sell them at a good price. Dong! Dong! The melodious sound of a bell came from afar, and only then did everyone realize that it was time to close the dungeon. Time flies, Ellie's tone was somewhat reluctant, I don't want to leave. The others felt the same way, some even contemplated living here. Too bad, Win looked towards the faraway giant plant, his gaze filled with regret. With the last bell sound, the figures of the adventurers blurred and vanished without a trace. Chapter 40 Yanner Kingdom, Royal City of Roland. They say that being the boss in the royal city means you're the real deal, all you need to do every day besides eating is sleeping, nothing else. Places like Bed City, which are just backwater areas, aren't even worthy of their notice. Ever since Yanner I established the kingdom amidst chaotic times, 400 years have passed. War, civil strife, meddling in-laws seizing power, untimely deaths, due to various factors, the current king in Ii's bloodline has long been impure and mudded. Perhaps the authentic royal bloodline has already been lost, but bloodline is just a name, real power is what truly matters. Ins 3 is quite fortunate, his father subdued the surrounding nations, leaving him a strong, orderly country. The 4 border dukes were all exemplars of loyalty and patriotism, so he had few worries and lived happily every day. But it seemed the gods wanted this lucky king to taste some distress. There were 4 things that troubled Ins 3. The first was the resurgence of the demon clan. 100 years ago, the demon clan was driven to the desolate western lands by all races that cherished peace. These cunning and sly creatures hibernated for nearly a century, finally baring their fangs just a few years ago. Ins 3 still remembers, it was a stormy night when the court mage stumbled into the castle, looking at him with panicked eyes, bearing the dire news of the demon clan massacring several border cities. Damn it, these backwater demon clan came begging to Yanner Kingdom. However, by the time the nation was ready to dispatch its forces, the demon clan had vanished without a trace, as if they had calculated the exact time to disappear. Since then, scattered demon clan attacks plagued border cities, and even in the interior, traces of demon clan were discovered. The same was true for neighboring nations, no one knew how far the demon clan had infiltrated the continent. People thought about counterattacking the demon clan, but the terrifying miasma of the western continent made them think twice. Fortunately, the demon clan's slaughters ignited the people's fighting spirit, significantly increasing the enlistment rate for the army. The number of adventurers skyrocketed, among them many specialized in hunting the demon clan. It looked like the momentum of the demon clan was being pushed back day by day. However, news that the demon king was about to be resurrected surfaced from somewhere. The second thing was the anomaly in the dungeons. It happened this year. A dungeon named Sane encountered an anomaly. It was said that previously unseen monsters appeared inside. And the layout of the dungeon underwent an earth-shaking change, significantly increasing its danger, pushing it up to rank among the top dungeons. This news spread quickly within the adventurer circles, sparking a lot of interest. Nearly half of the adventurers planned to take a look, but the events that followed halted their steps. More and more dungeons started undergoing anomalies. 3 days after the anomaly in Sane Dungeon, the Green Forest Dungeon and the Reverberation Dungeon also experienced anomalies. On the 5th day, the White Blood Dungeon, Puppet Dungeon, Water Dragon Dungeon, and Onion Dungeon had anomalies. The 6th day, the 7th day. To this day, new reports of dungeon anomalies continue unabated, keeping the Adventurers Guild extremely busy. Adventurers surged toward the nearest anomalous dungeons like injected chickens, and the crowd originally heading to the Sane Dungeon was split and redirected in an instant. It was unclear whether these anomalies were good or bad, or perhaps a precursor to some major event. The third thing was the strange illness that afflicted Ins 3 himself. Ugh, hiss. Inhuman, grotesque howlings reverberated within Ins Ii's chambers, as if trying desperately to suppress the pain, yet the messy thoughts and mumblings in his mind forced him to scream out loud. In the spacious chamber, not a single servant was present to attend to him, they had been dispersed by the king's orders, and even without the orders, no one dared to stay. Because the king had contracted a bizarre illness that was truly lethal when an outbreak occurred, it was said that he would kill people, and even consume human blood. Even the most learned court mage was helpless against this strange disease, and the Holy Light Church was preparing a blessing ceremony, hoping to use the holy light to eradicate the king's sickness. But for now, INS3 could only use one thing to relieve the pain. Blood healing potion. From behind the thick curtains, a hairy beastly hand suddenly reached out, grabbing a bunch of the crimson blood healing potion, and shortly after, satisfied moans came from behind the curtain, and more than a dozen empty bottles were carelessly tossed out, along with a syringe. It's not enough, I need more. The comfort lasted only for a brief 10 or so minutes, and soon II's voice was once again filled with agony. Ah! Ah! The fourth matter, INS3 had no heir. Or rather, no legitimate heir. To the point that, at a time like this, there was nobody trustworthy to take care of him. Extremely pitiable. In Bed City, all was tranquil and peaceful. The Adventurers Guild was quiet, a departure from its usual noisy and bustling style. Everyone was looking forward with anticipation, listening carefully to the movements coming from upstairs. The fireplace burned silently, the crackling of wood and the ticking of the pendulum clock, sounds that were ordinarily ignored, were now clearly audible. Occasionally, someone uninformed would barge in loudly, and would immediately be met with glares from the angered crowd, and then in confusion, join the throng. The reason they were doing this was because of a major event. Someone had found the hidden map of the Sane Dungeon. It was indeed the area that produced special ingredients. No one had thought it would be discovered so quickly, most people were still in the dark. Now, those discoverers were upstairs negotiating with the guild's leaders, selling the information to the guild for an appropriate price. Once the guild verified the authenticity of the information, it would offer it for sale to all adventurers for a fee, though not an expensive one, just the equivalent of the cost of a meal. Quite a few adventurers were willing to pay for it. This not only represented obtaining news firsthand but also meant something else. A sign of respect for the discoverers. Adventuring was never just about one person's journey, but a story embarked upon together by all. Within this story, some could obtain information that others had not discovered, leading the way in strategizing, these discoverers sharing the information with everyone, regardless of their intentions, whether for payment or not, as long as it was accurate and brought benefits to everyone. Then they deserved respect. The wise knew that a few days after the information went on sale, it would be known by everyone, and by then, one could enjoy the information without spending a penny. But were the buyers of the information fools? Absolutely not. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs, a slender man with features of a half-elf walked down from above. Somebody recognized his identity. It's Shadowless Gelot, legend has it he possesses the unique talent to instantly run 1,000 meters. Every time the guild has map-related information that needs validation, they ask him to do it. Great, looks like we'll have the results soon. Sprint, sprint, yes, sprint. Under everyone's gaze, Gelot turned into a residual shadow and vanished, speeding in the direction of the Sane Dungeon. Time ticked away every second, with everyone's eyes fixed on the pendulum clock, meticulously counting each second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Half an hour, 1 hour. Bang! The guild's main door was kicked open, it was Gelot. Everyone held their breath, looking towards the sweaty figure, but the seasoned adventurer seemed a bit odd. Burp. Gelot was rubbing his swollen belly while wiping off the food crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Then, he flashed a wicked smile and gave a thumbs up. Oh! The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 41. Outside Bed City, a carriage bearing the emblem of the Adventurers Guild descended from the sky. The flying horse folded its wings, and once the carriage settled, the coachman eagerly ran over to open the door. Have we arrived so soon? With an aged yet spirited voice, an elderly man dressed elegantly, his dense salt and pepper hair bold like a lion's mane, stepped out of the carriage. He emanated an intimidating presence without showing anger and pulled out a gold pocket watch, saying, "We are 2 hours ahead of schedule, the guild's welcome ceremony is probably not ready yet, let's take a look around the city first, I heard there have been quite some interesting events lately. Mr. Cedar, I believe, ugh. I think we should first visit, ugh, the local guild." Following him, a woman of neat appearance staggered out of the carriage, no, crawled out. Her face was pale, and she couldn't help but retch frequently. After all, given your status, ugh. The old man named Cedar scowled. Gina, as my assistant, it's quite inelegant of you to get motion sickness. I order you to rest in the carriage. Isn't it because you insisted on speeding? Gina finally managed to get out, leaned against a big tree to vomit for a while, and then weakly followed. She didn't trust the old man to act alone, who knows what kind of trouble he might stir up. As soon as they entered Bed City, they sensed a different kind of life force. Diverse adventurers of various races surged endlessly through every street, and figures armed with weapons were everywhere. The more the crowd, the noisier it got. Shops along the street used magic power megaphones to loudly loop advertisements to attract customers, so that having a conversation on the street required shouting. The majority of people were in a hurry, as if they were rushing for something. Going to work, perhaps? No, definitely not going to work. Cedar, sharp as ever, noticed their eyes gleamed with longing and hope, and their mouths even held smiles. Clearly, what they were up to was filled with joy. So it definitely couldn't be work. Were there so many people here before? Cedar's mouth didn't move, yet his voice appeared in Gina's mind. According to reports received by the headquarters, since the Anomaly Insane Dungeon, the number of adventurers staying in Bed City for more than 3 days has nearly doubled, and the number is still growing rapidly. Gina flipped through a notebook in her hands. Especially a week ago, a hidden area dubbed Food Paradise was discovered, attracting merchants from across the nation, rushing here relentlessly. A week ago, hey. Cedar stroked his white beard. Earl Phillip, who manages Bed City, converted a commercial street into a special market selling products from Food Paradise. Would you like to take a look? Gina suggested, her interest in the so-called specialties evident. Earl Phillip's business acumen is as sharp as ever, completing such a big project in just a few days, Cedar remarked, then said, let's go, let's have a look at this so-called market. As soon as they arrived at the food market, both stopped in their tracks. For a gigantic creature emanating scorching heat hung upside down on a stake at the entrance of the market, making it impossible for anyone entering the market to overlook its presence. It was a roasted whole pig, considerably larger compared to others of its kind, clearly dead for a while, but still emitting heat, and a rich aroma. Anyone entering the market was first stunned by this colossal being, then smelled the rich meat aroma. As they searched for the source of the aroma, they came to understand the true meaning of the market, the true meaning of Food Paradise. Was this pig roasted after being killed, or say? Gina, eyes wide, muttered, was it already cooked from the beginning? Cedar took a few steps closer, and a person resembling a manager stopped him, but upon seeing his elegant clothing, presumably realizing he was a VIP, the manager politely said, this is a non-sale item, for display only. If you wish to taste, please visit the stalls inside. Cedar nodded, pointing to the roasted pig. He asked, whose handiwork is this? To be able to perfectly roast such a large ingredient, I really want to pay a visit. The manager immediately livened up, excitedly explaining, sir, you must be new here? No wonder you don't know. This huge pig, actually, was never touched by any chef. Cedar furrowed his brows, puzzled. The manager, having seen similar reactions in recent days, felt a sense of superiority each time he explained, look, I know so much more than you. It was born cooked from its mother's womb. Born cooked from its mother's womb? As they walked away, Cedar still couldn't grasp the meaning of that sentence. A creature that's born already cooked, how could it survive? It's not an elemental creature. Sir, look over there, Gina's voice woke him from his reverie, only to hear his assistant's excited voice, it's all things I've never seen before. Things I've never seen? I've grown up in the royal city of Roland, what haven't I seen? Cedar looked disdainfully at the street vendors, then froze completely. Octopus-legged fish, trees with boned roasted meat, willow trees whose branches are made of buckwheat noodles, lobsters shining like jewels. Darn, he really hasn't seen these before. He scanned the area, trying to pinpoint even one ingredient he recognized. There it is. A pastry shop was selling sponge cakes, finally something familiar. Sponge cakes couldn't possibly have something to do with monsters, right? Cedar stepped into the pastry shop and was about to say something when his gaze suddenly sharpened. Because hanging in the pastry shop was a lion monster's corpse. The chubby owner was cutting the lion's mane with a sharp knife, the mane was strangely squared and seemed as elastic as a sponge. That's the sponge cake. He looked at the sponge cakes on the counter, his mouth twitched, realizing these cakes were cut from the lion's body. "Yo, would you like something?" The owner noticed him and greeted warmly. "I'm just looking around." Cedar hurriedly left the shop. In fact, he was quite curious to try the taste, but it was somewhat embarrassing. "Sir, try this." Gina suddenly brought 2 skewers of battered, fried items that looked like potatoes. "Potatoes? No, the smell is more like..." Cedar took a bite and his eyes widened instantly. "Fried pork chops." It was indeed a fried pork chop. Both the texture and taste felt like a top-notch pork chop made by a master. "I initially thought it was pork chop too, but," Gina said while eating, "this is actually a potato. I watched the owner pull it straight from the ground, and it was already fried when pulled out. It's magical." Cedar looked at the potato pork chop in his hand, feeling his worldview crumbling. Even the most experimental alchemists couldn't come up with such a peculiar combination. And these things, they all came from the same dungeon? As the two continued eating and strolling, the market, though constructed hastily, was well equipped and each vendor sold varied items, making browsing rather irresistible. At that moment, Cedar suddenly discovered an unusual stall because while other stalls were full of goods, this one was empty except for a tightly sealed box. The vendor looked young, hands crossed and on the verge of sleep, a rare sight with black hair and eyes. Intrigued, he approached and asked, "What are you selling?" Gong Qiying rubbed his eyes, looked up at Cedar, and said, "Rainbow fruit, just a small piece." He added, "It's quite expensive, want to buy it?" Chapter 42. "Oh, playing tricks, huh?" Cedar chuckled as he looked at the stall owner before him, with their mysterious goods and obscurely impressive rainbow fruit, and that heavyweight rhetorical question, "It's very expensive, do you want to buy it?" Though the tone was plain and indifferent, it carried an air of disdain, purely his overthinking, irritating enough to make one's teeth itch. This was simply the most common market ploy. First, stir up strong emotions in the customer, make a mystery, then take the chance to peddle one's wares, selling something worthless for far more than its actual value. Cedar had seen plenty of this sort of thing, so his heart was undisturbed, and combined with his fierce appearance, it gave the impression he could flip the stall at any moment. "First tell me what you're selling," he said with a smirk, "let's see what kind of treasure it is that can fetch an astronomical price." Gong Qiying glanced around, picked up the box, and said, "I've been sitting here all morning, and you're the first one to ask about the price. Come, open it and see for yourself." The box was thrust into Cedar's hands, and he was stunned for a second. This didn't quite match the trick he had imagined. Normally, such a trick is just like the classic construction site soft-shelled turtle ploy. The seller fabricates an incredible story, casually mentioning they only intend to make a little money, suggesting a discount if the buyer really wants it, and ultimately selling it for far above the normal price. He glanced at Gong Qiying and ventured, "I'm opening it, okay?" "Open it," Gong Qiying replied. "I'm really opening it, okay?" "Go on, open it," he urged again. "You're not going to stop me. Are you sick?" Gong Qiying looked up at the old man before him, who seemed quite savvy and capable, but why did he act like a fool? Cedar felt in the back of his mind that he might have misunderstood Gong Qiying, but with things having come this far, he had no choice but to stubbornly continue opening the box. Let's see what incredible thing is inside this box. As soon as the box opened a crack, a rainbow of light seeped out instantly. Then an indescribable fragrance wafted out, an incredibly sweet aroma that made one feel submerged in honey just from a single sniff, eliciting a wild surge of desire screaming, "I want to eat it, eat it, eat it." Before he knew it, a crowd had gathered around Cedar, drooling and urging him to open the box. "What on earth is inside this?" Cedar swallowed, and suddenly flung the box open. What was inside, however, was not what he had imagined. It looked like a piece of mashed fruit pulp, only about half a fist in size, as if hastily torn from the main body of the fruit. Its surface gleamed, and the colors of the rainbow appeared to be the very hues of the fruit flesh itself. What is this?" Cedar asked, unable to contain his drool any longer. If not for his strong self-control, he would have already taken a big bite. "I've already told you, a small piece of rainbow fruit." Gong Qiying stood up, raised his voice towards the onlookers and proclaimed, "This is the fruit of the giant plant from the deepest part of food paradise." "What, it's that plant? But that area's swarming with monsters, how could anyone get past them? I know seasoned adventurers who died halfway there, the closer to that plant, the stronger the monsters. How come I remember that fruit being round? You're not conning us, are you? Gong Qiying shrugged. Believe it or not, but I barely managed to sneak past the vicious monsters, and had just about gathered the fruit when I got caught. Right before dying I managed to grab this small piece. I believe, Cedar said, snapping the box shut, the fragrance disappearing without a trace, afraid he couldn't control himself. Excuse me, what are the effects of this fruit? He automatically switched to a polite tone. Why should I tell you if you're not buying? I'm buying. With a resolute tone, Cedar said, please, let's step aside to talk, it's not convenient here. Okay, Gong Qiying nodded, but at this time, the onlookers were displeased. Thinking of keeping it all to yourself, hey? That's too selfish. What about the virtue of adventurers? Yeah, what about saying it here? Cedar watched the noisy crowd calmly and snapped his fingers with a pop. In an instant, all sounds within a 500-meter radius disappeared. High-tier group silence skill? Gong Qiying looked at him with interest. It seemed this old man was no small figure. Right this way, please. Cedar and Gong Qiying were the only ones able to speak, which felt quite odd. The crowd made way for them, not voluntarily, but because Cedar was controlling them. The three walked straight into the Adventurers Guild, and the staff, upon seeing Cedar, showed a startled expression, quickly calling over the person in charge. The person in charge was also taken aback, but before he could say anything, Cedar silenced him as well. It was not until Cedar and Gong Qiying entered the meeting room on the third floor that the sound downstairs resumed. The receptionist asked in confusion, what is this big shot doing, and who is with him? The person in charge gave a wry smile. How could we possibly understand the thoughts of branch president Cedar? In the lavishly decorated meeting room, Gina served hot tea for the two of them and silently retreated behind Cedar. Please allow me to introduce myself belatedly. Cedar crossed his arms and struck the iconic pose of Commander Akari. My name is Cedar, one of the Adventurer Guild branch presidents, soon to take charge of the Guild's branch in Bed City. He said with a smile, you can also call me Silent Cedar, who before retirement from my adventurer career barely reached gold level, considered one of the few prides of this old skeleton. Gong Qiying on the other side pretended to be shocked, quickly extending his hand and saying, nice to meet you, my name is Matter, just an ordinary adventurer, I didn't expect to meet someone as eminent as you. The shock was all fake. Today was the third day since Gong Qiying emerged from the dungeon and had just about pieced together some common knowledge of this world. He had no idea what the position of Adventurer Guild branch president truly entailed. He simply went along with Cedar's pride and flattered him accordingly. The effect was quite good. 3 days ago, based on his commission, Stiran gathered the magic materials and delivered them inside the dungeon. As compensation, Gong Qiying once again personally taught her how to use the shield stab. As soon as Stiran left, he immediately started working on the rebirth by borrowing a body spell. As for where the body came from? It was Jack's. Not long ago, Jack's body was suddenly brought into the dungeon by a group of people dressed in church attire, who performed some simple ceremony that Gong Qiying could not understand, and then they left. Following the principle not to waste, he used Jack's body to resurrect. Rebirth by borrowing a body spell turned out to be magical indeed. Jack's body dissolved into a mass of flesh and blood, and as soon as Gong Qiying's soul entered, it immediately took on the appearance from his previous life. However, affected by something, his appearance also resembled a robust Gedwin, ultimately leaning more towards the facial features of the people in this world, with only his black hair and black eyes looking somewhat rare. Once he had a body, he immediately tried to leave the dungeon, and to his surprise, he could indeed go out. And his absolute control over the sane dungeon was still in place. Over the next few days, he roamed the outside world almost exuberantly, cramming a bunch of knowledge about the other world. As for why he would be setting up a stall at the market, that was a different story. I'm retired now, just an ordinary old man. Cedar was very pleased with Gong Qiying's reaction. He asked with a smile but also with seriousness. How much do you plan to sell this rainbow fruit for? Chapter 43. Cedar began with a heavy offer, 500 gold coins. Gong Qiying had indeed gained some understanding of the purchasing power of currency in this world over these days. The most commonly used currencies were copper coins and silver coins, with gold coins being employed only in large transactions, and the purchasing power of gold coins was very strong. A couple of days ago, he had taken a lease on a shop near the gourmet market on the commercial street, rented it for a year, and the total cost, including renovations and miscellaneous fees, amounted to only a few dozen gold coins. A small, tattered piece of rainbow fruit could sell for 500 gold coins, which seemed like a good deal. Add another 100, and I'll tell you how I eluded the monsters, Gong Qiying said. No problem, Cedar agreed quite readily. He had truly encountered a wealthy man this time. In a short while, Gina brought a check from the magic crystal bank, which could be exchanged for gold coins at any time. Gong Qiying told them his method of avoiding monsters, and also drew a shortcut map on the spot, making the process seem very difficult to replicate by adding a lot of luck factors to his story. In reality, it was not that complicated at all. Monster in the dungeon wouldn't attack him, and he just casually walked to the side of the rainbow fruit and tore off a small piece. But if he didn't make the process sound difficult, how could it attract people's hearts? You are indeed lucky, Cedar remarked after listening. Gong Qiying said nothing. Even the shortcut he had just drawn was made up. He'd just have to make some adjustments to the map when he returned to the dungeon at night. Of course, even if he created a shortcut especially for Cedar and his team, the difficulty would not drop substantially. At best, the route would be a bit shorter, and there would be 1 or 2 fewer monsters than other places. However, luck is also a part of strength. If the guild decides to organize a rainbow fruit exploration team, I'd like to invite you to join. Cedar extended an olive branch. Do you have a residence in Bed City for future contact? In fact, I have just recently taken over a shop and plan to sell some items produced from the dungeon. Gong Qiying wrote down his address on a piece of paper and slid it towards Cedar. A magic item shop. Cedar looked at the address and asked casually, you have a shop, why still set up a stall on the street? Because the effect of propaganda is better where there are more people. Indeed, Cedar nodded. Displaying precious items on the main street surely could attract customers to the shop. It was a common business tactic. However, what Gong Qiying actually meant was to attract more people to the dungeon to meet their demise. The effect of the propaganda had already been achieved. The moment the rainbow fruit was unboxed, it exhibited an immense allure, and probably everyone who smelled its fragrance was now so obsessed that they couldn't think about anything else but entering the dungeon to explore. Furthermore, the impressive high-level magic that Cedar had displayed in the market even overshadowed the rainbow fruit, and people were discussing a mysterious powerhouse showing his might. And why would he do that? Because of a fruit produced from the same dungeon. What kind of fruit could catch the attention of a powerhouse? If I could obtain it too. See, the propaganda effect is already here. Once he left the guild, Gong Qiying planned to spread the news that the remnants of the rainbow fruit had been sold for the staggering price of 600 gold coins, adding fuel to the promotional fire. After the meeting, host and guest were both satisfied, and he left the Adventurers Guild with Gina's accompaniment. Moments later, when Gina returned to the reception room, she nearly lost control of her saliva due to a sweet fragrance. Cedar had opened the box and was contemplating the rainbow fruit, thoughtfully furrowing his brows while swallowing hard, which was quite comedic. Sir, is it worth it to spend 600 gold coins on a piece of fruit whose effect is unknown, especially just a small piece? It's surely worth it. Cedar slowly closed the box, still tasting the flavor on his lips as he said. While looking at it, a voice in my head kept telling me to eat it, eat it. The moment I relaxed my mind, the voice would grow louder, and even using a calming technique couldn't suppress that thought. Are you suggesting? Gina realized something. Just based on the fact that this piece of fruit has such a significant influence on my mind makes it worth the price. Cedar revealed a slight smile and spoke, what kind of effect would it have if used to create illusion technique items? I am quite looking forward to it. Seeing the old man's smile that seemed akin to a behind-the-scenes villain, Gina eventually couldn't help but whisper. Sir, your drool is dripping down. What? I was sure I was controlling it. Do you want me to cut a small piece of the rainbow fruit for you to try? This is precious research material, it can't be eaten. You don't want to taste it. Hehe, it's you who wants to eat it, little girl, don't use public office to satisfy private interests by tempting me. You really don't want to try a bite? Then I'll take it away. Wait, cut me a little bit. Cedar, helplessly covering his forehead, has never wanted to eat something so badly before. Then he remembered what Gong Qiying said before leaving. The sweetness of the rainbow fruit is beyond human imagination. If you want to taste it, I suggest soaking it in water to drink as juice, and for the ratio, 1 drop of juice would need a whole swimming pool of water. He originally sneered at these words, thinking they were just an exaggeration, but now he felt hesitant. He said to Gina, "Where is the nearest swimming pool? Take me there, and call the guild's people to come along. Let's have it as a meet and greet." Later, the Bed City Adventurers Guild closed for a day for some reason. It's said the staff drank juice until they passed out, and they were all taken to the hospital. But since this explanation was too far-fetched, nobody believed it. Switching back to Gongqiying, he arrived at a commercial street called White Whale Street, and found the shop he acquired. A shop not too big or too small, perfectly sized, located in the middle of the commercial street, flanked by a potion store and a boutique, with a decent flow of customers. The spending level on this street is slightly above average in Bed City. The regular clientele consists mainly of adventurers, plus some rich but not too rich customers, simply put, the petite bourgeoisie. Ordinary people would occasionally come here for a stroll. Originally there were no vacant shops on this street, but Gongqiying was lucky as he happened upon the shop owner urgently needing to transfer ownership, so he took it over. In the future, this shop could sell special products from the dungeon, serving as an avenue to export information. He wasn't interested in doing business, and opening the shop was just an experiment, so naturally, he wouldn't focus too much attention here. The shop was still being renovated, and it was estimated to take a few more days to complete. He bought some fruit drinks for the workers, and after receiving their thanks, found a corner out of the way, pulled over a lounge chair, and lay down, pretending to fall asleep. In reality, his consciousness had already returned to the dungeon. He could switch at any time between the bodies of Gongqiying and Gedwin, and was able to promptly perceive what was happening around both bodies. At first, it was quite unsettling, but he could only learn to get used to it. Let's see, what kind of spectacle the adventurers have created today. He looked towards the food area, where an unexpected situation had arisen. Fishing rods, buckets, folding stools. The food area was actually filled with fishing men. Chapter 44. Kairaj, with a bucket on his head and a fishing rod on his back, lurked in the foul swamp like a crocodile. Several skeleton monsters walked around him, yet surprisingly failed to spot such a big living person. It was no fault of theirs, as not far away an adventurer made a louder noise, attracting the attention of all nearby monsters, which then chased after the adventurer. "Thank you, brother." Kairaj watched the retreating figure of the adventurer, tears streaming down his face, knowing well that his brother might never return. "I'll catch an extra fish for you, to commemorate your sacrifice." He stared intently at the monsters until they were far enough away that they couldn't possibly catch up to him, then he suddenly stood up. However, he wasn't the only one standing up, there was another group, 9 in total including him. Each person dressed the same, bucket on head, fishing rod on back, waist tied with fragrant bait, faces filled with grief, as if their gaze carried the message, the meaning of the dead must be conferred by the living. These were the brothers Kairaj had met in the food district a few days ago. They shared the same passion, willing to pay any price to fish in the food district. Not for anything else, but because the food district had plentiful fish, rarely did they come back empty-handed, and the feeling of achievement from fishing was overwhelming. Furthermore, the price was good, which could help subsidize the household. No one at home would oppose their fishing anymore. Plus, there was food everywhere. When everyone went, they only needed to bring buckets and fishing rods. It was simply the paradise they all dreamed of. Recently, the food district has not only become the biggest topic of discussion in Bed City but also attracted a large influx of people into the same dungeon. Simply put, it expanded its reach. Most people typically showed little interest in dungeons, let alone challenging ones, as dungeons generally gave an impression of endless fighting, killing, which was utterly exhausting. But if you mention that in the dungeon, there suddenly appeared a sunlit carefree place filled with unprecedented delicacies, everyone would want to have a look. After all, food often attracts more hearts than fighting and killing. The rich fish resources in the food district attracted a huge number of fishing enthusiasts. What's the most exhilarating moment in a fisherman's life? That's still catching new types of fish, right? Exactly, the food district was filled with never-before-seen fish. So, during this period, the fishing man went crazy marking new entries in his fish manual. But, there was a problem deeply troubling everyone. That was, everyone was a bit green. Well, it couldn't just be said a bit green, very green indeed. Among these 10 people, Kairaj surprisingly had Tier 1 combat capabilities, the rest were either average middle-aged men or slacker adventurers without much fighting ability, Entering the sane dungeon was like navigating through a deadly gauntlet. Even though the shortcuts to the food district had been uncovered by the group, the path there was still fraught with danger. Because the sane dungeon was alive, its monsters wouldn't just stay in one fixed place spacing out, they roamed around. Even if you could remember the positions of traps, roaming monsters would always bring unexpected surprises. Thus, the weaklings gathered together, huddled for warmth, and suddenly someone came up with a brilliant idea. Hey, why don't we just select a warrior to distract the monsters whenever we're surrounded? We take turns, ensuring everyone gets to fish at least once every 2 days, wouldn't that be wonderful? After some thought, everyone agreed this was indeed a good plan. Don't ask why they didn't hire adventurers as bodyguards. Given the difficulty of the sane dungeon, anyone who can ensure their own survival there is a demigod. Plus, all the fishermen present were ordinary people, who couldn't afford to hire bodyguards. It's said that not long ago, a well-known strategy group took a big hit here, their members disheartened and dispirited, and have not yet recovered till now. Everyone, run! At the command, everyone moved as fast as lightning, running swiftly, knowing that time was life, time was fishing. Their movement naturally attracted the attention of other monsters. Ignoring everything else, they pressed forward. Once they entered the food district, these monsters wouldn't pursue. However, they were still a step too slow, and got completely surrounded by a group of monsters. In this critical moment, one person suddenly leaped out, shouting, "I'm going to! Farewell, hero!" Only to see that person shouting loudly while running in a different direction from everyone else, successfully drawing away a large wave of monsters. A true man should be like this. After another frantic sprint, when everyone finally dove into the food area filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, only 7 people remained in the team. 3 heroes had sacrificed themselves so that the rest could fish. "Remember their names," Courage solemnly said, "next time, it will be our turn to sacrifice." Everyone responded fervently, and to any uninformed outsider, it might seem like this group was preparing to sacrifice for some grand ideal. A pot of tea, a cigarette, a fishing rod, fishing all day. The morning quickly passed, and Courage stretched lazily, glancing at the empty bucket and could not help but sigh. Clearly, his fishing had yielded nothing. Managing to catch nothing in such a fish-rich area was a talent in its own right. Sigh, without some extra income, even today's meal expenses were uncertain. His teammates currently dared not enter the sane dungeon, saying they needed to take on some minor tasks outside to accumulate experience. Courage wasn't interested in their tasks like finding cats and dogs, so he went fishing with a group of new fishing man friends. If he could catch some fish and sell them at the market, it would cover meals for 3 to 4 days, if not, it wasn't a big deal. He had also taken on some tasks to collect specialty products from the food area, which he could do while his fishing yielded nothing. Let's see, ox-tongue dandelions, at least 20, this is simple, they're everywhere. Soy sauce grasshoppers, these critters are too fast, not easy to catch. Hunting a roasted whole pig, who stuffed this into my tasks, isn't this suicidal? 5 speedy mushrooms, 2 life durians. Courage grimaced, having accepted tasks too hastily without looking at the details carefully. Speedy mushrooms, reportedly a magical ingredient that, once cooked, can temporarily enhance speed. Life durians, consuming them allows someone severely injured and half-dead to become lively and energetic. These ingredients have special effects, distinctly different from most of the food area's offerings which are only tasty, hence more marketable. But the problem is, these ingredients grow deep within the food area. As everyone knows, the food area is divided by rivers, and each sub-area only has limited resources with nearly fixed types. To get more and better resources, one must explore deeper. This increasing difficulty model separates ordinary people from adventurers. Ordinary people can gather general resources in the safe area of Milk River, while adventurers can delve deeper seeking greater opportunities. Honestly, Courage quite admired the rules of the food area, but only when he himself didn't need to go deeper. He handed his fishing rod to a companion, gritted his teeth, and crossed Milk River. 5 minutes later, a prompt came from Gong Qiying. Spiritual power plus 91. He glanced at it and dismissed it from his mind. The crystal ball displayed many images, but he enlarged one in particular. This image showed a few figures, seemingly adventurers too, but a closer look revealed a sense of dissonance. Because these guys had dark skin, were extremely muscular, had scattered horns growing on their heads and limbs, and various other features like tongues long enough to hang on the ground, several pairs of bat wings on their back, scales on their body. At first glance, they looked like a hybrid of humans and monsters. These creatures! Gong Qiying muttered to himself. I think they are called Demon Clan. How did they mix into my surroundings? Chapter 45. Demon Clan, a brutal, cunning, and bloodthirsty race. Chaos is the biggest characteristic of this race. Races like humans, elves, dwarves, beastmen, and others all have more or less common racial traits, such as pointed ears, short stature, etc. But the Demon Clan is different. Each of their appearances is monstrously unique, which relies entirely on what kind of monster their parents have consumed. The more they consume a certain type of monster, the more the offspring resembles that kind of monster. However, the authenticity of this statement is still to be verified, as there have been attempts to feed the Demon Clan only vegetables, yet no one has given birth to a plant man. In any case, as long as one has horns on their head, a tail behind them, dark skin, and various other mutated features, that's a member of the Demon Clan. They possess intelligence no less than humans, but their desire for slaughter far exceeds that of humans, hence their notoriety on the continent. Every 1 or 200 years, or every 2 or 300 years, a super individual known as the Demon King is born within the Demon Clan. At that time, the Demon Clan will follow the command of the Demon King, unleashing a disaster that sweeps across the continent. And when the Demon King brings about apocalypse, there will always be heroes who stand up to him. Historical records show that the Demon King has never defeated a hero. The present-day Demon Clan is hibernating in the western continent, lying in wait for the resurrection of the Demon King. So how did these creatures make it into the same dungeon? The Yanner Kingdom is bordered by the sea to the east, shrouded in dense fog to the north, separated by a vast desert from other human kingdoms to the south, and on the west, it borders the western continent where the Demon Clan resides. Thankfully, there is a continuous range of high mountains that block the miasma between the two lands, but few people live along the borders of the Yanner Kingdom. Bed City is located to the southwest, not quite a border city, but to call it part of the inland would be a bit of a stretch, awkwardly situated in between. For the Demon Clan to come to Bed City, they would have to pass through dozens of large cities. Besides, there are strict Demon Clan detection magic at the border, so how did they get here alive? Is there something in Bed City worth their life and death struggle to get here? I want to catch a few and interrogate them. Gong Qiying took an interest. Although he is an animated corpse and his daily work involves trapping adventurers, who are currently mostly human, he has always considered himself to be a good person. Toward the Demon Clan, a kind universally despised, he harbors a simple sentiment. He wants to annihilate them. Both publicly and privately, he couldn't just pretend not to see. After all, the Demon Clan kills. For every person the Demon Clan kills, that's one less potential customer for his dungeon. You ask why not use the Demon Clan in place of humans? After all, they're the same in terms of harvesting spiritual power. The answer is that Gong Qiying simply prefers humans over the Demon Clan. It's that simple. Capture a couple for interrogation, then break the limbs of the rest and throw them out of the dungeon for the people outside to deal with. He immediately thought of a plan and continued to observe the Demon Clan's every move, looking for any operable spots along the path. Their direction. I remember that there's a newly added trap over there, just right for use. 5 members of the Demon Clan were walking through the swamp. There was not much luster in their eyes, as if a layer of shadow veiled their pupils, which added a touch more horror to their appearance. There was no communication among themselves. By all appearances, they seemed to treat their companions as if they were nothing. But when monsters attacked, their assaults were well coordinated. Gada gada. Under Gong Qiying's control, several skeleton monsters charged at a Demon Clan member whose body was full of blades, even his arms taking the form of long swords. According to common sense, the slashing attribute of the skeleton monster's attacks would have resistance. The Demon Clan member knew this too, so he merely shifted his stance slightly. Accompanied by a whooshing sound, an iron ball as large as a human head appeared out of nowhere and violently smashed the skeleton monsters to pieces. Shattered to such an extent, even if it didn't die, it would not be able to get up for a while. Silently, a Demon Clan retrieved the iron ball, and upon closer inspection, it turned out that the iron ball was attached to its body. Its left arm was a tentacle, tightly connected to the iron ball at the tip. Their method of attack was to utilize their bodily features. Those with bladed arms would use slashing, while those with wings on their backs would take flight and ram into their foes. Good reflexes, Gong Qiying continued to control monsters to attack the demons. However, whether it was an ambush or a direct confrontation, the adversaries had ways to defend themselves, at most sustaining some injuries as a price. He had directed 5 waves of attacks. The end result was 2 demon clansmen severely wounded, and 3 lightly wounded. But the flesh of the demon clan squirmed for a moment, and then the hard-earned wounds were completely healed, indicating the demon clan possessed strong recovery power. However, even though they appeared to have healed on the outside, the 2 who suffered severe injuries began walking unsteadily. After all, their physical strength couldn't be replenished so quickly. It seems they only look intimidating, their actual combat strength may be even lower than Stiran's. Without realizing it, Gong Qiying had already started to use the people around him as units of measurement for combat strength. The good news was these demons' combat strength wasn't particularly strong, and they could be beaten. The bad news was, if these kind of demons could slip in, what were the guards in Bed City even doing? Were the people near the teleportation gate blind? Chased and blocked by monsters, the demons started to hurry, scrambling through the swamp like headless flies, soon losing their direction. During the escape, any monster that appeared before them would be mercilessly slain. Despite being chased by many monsters and risking being surrounded if they slowed down even slightly, the demons still wasted time killing the nearest monsters. Could it be that, just like the rumors said, the demon clan was extremely bloodthirsty? So bloodthirsty that they disregarded everything else? At this point, a treasure box monster appeared in front of them, surrounded by many withered trees. It looked as though it was surrounded, with an opening only facing the demons' direction. The demons glanced at each other, and without saying anything, they had made a decision. Together they walked towards the treasure box. Should one say they were careless or just ignorant? Either way, they walked right into the circle of withered trees. A demon knocked on the treasure box monster, confirmed there was something inside, and opened the lid with a bit of force. The surrounding demons, curious, gathered around. Indeed, there was something inside the box, but it was strange. A slimy, sticky tongue, the edges of the box lined with sharp teeth. This goddamn thing is a treasure box monster. Before the demons could react, 2 thin, pale arms shot out from inside the box, grabbing the nearest demon tight, and with one bite took half of the demon's body away. The surrounding demons also came to their senses, their attacks raining down on the treasure box monster like a storm, tearing it apart in the blink of an eye. But it was too late. When they tried to turn around, the way back had disappeared without them knowing when. Dense, withered trees had encircled them, even the sky was obscured. At this moment, dangerous auras emerged, the ground lit up, revealing magic arrays, dizzying to look at, easily numbering 20 or 30. Inside each magic array, the figures of monsters were slowly materializing. Finally took the bait. Gong Qiying's animated corpse face cracked a smile, displaying a horrific grin. This trap had been conjured up while he reminisced about sword art online. Chapter 46. Annihilation. The demon clan members were wiped out just like Master Tong's Black Cat team, chopped into chunks by the surging monsters, and their deaths were even more gruesome. But their powerful life force caused them to still squirm and attempt resurrection even after being reduced to chunks. Gong Qiying stopped the monsters that wanted to continue attacking. This group of monsters consisted of over 20 animated corpse knights clad in armor, among them was a heavyweight character. The Black Knight. To ensure that those caught in the trap would be ruthlessly killed. Black Knight, Great Sword. Spiritual power required per unit, 650. Life, C, Strength, C+, Intelligence, D, Endurance, C, Speed, C, Comprehensive combat power, C. After slow and prolonged squirming, the demon clan members barely took shape but fell into a coma. Gong Qiying picked 2 that seemed smarter to keep, and had the rest thrown outside the teleportation gate by the monsters. Outside the teleportation gate, adventurers queuing up to enter the sane dungeon formed a lengthy line. Can the person in front speed it up a bit? I've been waiting for ages. Wild shouted impatiently. He too came to challenge the dungeon today, vowing not to stop until he encounters Sakaki. After surviving numerous brushes with death these past days, his survival time in the marsh area had improved to a full half-hour. A small step for him but a small step for humanity. However, with the discovery of the gourmet area, the number of people flooding into the dungeon surged. Before, he only had to queue for an hour to get in, but now? He had been queuing all morning. And still hadn't gone in. Pikachu inside the elf ball was clamoring to come out, but Wild felt that now was not a good time. that people shouldn't see Pikachu. The person queuing in front of him glanced irritably back, ready to pick a fight, but shrank back upon recognizing who Wild was and spoke no more. After waiting another half hour past lunchtime, Wild finally stood in front of the teleportation gate. Not easy at all. He took a deep breath and braced himself. Today I must find that person again. The moment he stepped one foot into the teleportation gate, his face following, he saw several unidentified objects charging at him. Ah! The next second, with a plop, clumps of flesh from the demon clan smashed right onto Wild's face, sending him flying backward. Wow, that person is flying. What flew out of the teleportation gate? Can someone go take a look? Holy shit, what the hell is this? Wild lay on the ground twitching, clearly having been knocked unconscious. The culprits that knocked him out piled on top of him, still twisting unconsciously. It was the first time everyone witnessed something running out of the teleportation gate, because there were 2 teleportation gates in Sane Dungeon, one for entering and one for exiting, and they were never mixed up. Thus, everyone gathered around to witness this once-in-a-century scene. However, when they saw clearly what had flown out, the faces of everyone present changed. Hey, why do these things look so bizarre? Could they be Democrat? Go notify the city lord at once. In contrast to the outside world's commotion, it was much quieter here with Gong Qiying. 2 comatose demon clan members lay beside him. For safety's sake, he had transformed into the heroic stone statue ghost in advance. There was still some transformation time left, better not waste it. Fatal injuries are also difficult for the demon clan to recover from, and they had been unconscious ever since their wounds healed. A problem, as even questioning them was out of the question. Gong Qiying thought for a moment, pulled out an ordinary healing potion, and had one of the demons drink half of it. By the way, this potion was purchased from the outside world. Once the potion was swallowed, the demon's complexion immediately improved, and their breathing became more even. He fetched a heavy iron chain to secure their necks, then doused them with a bucket of cold water, slapping the demon's face while urging them, "Come on, wake up, or I'll throw you in a manure pit." The 2 demons opened their eyes in confusion, then saw Gong Qiying. One would expect them to react violently to the fierce appearance of the heroic stone statue ghost, but curiously, they just blankly stared at Gong Qiying. Stupid! Gong Qiying extended a finger and waved it to the left. The demon's head followed and turned to the left. He waved his finger to the right. The demon's head also turned to the right. Back and forth like this, their heads were nearly shaken like rattle drums, but they just wouldn't speak. These 2 must be idiots. An angry Gong Qiying gave them both a slap, sending them spitting out blood with a direct hit. It seemed that the slap had some effect, the demon's gaze became clearer, and they even started fiddling with the iron chains around their necks, apparently trying to free themselves. Hey, Gong Qiying poked the demon's head with less force, and asked, "Where did you come from, and what are you doing here?" The demons didn't speak, continuing to fiddle with the chains, making a clattering noise. Gong Qiying sighed, then tried poking the other one, but it was the same. No wonder these demons appeared so dazed, they were fools. He made many attempts, but it was impossible to communicate with the demons. It was as if these guys had lost their ability to speak, no, more than that, they may have even lost their intelligence. If only there were a magic spell that could read minds. Gong Qiying flipped through the available monsters, looking for one with the ability to read minds. During the time he was browsing, the 2 demons finally realized they didn't have enough strength left to break the chains and just sat there dumbly, not knowing what they were thinking. After a while, a bit of steam began to emerge from their bodies, their body temperature slowly rising, and as their temperature increased, their appearance underwent a strange transformation. Were their deformed bodies actually melting? Their skin melted like heated wax, gradually turning into a pool of flowing mucus, boiling and bubbling on the ground. Gong Qiying frowned. This scene was quite sanity-draining and could perhaps be considered as an addition to the dungeon's monsters. After the demons' robust and deformed bodies melted away, what was revealed inside was human. Gong Qiying bent down, picking a human out of the mucus with 2 fingers, and closely examined it, turning it over and over. No matter how you looked at it, it was indeed a human, a young man with a sleazy appearance, his hands still blackened, reminding one at a glance of a certain deeply impactful man. If Stiran were here, she would recognize it. This was Morgan, one of the thugs who had once looked for trouble with her. And the other demon, after melting, revealed another human, Yi, one of Morgan's underlings. Can humans turn into members of the demon clan? At this moment, Morgan's eyelids flickered. Chapter 47. When Morgan opened his eyes, he was met with Gong Qiying's gaze. Ah, ah. He opened his mouth, producing a strange sound as if his throat was clenched, his hands flailing towards the other party. But when he attempted to rush forward, he was pulled back by the chain around his neck. Gong Qiying had just locked him with the chain again. Interesting, you came towards me instead of thinking about running away. Typically, when a normal person wakes up to see a horror monster standing beside them, there are two possible reactions: either they are too terrified to move and run away immediately, or they pick up a weapon to fight. And Morgan appeared to belong to the latter. His face was full of deep disgust for the monster, making menacing gestures at Gong Qiying, his hair almost exploding, constantly panting. A tribute to the legendary Hajime. This behavior didn't quite match his appearance, as he looked exactly like someone who could run. Gong Qiying lifted a finger and pressed him to the ground, immobilizing him and feeling rather bland. He found Morgan to be stupid. Exaggerated as his actions were, his eyes were full of chaos, showing his stupidity. His words couldn't even form a coherent sentence, fitting perfectly if thrown into an asylum. Clearly, his mind had been affected in some way, becoming incomplete. Was this the cost of transforming into a demon clan member? Gong Qiying pondered, but if the cost was so high, why would anyone transform into a demon clan member? The gains did not match the losses. Typically, there is a logical explanation. Morgan and others were being controlled by Black Hand behind the scenes. Someone was turning humans into demon clan members and putting them in the dungeon for some obscure purposes. That was the conclusion he reached. This wasn't just speculation, as he noticed the same branding on the necks of both Yi and Morgan. A brand that looked like a winding serpent, adorned with curved entities. Were they horns or tentacles? Gong Qiying recorded the pattern of the branding. It might be a mark of some organization. Why do these organizations always like to mark their bodies, as if afraid others wouldn't recognize them? Just as Gong Qiying was about to create a cell and throw the two idiots in, something sudden happened. Ya. In a blink, Morgan and Yi swelled up to nearly multiple times their original size, their skin stretched to transparency, even the internal organs were visible. As Gong Qiying realized this and promptly shielded himself with stone-like wings, they exploded. Anti-dungeon. Destroy the dungeon. Bang. Bang. The massive body of the heroic stone statue ghost was blown back a step, filth scattering everywhere. Fortunately, after withstanding the explosion, the transformation time of the stone statue ghost was up. Gong Qiying, in the form of heroic stone statue ghost, reverted to Gong Qiying, in the form of Gidwin. Destroy the dungeon. He kicked a random skull on the ground, saying, "With you." Morgan's last words irritated Gong Qiying greatly. Despite having felt a bit of pity for them before, now all that was left was indifference. The goal of this organization is anti-dungeon. He tentatively concluded that there's an evil organization behind Morgan and others with the goal of destroying the dungeon. But how would they destroy the dungeon? As long as there is spiritual power, even if they kill monsters or damage the scene, it can be restored. Soon, Gong Qiying noticed a clue. After Morgan died, the spiritual power of the dungeon hadn't changed. He fell silent for a moment. Spiritual power is the foundation of the dungeon's operation. If each person entering the dungeon does not unleash their spiritual power upon death, then indeed, the dungeon would slowly fade away. No matter how Morgan and the people behind him managed to do this, it was indeed a correct idea, a thought that could destroy the dungeon. I can't rest easy until I find and eliminate them. The existence of the anti-dungeon organization can no longer be tolerated, they must all be sent to Morgan. But first, we need to consider how to root out the Black Hand behind the scenes. Gong Qiying felt that this matter should be dealt with in the outside world, as information was too isolated in the dungeon. At this moment, he suddenly felt his body in the outside world being touched. With a thought, his consciousness shifted there. What's happening? He rubbed his eyes and yawned, feigning just having woken up. It was the workers who were renovating who pushed him, and one of them, seeing him awake, was brimming with excitement and said, "Sir, something big has happened outside." What? Gong Qiying could guess what it was. It's the demon clan. Another person explained excitedly, they say it's so big, covered in bizarre shapes, very scary, lucky they were all beaten badly. Stick to the main point, an older worker said, we only heard it from others, it seems a few demons were suddenly thrown out of Sane Dungeon, even knocking out the Bed family's young master, and now the whole city is under martial law. Demon Clan. Gong Qiying feigned surprise, how could there possibly be demons here? The workers looked at each other and said, we were shocked too, I've lived so long and never seen a live demon, it seems they are now being escorted to the dungeon, and will pass through our street, so we thought. Gong Qiying understood, waved his hand and said, go look, take it as a half-day rest. Hee, thank you, boss. The workers hurried off, and Gong Qiying followed, seeing the demons half dead in cages, still not in human form, their strange appearances drawing a large crowd. People here had only seen depictions of demons drawn by artists in newspapers and novels, seeing the real thing was a first, and far more frightening than the illustrations. One is missing. Gong Qiying noticed that the count was wrong, one of the demons was missing. Escaped? Impossible. How could it escape under so many watchful eyes, and with serious injuries at that? Perhaps it was taken away by the guards, but why isn't it with the rest of the demons? The cart carrying the demons entered the dungeon, with people strongly crowding behind to watch until they could no longer see any trace before reluctantly leaving. The workers greeted him and went to eat, leaving Gong Qiying alone to return to his shop. However, 2 guards were standing in front of his shop. What are you doing? Gong Qiying frowned and approached to ask. Are you matter? One guard asked. That's me, what's the matter? He used the alias Matter, fearing that in this world there could be magic that curses or tracks people based on their names, better to be cautious. Do you know Tamuda? The guard took out a portrait, the strokes were abstract, but the features recognizable. Is it him? Gong Qiying recognized the person, because it was this man who had subleased the shop to him. He is a member of the anti-dungeon organization, the city lord has issued a warrant for everyone from this organization. Please come with us for an investigation. Chapter 48. Bed City, City Defense Soldier Station, Prison. Elsa, how do you feel, is he from the Pure Demon Clan? After a long absence, the third young master of the Bed family, Sally, and hero Elsa grandly enter the scene. They are in the most heavily guarded prison, where a young man is tightly bound to a cross, continuously healed by the gentle holy light, yet at the same time, it suppresses his mutations. If Stiran had learned the shadow clone and could appear both in the same dungeon and here, he would definitely recognize that the person tied to the cross is Yair, another follower of Morgan. This classic trio setup is ever present. With Morgan and Yi, it's not surprising to find a Yair among these demon clan members. Hero Elsa circled around Yair, showing a shark-like ferocity at one moment, then a look of confusion the next. Sally was a bit puzzled by the situation. Due to her childhood experiences, Elsa possessed a keen perception of the demon clan, she could detect the presence of demons or monsters immediately. But what does her current indecisive attitude mean? This person, it seems like he is, yet he seems like he isn't. Elsa pinched her nose and distanced herself from Yair. In her eyes, the demon clan is like shit, and Yair smells like he's covered in it, occasionally even taking the appearance of it. To say he's human, but he can turn into a demon, to say he's a demon, but fundamentally he's human. Even you can't judge. Sally leaned against the wall, his thoughts drifting to the past. When the demons were thrown out of the dungeon, knocking unconscious his useless elder brother, the guards quickly arrived on the scene to control the situation and captured all the demons, taking them to the dungeon. However, during the transportation, one of the demons suddenly melted, revealing the person inside. Yair. No one had ever seen a demon turn into a human before. The leader of the guards decided to incarcerate Yair separately from the other demons, and thus Yair was placed in the most securely guarded city defense soldier station. This matter was supposed to be handled by Sally's father, Earl Philip himself, but the old man had recently personally taken a batch of blood-healing potions to the royal city, leaving only the most trusted Sala to look after the house. If the eldest son Karen was here, it would have been his job to handle this, but unfortunately, since he left, he hasn't sent any letters home, and the Bed family has no idea what he's up to. Upon receiving the news, Sally rushed here immediately, bringing Elsa along. It's baffling that a member of the demon clan turned into a human. The identity of Yair was quickly investigated, he was just a street thug, a punk. How did he come into contact with the demons unless there was a moment when a demon switched places with him unnoticed? But this claim was not plausible. Why would a demon switch with a punk? Thus the guards continued to trace Yair's social connections, finally finding a clue. Anti-Dungeon Organization. Yair and his pals were all members of the Anti-Dungeon Organization. In fact, not even peripheral members, but rather people who agreed with the ideology of the Anti-Dungeon Organization. Following this lead, they discovered that Tamuda had been in contact with them. Tamuda is a genuine member of the Anti-Dungeon Organization, having organized 2 marches. Recently, when its members murdered someone in the street, which was too atrocious, the Bed family was just preparing to deal with them. However, the emergence of the gourmet area disrupted the plans. By the time everyone came to their senses from the temptations of the cuisine, Tamuda had already sold all his property and fled far away. This world is just a huge farce. After a moment of stunned silence, the investigating guards immediately began to investigate people connected to Tamuda, whether directly or indirectly, bringing anyone who had contact for questioning. Let's wait and see after the priests from the Holy Light Church arrive. Sally rubbed his forehead, wondering why there have been so many strange occurrences lately. Let's go, Elsa, she decided to check on the interrogation by the guards. Elsa left the interrogation room, looking back 3 times with every step. She was contemplating whether to kill Yair, yet uncertain whether he really counts as a demon clan. For Elsa, when it comes to the demon clan, there's no mercy. Keep a close watch here, don't let anyone in, Sally instructed the guards and walked to the nearby interrogation room. Through the window, he saw a young man with black hair being questioned. What's his relationship with Tamuda? Sally asked the guard next to him. He rented a shop in Tamuda, the guard said, it should just be a coincidence, no suspicion. Sally shook his head, no suspicion is too small to be carefully investigated, especially when it relates to the demon clan. We can't take this lightly. Yes. We must quickly ask the magicians to perform a demon clan detection in Bed City, Sally thought while absent-mindedly listening to the conversation in the interrogation room. Name. Matter. Race. Pure human. Gender. Gong Qiying looked down and said, owner of a cattle. What the heck? The interrogator looked at him strangely and wrote down male on the paper. You knew I am male. Gong Qiying retorted, wanting to add how dare you assume my gender, but then he remembered this was an other world and his jokes wouldn't be understood, so he decided against it. How did you know about Tamuda? The interrogator continued asking. I saw the rental ad in the newspaper, it's that simple. Real estate in White Whale Street is incredibly valuable, weren't you suspicious of the low rent Tamuda was offering? I am poor, Gong Qiying looked at the interrogator gloomily and said, when a person is poor enough, he can't afford to think about potential traps, just wants to take advantage of any opportunity. What a twisted logic. Both the interrogator and Sally outside said in unison. The interrogator asked a few more questions and finally concluded that Gong Qiying indeed had no relation to Tamuda, just a simple tenant and landlord relationship. You may go now, thanks for your cooperation, the interrogator waved his hand. No problem, it's what I should do, Gong Qiying politely responded. Unexpectedly, this remark was greatly appreciated by the interrogator, who had been dealing with uncooperative old slicks before. Gong Qiying's attitude was a breath of fresh air, practically a modest gentleman by comparison. So, he said, wait a moment, go to finance to collect some compensation for lost work. Thank you very much. Actually, Gong Qiying learned quite a bit from this visit. From the words of the interrogator, he learned about the existence of the Anti-Dungeon Organization. 100 Faces Horned Snake was the name of the tattoo on the necks of its members. Thus, he confirmed that his enemy was indeed the Anti-Dungeon Organization, and his landlord Tamuda was also a member of the organization. But he ran away, can't be caught, other members of the organization have also gone into hiding. Gong Qiying walked down the corridor, pondering how to capture a member of the Anti-Dungeon Organization who was sober-minded. Thump, thump, thump. A sound of footsteps came from behind, along with a juvenile eager voice, Hero Elsa, stop. Gong Qiying turned around in confusion, a shadow enveloped him. A young girl charged straight at him. It was none other than Hero Elsa. Chapter 49. What happens when a person's thought speed exceeds their physical reaction speed? Mr. Bucharity, who prefers to remain anonymous, has a deep understanding of this. The body Gong Qiying inherited also retained its original stats, with the increased intelligence attribute significantly boosting his thought speed, but his frail body couldn't keep up with the brain's commands. Thud. With a muffled sound, people's imaginations must have already started conjuring up suggestive plots, right? A mysterious girl throws herself at the boy, thereby beginning a wonderful encounter. However, Elsa did not tackle him. She steadied herself skillfully, while, on the other hand, Gong Qiying was so startled that he fell over himself. Utterly embarrassing. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he caught sight of the great sword on her back. Calling it a sword seems almost an understatement. It's way too big. Okay, I've admired it enough, take it away now. What brings the swordswoman here? He decided to go with the flow from the heart. I'm sorry, Elsa leaned down and offered her hand to him, an apologetic look on her face. What's this all about? Gong Qiying chose to take the girl's hand, noticing it was not soft at all, calloused from serious workouts, so firm it felt like she could crush his delicate fingers. He thought Elsa would gently help him up, but once again things didn't go as expected. Elsa suddenly pulled with force, yanking him close. Their faces almost collided. Damn it, I'm really angry now, Gong Qiying thought, glaring furiously. It's not fair to mock me like this, even if I get flattened by that great sword, I still have to scold your entire family. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Elsa shared the exact same harmonious family relationship as Batman. Sniff sniff. What are you doing? Elsa suddenly leaned in close, standing on tiptoes, sniffing around Gong Qiying's neck as her black hair brushed against his skin, causing a tingling sensation. The warmth of her breath was quite suggestive, but it made Gong Qiying feel like there were green-haired worms crawling on him, which was extremely uncomfortable. She wanted to explore the scents higher up, but no matter how much she tiptoed, she couldn't quite reach above the neck area. The scene was somewhat awkward. Gong Qiying grabbed her shoulders and pushed her away, saying, "Lady, please, no inappropriate advances under the broad daylight. Hugging and cuddling. What kind of behavior is that? If you're really desperate, I know a great dungeon with some very interesting monsters in it." Elsa looked at him and said, "The scent of monsters. What?" Gong Qiying changed his expression, smiling and asking, "I'm an adventurer, so it's normal to have the scent of monsters on me, right?" Strange, this body hadn't been in contact with any monsters for several days. Not that kind, Elsa shook her head, her expression again showing confusion as if unsure how to properly describe it. She sensed that the monster scent on Gong Qiying was not the usual stench talked about, but a deeper aroma that permeated the soul, an odor that could not be on someone unless they had spent a long time with monsters or even lived with them. She had seen people who tamed equine monsters, and they had a similar scent, but the scent on Gong Qiying was much stronger, as different as the spice levels between Guangdong and Sichuan cuisine. Moreover, the monster scent he had picked up was far more dangerous. Up until now, Elsa only knew she had the unique ability to smell the scent of the demon clan and monsters. Sometimes this special ability was even more useful than magic. This was her first time seeing someone coexisting with dangerous monsters, and curiosity prompted her to act irrationally. Gong Qiying looked at the girl in front of him and felt an indescribable aversion in his heart, wanting to get away from her as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to ask what kind of scent it was, a voice interrupted them. "Elsa, what are you doing?" Sally panted as he caught up. It wasn't easy for his small frame to keep up with Elsa. "Sally, I..." Coming in front of Gong Qiying, Sally bowed slightly and said, "I'm terribly sorry, sir. This child must have scared you. Is this the third young master of the bed family? So polite." Gong Qiying had heard the name Sally before, reputed to be a beautiful boy. Now that he saw him, he realized this was exactly the kind of trap Miyazaki the old thief liked. No, I can't judge a book by its cover, who knows if he might turn into a muscular hunk in the second stage. He shook his head, smiled, and said, "It's fine. It's good to be lively. No worries, I'll be off now, you go ahead with your business." Having said that, he left in a hurry. Sally watched Gong Qiying leave, then slowly turned his head to look at Elsa with a dark expression and asked, "What were you just doing?" Elsa, sensing a killing intent, silently took 2 steps back and said, "He smelled of dangerous monsters. That might be from the dungeon. I checked his file, he's an adventurer, and adventurers who've been around the dungeon often have a certain smell. Don't be too nervous. I'll have someone check his background properly, how about that?" While Sally was talking, he suddenly paused. He had only glanced briefly at Gong Qiying's background, and the guards had gathered the information in a short time, not very detailed, and it didn't even fill half a page. But upon reflection, one piece of information stood out. Matter, Bronze Level Adventurer, Registration Time. Registration time was 4 days ago. There's something strange. He thought about it, and still decided it's better to have the guards investigate thoroughly. When Gong Qiying returned to White Whale Street, the workers were sitting in front of his shop, each with gloomy faces. "Why aren't you continuing with the work?" He walked over and asked. "Oh boss." The workers had looks of shock on their faces and said, "We heard you got taken away by the guards and thought you got into some trouble. We were really worried." "Are you worried about not getting paid if the work is only half done?" Gong Qiying touched his neck, feeling as though there were still strands of hair on it, itching. "Don't worry, I was just called in for questioning. Just carry on with the work as normal. The salary is secured." After somewhat calming the workers down, he didn't stay in the shop, but instead wandered outside while pondering what Elsa meant by the monster's scent. Could it be that staying with monsters for a long time would leave some characteristics? No, that's not right, the veteran adventurers didn't exhibit any peculiar scents. Moreover, the instinctive thought that arose within him to stay away from Elsa puzzled him even more, as if his instinct was telling him not to get close to her. "Better to limit my contact with her in the future," Gong Qiying muttered to himself. A few days later, a piece of news was published in the newspaper. "Matter Magic Tool Store officially opens today, specializing in dungeon products. We have everything you need, welcome to visit." Gong Qiying's shop was finally ready after the renovation. Chapter 50. Gong Qiying's mysterious shop had just opened, but now we shift our focus elsewhere. Strategy Group, a symbol of strength. Generally formed by elite adventurers, representing the forefront of combat power, once an adventurer is compelled to form a strategy group for a dungeon, it means that the dungeon is terrifyingly strong. The Sane Dungeon Strategy Group is led by Lion Leon, with members including Silver Cat Maru, Black Fist Peitan, Strong Tall, Rock Drew, and others. The adventurers of Bed City all hold high hopes for the strategy group, wishing for them to fiercely exact revenge in the dungeon with a narrative of entering 7 times and exiting 7 times. The handsome and dashing Leon is very popular among the adventurers, even being the dream lover of many. Whenever someone asks him when the strategy group will officially attack the Sane Dungeon, he always smiles confidently, saying there's no rush, as once they make a move, they will definitely clear the Sane Dungeon in one day, avenging everyone spectacularly. People are always impressed by his enthusiastic and sunny smile, firmly believing that this handsome guy is invincible in battle. However, "Boss, we've lost our way back, meow, what do we do?" Maru, dirty all over, lay on the tree canopy, her face showing exhaustion. Leon, the dream lover of many women, sat under the tree with a gloomy expression, remaining silent. His shiny beautiful armor had lost several pieces during their escape, and the teleportation crystal wouldn't bring back his lost items, meaning those expensive armor pieces were truly lost. Tall was lying on the ground, out of breath and sweaty. Drew looked roughly the same. "Where on earth are we?" Maru said in frustration, "Why is it all forest?" Zooming out the perspective, they were situated in a lush forest, vibrant green in every direction, which would seem to improve one's eyesight over time. "Although we've long heard that treasure chests might hold teleportation traps," Tall said in a muffled voice, "I never thought it would be that one. To mix trap chests with 2 normal ones, which jerk came up with that design?" Drew angrily pounded the ground. The first 2 chests were normal, who would be cautious about the last chest? Damn it, damn it. Though the strategy group outwardly claimed they were gathering strength and hadn't entered Sane Dungeon yet. In reality, this was already their second entry. There were no flawless victories, it was just them practicing secretly behind the scenes, just like how top students always claim they haven't reviewed at all. Having collected lots of information from other adventurers, the strategy group members were experts in the swamp area, but once reaching Sick Village, they had to tread carefully, exploring slowly step by step. This was the progress most adventurers were at. No one had fully explored Sick Village yet. Naturally, no bonfire had been found either. As the strategy group, upon their first encounter with Sick Village, they had already advanced halfway, which was far beyond what any regular adventurer could achieve, living up to the reputation of the strategy group. The first time they had a little accident while walking on a rope bridge. Relying on Drew's magic, they killed the monsters shooting arrows from both sides of the bridge without much trouble, but afterwards, one monster that hadn't completely died cut the rope of the bridge. Strategy Group, Robert. The second time they learned their lesson and didn't use the bridge but took a longer route, passing through a cluster of broken houses. Every house could be entered, push the door open and there wouldn't be a loading black screen, greatly satisfying their desire to explore. Although entering might encounter various monsters hiding by the door, behind the door, at the ceiling, underground, or inside shabby cabinets. But there were many items inside the houses, tempting them to explore. Imagine seeing a shining white light point inside a house from outside. Could you resist not going over to check it out? Even if you knew it was a trap, you would still go, definitely. They had already found weapons with combat skills, along with flying knife, arrow, flame pot, and a heap of miscellaneous items, along with some jewelry. Only, why does this jewelry seem like the style that's been popular in Bed City recently? Upon closer inspection, most items they found were useless, yet occasionally they came across some interesting props. For example, a glowing skull that could attract nearby monsters when thrown, even more effective than magic, but regrettably, it could only be used once, otherwise, they would have loved to keep it forever. But the presence of light points often meant monsters were lurking close by. Having grown accustomed to this, the strategy group immediately began searching for any hidden monsters whenever they spotted a light point, and more often than not, there were. After clearing the monsters, they could pick up the items with peace of mind. However, this habit led them into trouble. After defeating an elite monster that had a sheep's head and was accompanied by several dogs, they found 3 treasure chests. There were always gains after a big battle, and besides, they had already cleared the vicinity of any monsters, surely there couldn't be any danger. Then, they gleefully opened all the treasure chests, and found themselves here. In the mid-tier area, the forest of Undead Town. No matter which direction we walk, the scenery is the same, Tal said gloomily. Are we trapped in an illusion technique? I think there's something off with this forest. Drew propped himself up and said, Paytan has been gone for a while on his own, hasn't returned yet, probably dead somewhere. That guy is always so impulsive. To avoid drawing attention, the strategy group had set their teleportation crystal's destination at a known priest's house so that in case of death, the priest could resurrect them instead of being seen at the resurrection house. At least he had the courage to go out, Maru said idly swinging her arms. I dare not walk any further. Generally, teleportation traps like this send people to dangerous places. A weak woman like me can't risk moving out alone. Enough. Leon, who had been silent, stood up, and everyone immediately stopped talking. Get up, I'm going to set a fire. He pulled out a magic scroll, a mid-tier flame storm. Oh man, boss, be careful. Everyone quickly ran to the side, guessing the boss must be desperate to use the last resort scroll. Setting fire to burn the forest, sitting through danger. Muttering the spell, sparks surged out, forming a slowly swirling vortex of flames. If this magic materialized, it might turn the nearby area of the forest into ash. At that moment, something lurking nearby couldn't hold back any longer. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The surrounding trees suddenly grew taller. No, not taller, they were standing up. It turned out these trees were treemen in disguise. No wonder they couldn't find their way out. Finally showed your true colors. Leon smiled, extinguished the fire, revealing his sword-holding right hand enveloped with a layer of wind pressure. The magic scroll was too expensive, and he did not want to waste it. Using it as bait to lure nearby monsters was perfect. His sword could equally crush the bodies of monsters. Duck down! He shouted, spinning his body, intending to simultaneously slash through the surrounding tree men. A purely physical attack, driven by mighty force, capable of blasting through all obstacles. Sonasi. Was that some strange sound? Leon suddenly realized, among the tree men there was a blue slime-like creature, looking fragile and easily killable with one strike of the sword. But a bad feeling arose in his heart. Too late, his sword had already struck the NDD. Wild NDD used double return.